this for this map. It's pretty
Hey,
lame.
Lobster, you'd be a pal right now if you typed
not
exclamation point clip for me. Thank you.
No, don't clip it.
No, don't clip it.
Oh, I was hoping to get the red shell to ignore me.
Never.
Of course, I drive straight off the edge right after the red shell.
No, I thought you fucking declined off the edge.
Wait, am I in first? Oh shit, I'm in first. Hey.
And no exaggeration. You want to know what's in those storage boxes? Financial documents from the years that I lived
You know,
here.
I'll
Like,
just
when I
show you
first
which
moved
one.
here,
I'll show you both of the great ones.
I was always told,
give me
an
a
independent
second.
person owning your own business, you should keep all of your financial documents, your bank statements, your credit card statements, anything related to the business, so that way you have evidence if you ever get tax audited or someone sues you, you're good. So I'm not even kidding. These are containers of all of my financial documents from like 2014, 15, 16.
Come with us because you're a little fucking creeper and I kicked you out of the forward assault party. Yeah, you have to hang out with Teddy at the back, masturbating in the corner. I wonder if they found any girls in there. That's where you sit, Yosuke, with Teddy out by the tellies, away from us, whilst we do the proper stuff. Okay. Forward assault party.
Sorry for that.
Okay. I'm here. Why am I not able to see myself?
I don't know, Perry, because you did something. Make sure the Skype is up.
I did nothing wrong.
Perry, stop saying you did nothing.
I got up and walked away.
Perry, yeah, Perry. Again, all you gotta do is click on Skype. You can see whatever.
Me to click on Skype.
Well, make sure that's open because that's what you need to see the screen.
The full song is about.
No problems. And then tonight it's like, all right, I'm gonna stream with friends, and then I'm getting server errors. All right, let's try that again.
Why are you here by yourself?
Oh, hang on, bro, I'm streaming.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
I'm still in the Discord. Oh. So we.
Let's see. I wonder if I can spot him from back here. Let's see. Oh yeah, I can. Got him! Holy shit!
What? What? Motherfucker.
The Geese isn't live right now. Fuck the Geese. The Geese ain't live. The Geese have problems with his fucking archive channel too.
Shocked that he's not hitting the goal. People are shocked. Are they? They're shocked. He's fucking shocked, bro. People are shocked. Whatever.
And it's one thing if it happens one stream, two streams, but now it's like in a week, we're lucky if we hit the hat goal of 100.
Who's we? Who's we're lucky? He's. What the fuck?
Because the blood flame, black flame, only leaves them with 1 HP, and then the rock tape killed her.
Oh.
Eggman's evil clown castle is really appropriate for this. I guess. Oh no, this one wasn't clown, this one was Halloween themed.
Lord of Russia's sky. I've never seen anything like this! Intercept! Zangief wins!
Hi.
Hey, what's up, Yankee Girl?
Damn, Goon played this? Oh, I'm not ready to turn on the mic yet.
Good game, dude.
That's about it.
Okay, so that's the hit confirmed. Alright, I'm gonna hit the back of the queue.
It's go time.
Someone call Blooper.
Blooper,
Bloop.
come over here.
Blooper Bros. This is your guy, Blooper Bros. This is
Yeah,
your
this-
guy right
this-
here.
Yeah,
This is your guy. It's you. Yes, you.
He's putting
Your
on
guy.
low. He's trying to put on low.
And friends.
He's taking that.
The L's are ashing him up.
He's doing a whale.
That's what he's literally doing a whale call. He's going under the sea.
This is so positive and interactive.
We can't even do emotes
Oh,
yet.
you're winning.
What the fuck is going on?
I lost because of
I told you guys I was going to the bathroom to cry.
Who master?
Are you colluding with the squid? I did message him saying you need to come with your dice block.
You did do that.
And pay attention. There'll be a test at the end.
Hey, that's the wrong beat. Pablo, what the hell? That's not the music I requested. There we go. Hello, everybody! Hello. Welcome back to another amazing swollen underscore dingus stream. A detox stream, if you will. I hope everyone's doing well. We are on the final day of Market Research May. And I've been crunching the data. I've been crunching the numbers, analyzing the data. I've been glancing at the data as well. I've been doing everything you can possibly do with the data. And I think the tests have proved remarkably successful. And I now know the ways in which I want to move forward regarding the content. The results of this last couple of weeks and some change. The results of this experiment shall be realized possibly within the next coming days. So keep an eye out for that. I don't want to speak much more about it, or I'm gonna speak so much that you're gonna figure it out. Hello! Now big ups to the swollen ones who are here in advance. We're talking about Shroom, Duke, them, Mad Adder, Algernup, Praise the Zoo, and anyone else lurking. Be doing some Xenoblade tonight. Now, if you recall, last night we were watching the Pop guy, and he was watching this boogie thing. Basically Boogie's equivalent of the DSP interview, but it wasn't with side scrollers. It was with Turkey Tom, that guy who blew Flamenco the fuck out that one time. And Flamenco's a guy that only I cared about at a point in time, and now I don't care about him. Because DJ Filthy Rich. He means the stream's getting the chair spins. I could do a chair spin. But I got the headset on, and you won't be able to see it. You probably won't even be able to hear it, so you kind of just have to take my word for it. And people already don't take my word on a lot of stuff. And I feel like people will be accusing me of being a scammer or a Grinch if I did that. But a good theory. I will not confirm nor deny, because the moment I confirm or deny something, people are gonna use that to narrow it down and try to guess at what it actually is, right? I'm not gonna do that. But just keep your eyes and ears open. I would like to thank everyone who participated in the survey and gave me their experience regarding the ads. You fucking hate ads. What's it talking about? Oh yeah, Boogie. So I'm gonna actually watch the video that Turkey Tom did on Boogie. It's basically a June the King, but by Turkey Tom. It's supposed to go over Boogie's rise and fall. Oh my god. Like 10 other people haven't already done videos on that. But this was the video that sparked that interview we saw last night that really... Boogie just came out bad in that whole charade. I gotta say, Boogie's pity parties are way worse than Phil, or even Wingo's pity parties. It was just... I felt slimy watching that. And since Boogie didn't even watch the video that was made about him, he had to ask Tom about what was the contents of that documentary. I think it's only fair that I take a look at the video in question and see what all the fuss was about. And I got some other stuff lined up too, but you guys know how detox days are. There's no guy, there's no night stream. We're just gonna kick back and relax and talk about how GPM is repping it at the gym. Yes. Big ups GPM and the Marked One. They linked up, as the kids say. And I've been following the streams they've been doing today. In between various power fat naps. I saw them cook together. I saw them at the gym. I saw them on the bus. Or was that a bus? I'm gonna say that was a bus. I saw them on the bus. They look like they've been having a fun time. I haven't been to the gym in a while. Not that it would do me any good. Well, I don't really have anything else, and I'm technically already playing the game in the background. But let's just switch on over. Whoa, dude, it's Xenoblade. Dude, I fucking love this game. Alright, let me adjust some stuff, and we will continue. If you recall... Oh, hello everybody, welcome back to part 86 of Xenoblade Chronicles 3. If you recall, I, murdered my sister, but not really, because she's evil, so it doesn't count. And she survived and escaped. We have entered chapter 4 of 5 of this amazing DLC campaign. Let us continue. I think we gotta return back to, home base. Alright, let me adjust some stuff. You know, the tits and whatnot. Big ups Golem. Xeno is the blade. The Chronicles have lots of the ding and dong and ding. And volume. I don't know, that doesn't hit quite as good as Heavy as the Rain. Hello, Brian. Welcome to Detox Day. I got some drama lined up to watch, so let's get right into it.
Many YouTube icons come with an
This is Boogie2988. From legend, YouTube legend, to desperate lolcow. This is the video that inspired the disastrous interview that Pop was watching yesterday. Disclaimer, please do not attack or harass any of the people mentioned in this video. It has been created for entertainment, not for the purpose of rallying up a mob to harass others. Thank you. It is, an hour and some change, not too long.
Expiration
I really
date.
don't
While
know
some
too much
walk
about
away
Boogie,
from a fan
so
base perpetually starving for a comeback
this might be
upload,
informative.
others leave no legacy behind
Hey,
at
it's
all
Spoonie.
besides their languishing fame, being looked upon as little more than a relic of the past. For many people, that's what Boogie2988 is, an old fad like Chocolate Rain that simply doesn't belong in this day and age. However, those who are unfortunate enough to know that he never left tend to know him as a pathological liar, manipulator, and overall someone deserving of criticism and mockery. From pointing a gun at Frank Castle's face to losing hundreds of thousands on cryptocurrency, Boogie's glory days are long gone, and
Those are
his
definitely
attempts to
the two
return
arcs of the
aren't
now
working.
that I'm
He's now been reduced to a lolcow, and one that is slowly losing interest even amongst his haters. This is the full lore of Boogie2988.
Was a fan of Boogie,
real name Stephen Jason Williams, was born in 1974 in St. Paul, Virginia, to a coal miner father and a school teacher mother, as well as 2 siblings. As he's often described,
Was he
his
already done
childhood
with
wasn't
Francis
easy.
by then?
Because of the stress that comes from being a coal miner, his father was an alcoholic, which negatively affected the rest of the family in a myriad of ways. At the peak of his drinking problems, he was downing up to 30 beers in one single day, an extreme that scarred Boogie to the point that he would never drink alcohol even as an adult. To top it all off, Boogie also claims his mother and sister were very mentally ill, making for an intensely toxic home environment involving lots of arguing and constant screaming, which he remembers as devolving into outright abuse coming from his mother. To make matters worse, Steven tended to have a lot of health problems, though initially not serious, and the kind of thing people usually shrug off or take over-the-counter pills for, like the flu or allergies. However, these illnesses were chronic for him, causing him to stay home from school a lot. As you might expect, being inside all the time led to a habit that would haunt him for the rest of his life: overeating. Before he was even in high school, he had already dealt with a serious weight problem due to stress
and he won that award at the Game
during
Awards
this time
once
he
upon a
developed an
time.
interest in things like comic books, video games, and Dungeons and Dragons, which, though harmless on their own, certainly didn't help him to go outside more often. Meanwhile, his father's constant smoking and drinking, when paired with their increasingly stressful domestic situation and his exhausting job, was taking its toll on his health. Eventually, he suffered from a major stroke, one that left him basically immobile and unable to function. He was no longer able to hear and struggled a lot with communicating after he developed a stutter as a consequence of the stroke. Now, with just one parent to take care of him and his siblings, Boogie's support system was even smaller, and his binge eating severely worsened. It's tough enough to be raised by a single parent, but as his dad moved out of the picture, his mom's abusive behavior took center stage. Usually, in the absence of a healthy and nurturing home life, people seek refuge in their peers and community. But this wasn't an option for Boogie either, since his classmates did little besides mock him for his weight and appearance. Things were dire, and Boogie's future prospects looked very dark at this point in his life. But thankfully, during high school, he was given an opportunity that would turn things around. Upward Bound is a federally funded pre-college program designed to give high school students a better opportunity at attending a university, targeted specifically at those in low-income or rural areas who may be less likely to seriously consider higher education. While participating in this program, he met others in similar situations to him who shared his interest in nerd culture. He bonded with a girl on the program over playing video games, which marked a silver lining on the dark cloud that had been his childhood up until this point. By the end of high school, he had friends and even a girlfriend, and upon graduating, he enrolled in the same college as her, the University of Virginia. But shortly thereafter, they would break up, and since this was his first serious relationship and one of his few sources of happiness, it hit him hard, sending him deep into a depression which affected his academic performance. His grades were so bad that he had to drop out, and once again, he was directionless. But thankfully, his brother took pity on him after he noticed how much he was struggling and decided to offer him an opportunity to move away and start from scratch. Boogie took him up on that offer, not that he had many alternatives to pick from. While in Arkansas with his brother, his life once again saw improvement. More nerds in the area meant making friends wasn't going to be difficult. Soon, he was participating in Dungeons and Dragons and Magic the Gathering sessions with his new social circle. On top of that, he learned how to code in HTML, which led to him working as a freelance web designer. One of the downsides of this was that he'd have to take clients he wasn't particularly excited about, such as CD Not Safe for Work websites, but then again, it was still better than unemployment.
So I started using what I learned to start coding for the web, and I started doing web design, which was really fun, even though sometimes I ended up with clients that I didn't like working for who did kind of dirty stuff.
He was now a young man with a stable income and a healthy social life. However, he was still getting sick, and he was depressed very often. He never properly dealt with his childhood trauma, and because of that, he also never stopped binge eating. Any resulting weight gain worsened his other issues. At around this time, his father passed away from cancer, and his mother broke her leg. A combination of events that condemned Steven to a period of chronic depression that lasted a total of 7 years. During this time, he rarely left his house and was, for all intents and purposes, a NEET, not in education, employment, or training. As his motivation to work dwindled, the coding market became more and more competitive, causing his source of income to dry up quickly, a fate that was soon after met by his savings. Also, due to not leaving the house, his social life stopped existing. After all that he'd been through, he found himself back at square one, with the only significant change being that he was significantly more heavy. At his heaviest, he was just shy of 600 pounds. While his roommate financially supported him out of pure pity, YouTube was debuting as a video sharing platform. This early on, it was still mostly populated by home videos and vlogs, with the occasional viral video peppered throughout. While it was rudimentary, it was more than enough to pique his attention, and soon he started posting content of his own. 16 years ago, in the ancient times of ye old 2006, the first video was uploaded to the Boogie2988 channel. It was a simple, short clip of a 31-year-old Boogie playing D&D. The videos kept coming, and because he appeared in them, his appearance itself would become a topic of conversation in the comment section. Since at this point he was used to people making fun of him for his weight, he made videos playing into the joke, such as "Fat guy eats McDonald's French fries."
This is damn food. I shouldn't eat so much of it. No. Shouldn't be eating at McDonald's, but I am.
Eventually, one of these videos saw a surprising amount of success, especially for early YouTube standards. The aptly titled The Incredible Bulk had Boogie ripping his shirt off, showcasing his M1 Abrams frame. Overall, people were very sympathetic towards him as he embraced the mockery of his weight and seemed to be a kind and down-to-earth guy. But even at this stage, Steven's intention was not just having fun. He wanted to build a following online. Since back then the term YouTuber didn't exist and the thought of building a brand out of your personality was ludicrous and far-fetched, Boogie uploaded many different kinds of videos to try and get some views, such as this hypnosis video, which was seen over 5 million times. For the first few years of his channel's existence, he slowly built a community, with series such as Rambling About Nothing, where the only purpose was to engage with the viewer.
Magic the Gathering Plane Chase. The people are really excited about it. We're watching the Zendikar spoilers.
In 2009, his channel hit 3,000 subscribers, which once again at the time was a respectable amount. Soon after, however, he uploaded a video explaining the absence of uploads, where he reveals his mother had died. But unlike his previous bouts of complete inactivity due to some kind of tragedy in his personal life, Boogie came back with a vengeance and began playing a character. Francis, the living and breathing, though struggling to do so, embodiment of the basement-dwelling gamer stereotype, complete with Mountain Dew stains all over his shirt. In early 2010, Francis took a prominent role in Boogie's channel, partly for comedic purposes and partly because Boogie enjoyed trolling those who were unfamiliar with his content into thinking Francis was a real person. Eventually, a Francis video was featured on Ray William Johnson's Equals 3, which was the early 2010s equivalent of having Moist Critical react to your video. Essentially, it meant you either were, or soon will be, really popular. The video that Ray showed was titled, Francis Gets His Warcraft Account Hacked, and honestly, it's pretty tame compared to a lot of the stuff we see nowadays. Regardless, it was entertaining enough that nowadays it stands at a whopping 5 million views. This sets a precedent for Boogie, and in the following years, the Francis character would be the channel's bread and butter. The channel grew tremendously, to which Francis reacted.
Yeah, it's been a pretty exciting day, I guess.
The channel surpassed 13,000 subscribers, and a few other classic Francis videos also went viral, such as Fat Guy Destroys Xbox. However, despite how central Francis became to the channel, Boogie continued to also appear as himself because he genuinely enjoyed interacting with viewers, regardless of how out of context it seemed alongside the comedy videos. While he did try a few other characters out, such as redneck stereotype Jesse, Francis retained his position at the top of the hierarchy. By the end of 2010, Boogie had 40,000 subscribers and had amassed 10 million views. In 2011, Boogie did a series of Let's Plays of Minecraft as Francis to capitalize on the growing gaming trend on YouTube, which at the time was at its very beginning. But along with these innovations, Boogie continued to post the tried and true format of Francis freaking out, such as, Where's my Mountain Dew?
Do you see my glasses? I'm raiding in here, and I don't have any Mountain Dew!
Like, I saw some Mountain Lightning earlier.
Where did you hide the Mountain Dew?
With the extreme success of his channel becoming profitable as YouTube's ad revenue mechanisms became more functional, Boogie moved out of the apartment he was living in and into a house with his girlfriend, who helped him record the videos and even quit her job to help him out with them. Part of the reason that it was so easy to play Francis as much as he did was because Boogie was indeed very passionate about things like gaming news and internet culture. All he had to do was play up the fits of rage while he spoke his mind, and he was consistently met with hundreds of thousands of views and decent money to go with. After successfully proposing to his girlfriend and opening a gaming channel called Boogie Plays Games, he hit the milestone of 100,000 subscribers. It's also around this time Google Plus integration was implemented, which forced people to use their real name to comment on videos and led to a general uproar on the platform, with Francis pitching in his 2 cents.
This is not better, this is worse! How did they make it worse? I didn't think there was anything worse than the Google comment section!
But since this was a more serious topic for him that he felt passionate about, Boogie also spoke on it out of character, and soon after, he was once again featured on Equals 3.
So recently, YouTube changed their comment system where now you have to sign into your Google Plus account before you can actually comment. Now, personally, I don't really care. I don't read comments that often, and frankly, it's just YouTube. Who gives a shit? But I've noticed people freaking out like, I gotta sign into Google Plus? What is this, Nazi Germany? But this guy Francis has this rant about the topic that's one of the funniest things I've ever seen.
By the end of 2013, he got married to his girlfriend, he had a better camera, and had grown a proper fan base of 1 million subscribers. In early 2014, he started appearing on TV shows and commercials, which marked the peak of Boogie's career.
I had a guy tell me, you're too fat to be on the internet.
yourself now.
He was now officially a mainstream
he's not fat
YouTuber,
enough,
not
I
just a
think.
viral gag based on Francis. He had a genuine fan base, a real community. A lot of people watched him because they genuinely liked him and considered him a kind, level-headed person with reasonable opinions. This persisted for years, with him receiving acclaim from every YouTuber under the sun, and many looking to him to weigh in on some of the biggest dramas from 2014 to 2017 with his opinion. An opinion that, at the time, people did value.
So let's start by talking about what happened to Felix, because I think everybody knows what happened to PewDiePie. PewDiePie made some very tasteless jokes that I did not personally find all that funny.
He would also talk about more serious issues, like when Matthew Santoro posted a video detailing physical abuse he suffered in a relationship. The fans put 2 and 2 together and figured he was talking about Nicole Arbor, who was also widely hated on the YouTube platform at the time. Boogie posted a video expressing his sympathies for Matthew and also detailed abuse he claimed to have suffered.
That prompted the interview that we saw yesterday.
Because
I'm trying to get to the bottom of the Boogie well, guys.
She was, I think, 13.
His doubts at last dispelled.
Through the Francis character, Boogie was funny. Through his more personal videos, he was seen as thoughtful, introspective, and a voice of reason amidst all the madness of 2016 YouTube drama. He was someone many looked to for a good take on unfolding situations, but as time passed, many began to feel as though this reasonable demeanor was a facade for someone with an extreme inability to take any criticism or stand up for any ideal. Thus begins the fall of Boogie 2988. At this point in time, Boogie was the Mr. Rogers of YouTube, and antagonizing him was so unthinkable that Low Tier God made a video doing just that for almost 2 minutes straight, precisely to try and be controversial. As anti-fat phobia movements cropped up, his stature once again became a topic of discussion, and after a long time of just accepting it as a fact of life, Boogie spoke publicly about how he realized his obesity was actually a product of his mental issues not being properly dealt with, and that he wanted to improve by getting a gastric bypass surgery to lose weight. After the midpoint of the 2010s, anti-SJW channels in the skeptic community were at their peak of relevance, and their spats with feminists and other groups were becoming increasingly publicized in conventional media. One of these feminists was Anita Sarkeesian, one of the main focuses of the online discussions, for her belief that video games somehow encourage sexual violence. Though people online hated her, she had enough mainstream support to get herself a panel at VidCon. Another content creator on that same panel was Boogie, who was still seen as a good guy. During said panel, Sargon of Akkad and other skeptics decided to attend, sitting in the front row. Of course, conflict erupted when Anita noticed them, and it would soon become one of the biggest dramas of the year.
Boogie, I think we all know, is one of the nicest guys who there is on the entire of the website. There's not really a guy nicer than him.
This perspective was echoed across many videos from skeptic and commentary channels alike. Boogie himself eventually spoke on what happened, revealing he was extremely nervous during the panel, and that after his closing statement, which was pretty mild overall and tried to minimize the static in the air, Anita came up to him and began berating him for saying his piece when she didn't have an opportunity to respond. This led audiences to criticize Anita, saying that she was an awful human being who had been mean to Boogie. Boogie then tried once again to de-escalate by saying that, though initially confrontational, she ended up having a reasonable conversation with him behind the scenes, and they hashed things out respectfully. However, this attempt by him failed, as people noticed how uneasy he was while talking about it, and began claiming that he was cowering away from being completely honest about the situation. This exposed an issue that would later become much more glaring: Boogie's fence-sitting. Following the fallout of the Anita situation, Boogie's attempts at being a centrist who called out both sides was becoming more and more transparent, and people were seeing that he was interested exclusively in appearing to be the moderate good guy. Whenever he spoke about it, it was to say saccharine truisms about how making generalizations is bad, instead of addressing any element of the controversy directly. I get not talking about political things as to protect your brand, but why pitch in to say basically nothing? Or even worse, to say things you immediately contradict. Around this time, Boogie gets doxxed for the first time, which only goes to show what being in a 1-mile radius of any political community gets you, even if you try your hardest to offend no one. Another example of his fence-sitting was a video he made about YouTuber Matthew Santoro plagiarizing lists from other websites, which he immediately took down when he noticed it wasn't having a good reception. On one hand, it's admirable to take a video down if you truly no longer stand by it. However, it seemed more that he was doing this to maintain his PR, instead of, you know, actually changing his mind on the topic. This is just one of many examples of Boogie doing this. More recently, Boogie said that people who purposely misgender others should get hit with a misdemeanor charge and even possibly jail time if it evolves into hate speech. Regardless of your opinion on this, after the tweet was met with negative responses, he pivoted to talking about how clips of his live stream were being taken out of context. As the negative reactions continued, he slowly buckled to public pressure, saying no one should go to jail because of the things they said, and he just had a bad take. Another example of him firing off without thinking twice beforehand was when he was trying to handle the Vox Media scandal between Carlos Maza and Steven Crowder. Though it began with a tweet asking for examples of people who were hurt by demonetization, it quickly detoured into him deriding both Steven Crowder and Vox in a really haphazard way, which, once again, both sides disapproved of. I don't know how he doesn't notice that doing this doesn't actually work and just makes everyone even more sick of his shtick. I'm not sure if it's some kind of pathological compulsion or if he thinks this is a smart strategy, but it consistently concludes in him getting harangued by everyone online. As a means of countering this narrative, he attempted to embrace it with pride, saying that he wasn't a fence sitter, but he was a reasonable moderate. While this approach did immediately save his credibility in the eyes of his audience, it didn't prevent users of subreddits, forums, and other sites dedicated to documenting erratic behavior from noticing it all and keeping tabs. What's crazy is that in the video where he talks about being a fence sitter, he outright admits that he doesn't care about many of the issues that he speaks on, which makes it all the more perplexing that he's still willing to. However grating it was to see, being a fence sitter was far from Boogie's only issue. Just as Boogie's image as the voice of reason began to fall apart, so did his marriage. In late December 2017, shortly after he got his gastric bypass surgery, he uploaded a video titled, "It's True, Wife and I Are Getting a Divorce. Here's what's next for us," where he goes into detail about how it went down. Based on the information given by Boogie in this video and other instances where he spoke out, it was an amicable separation, so much so that despite it already being in their plans, his wife waited until he fully recovered from the surgery. But things certainly weren't as friendly as they were made out to seem. Later on, Boogie himself admits that their divorce agreement included a non-disparage clause that he asked for, presumably to prevent her from saying negative things about him in a public space, which could damage his reputation. Now, in fairness, relationships are often messy and emotions can come over reason for those involved. It's possible this was a reasonable cautionary measure to prevent any unnecessary reveal of information that isn't necessarily career-ending, but maybe embarrassing if it were out there. But on the other hand, considering she was barely even a public figure, it made many question why the contract was needed at all. Immediately after his divorce, he began dating a sugar baby. If you don't know what that is, it's when a man, usually a wealthy one, offers to date a woman from lower economic rungs and showers her with gifts and whatnot in exchange for dinners and sex. Later on, he denied that this was the case and tried to beat around the facts that he did this, claiming their relationship was organic and totally not a sugar baby situation. We know these to be lies because there are images of his profile on Seeking.com, a website dedicated to sugar babies and their sugar daddies, respectively. Eventually, he did come clean through an alt account of his on his own subreddit. About half a year after the divorce had been filed, the person he was dating, Lucy Fox, came out with a video called The Truth, which was promptly shared on Boogie's subreddit, and though the original is no longer up, mirrors of it are pretty easy to find. In it, she claims that Boogie was verbally abusive to her whenever she tried to be independent in any way. Besides that, apparently Boogie didn't even hold up his end of the arrangement. Not only was he failing to pay her for her services, he was keeping her from doing any kind of work, though it seems this wasn't out of jealousy, but because he wanted a caretaker around him at all times so he could keep complaining about his life and victimizing himself to her. When this information became public, Boogie went on Drama Alert to defend himself, and since him and Keem were good buds at the time, Boogie had an easy time controlling the narrative about what happened and claiming that Lucy was his girlfriend and a gold digger, as opposed to being an unpaid sugar baby. He went pretty much unchecked by Keemstar, who tried to take a more neutral approach. But thankfully at this point, people were already realizing that Boogie was the definition of an unreliable narrator.
She said the only way she can make money is if she's at home doing her cam girl stuff, right? And that you wouldn't like let her leave the house. Is that true?
But she didn't live here. Like she lives at home, where she has her own home.
But Boogie pretending to not have hired a sugar baby is extremely lightweight compared to his other offenses in the cap department. What other offenses, you might ask? Well, given that Boogie lied about this, people began digging through his more serious stories to try and find what else he may be lying about. Given he had always been very vocal about his rough childhood, some began comparing his multiple accounts of the abuse he had suffered at the hands of his parents. We can start with his mother. Despite occasionally praising her as a strong single woman who raised 3 children and took care of her invalid husband, in a Reddit comment he says the following: "I've never really gone into detail. Both my father and my mother were sexual abusers who were both sexually abusive to me, along with one other family member who's still alive, so I don't feel comfortable calling them out directly, so I'll wait until one of us are dead. I've discussed it mostly on live stream and only a little bit in videos. Sorry that I'm not comfortable going into further details." Later on, while streaming, he specifies that this sexual abuse meant molestation, but not rape.
How do I respond? My mother never raped me. My mother did molest me. She never,
force me to have sex with her, but she didn't molest me. It's a simple thing. I don't know why people are like that.
It's not really simple.
In another, he claims his dad did rape
right.
him. In this tweet, he also claims to have been raped as a kid, and notwithstanding, claims that some good came of it, whatever the hell that means. Then, in another tweet, he reiterates that he had indeed been raped and that he'd forgiven his rapist, which, if we're to follow the things he said so far, would be his dad, since he claimed in a tweet that his mother had never raped him. He goes as far as saying that his sister was molested by their dad, followed by the claim that his sister was gang raped in foster care. However, in a clip of his stream, he specifically says that his parents, plural, had raped him. In another of his Reddit essays, he follows the claims that he'd been raped with stories about how his mother stabbed him. His sister was almost beaten to death, his dad punching him, among other things. It's strange because, while sometimes he says things that range from suggesting to outright affirming that being raped was a common occurrence for him during his childhood, in other instances he claims it was just once. Under normal circumstances, we don't have any reason to doubt or excessively scrutinize stories of this caliber. But at this point, Boogie was raising a few eyebrows with his increasingly extreme retellings. Eventually, a more complete and precise statement of the nature of his abuse was made to Reddit. I was molested by an older sibling, female at a young age. I remember very little of it, but enough to know that this wasn't just further stuff related to my Munchausen syndrome that my mother was famous for. Certainly, inappropriate contact was made between me and my older sister several times when I was 3 to 4. Beyond that, my mother insisted something happened with another family member. I have no personal recollection of that, so I've always presumed that my mother was lying. But as I get older and more evidence rises to the top, the more I believe there is truth in it. What's even more complicated is that my relationship with my mother was certainly inappropriate, and those details I will take to my grave. His sister, who is on Twitter, denied that this took place, while Boogie doubled down on saying that she raped him. Now, keep in mind, before you doubt these claims, it's not uncommon for victims of abuse to be confused about what exactly they suffered since the memories are so traumatic. But to misremember and misspeak as extensively as Boogie did led many to believe that he brought his abuse up as a way to garner sympathy whenever he felt the need for validation. Some thought he was changing his story when it felt more convenient to get more sympathy. Now, I would never go out and say that he lied about being abused in his childhood. For all of that to be lies would be genuinely reality breaking. But there's a reason why many question his reliability as a narrator. In this and many other cases, he couldn't get his story straight. This is just the tip of the iceberg when it comes to his documented contradictions or barrage of backtracks and word redefinitions. Remember a story about how we used to do web design for seedy websites? Well, that's what is typically called a massive euphemism. The truth of the matter is, Boogie ran porn sites, and not just in the distant past, but well into the late 2000s, when he'd already begun doing YouTube. In these sites, Evil Squared and CFporn.com, to name a couple, Boogie advertised for all kinds of adult content. He also used his online space to give his thoughts on things, as he would later do in his vlogs. One recurring theme was nothing other than his fleshlights, and I quote, "I think personally my fleshlight is a bit better than being with a woman in some ways. No offense, I figured I'd list the reasons. 1, it's tighter. 2, it sucks without complaining. 3, it swallows at least as deep as it can go. 4, when you're done you can lock it in a dark place and it can't complain. 5, no need to reciprocate, but ultimately I just flat out think it feels different, and in some ways better than the real thing. Honestly, there's nothing like it. It's like the first time you pop Mary Lou's cherry at 18, or sinking it into your girl's butt for the first time. Not too tight, but oh so right. For your safety and mental health, no image will be attached of the thing he's talking about, but rest assured, it's about as graceful as you can imagine. Another gem from Evil Squared is this anime villain tier self-description from Boogie. The fact that I'm crazy is no stranger to the good staff at Evil Squared, nor is it a strange concept to anyone that reads this site or has viewed my videos. I am, for all intents and purposes, batshit crazy. The past week or so has been different for me. This next week will be doubly so. Out into the real world, looking for real work at a real workplace, hopefully landing a job this week. I'm excited. At the same time, these normal activities remind me exactly how insane I am. I wonder if the people interviewing me know what's going on under the surface. While I'm applying for a job, entering your data, or taking your orders, or speaking to your customers, do you know that during the previous weekend, we all got together and smoked weed, drank, and fucked? Does she know how many orgies I've been to? Or arranged? Does she know how many girls I've watched fuck? Or fuck myself? Does she know that I'm a monster? Does she know that I have internet sites that are so disorienting that it would make Satan blush? Does she know that I film more sex than she's likely to have had? On YouTube, Boogie was wholesome and reserved. Now, a lot of people are different behind the scenes than they are in their YouTube videos, and I wouldn't blame them. But it's hard to even believe that this is the same person as the one in the YouTube videos. Boogie2988 really wasn't him. It's now 2018. 2017. And while he's past his peak, Boogie still has some footing in the YouTube community, but it's at this time that money became a big talking point across his various platforms. Along with a few other sob stories at the time, Boogie often mentioned his financial situation with an air of despair or concern. For example, in this tweet, he acts as if the money that he'll be earning in the next year will be his entire savings, since, as he prophesizes, his career is soon to be over and he'll go back to working retail. And this would be a very scary prospect, but it doesn't really add up. Mind you, at this point, he's been successful on YouTube for a decade and has over 4 million subscribers and owns his own home. He may have some more savings if not for his Funko Pop video game and toy collection, but I digress. In his many videos centered around promoting his Patreon, he says the donations are contributing towards his family's peace of mind. Again, I'm the last person in line to judge someone for wanting to cash in, but it is a little annoying when people cash in while acting like they're not doing it and are just making enough to survive. In reality, Boogie himself admitted that he made 6 figures yearly in his upper middle class, so at the time he definitely wasn't in line to get a job at Target anytime soon. But what really does it is the fact that he bought the same overpriced shit box that every mouth breather online influencer also buys, a Tesla. Yes, the madman actually did it. To make matters worse, he excused his decision to do so by saying that, despite AdSense paying him poorly, which he's probably lying about, his sponsors pay well and he can easily afford a Tesla. A week later, however, he was back to portraying his impoverished persona, acting like he bought a car he couldn't afford and regretted it. Later on, when people started throwing this at him when he tried to play poor again, he would simply pretend like he never said he bought it. Can you believe the gall you need to have to do that when you know people can print the things you say online and keep track of them? Yet another topic he's blatantly and consistently lied about is his weight. For example, during a 30-day clean eating challenge he did to lose weight, about halfway into it, he's seen eating fried foods and candy. In a stream clip, he claims this is due to the fact in the event he was attending, no healthy food was available, which most certainly was a lie. Seriously, in the late 2010s, with insane amounts of money and a phone with internet connection, you can't figure out how to get yourself food that isn't sugar-coated or deep fried. And if there really is nothing else, you can just eat after, or leave and come back. In late 2018, he posted an image of his scale showing that he was at 350 pounds. Then in January of 2019, he claimed that he's now hitting 350, and this is somehow an improvement. Either he somehow faked the scale's numbers in 2018, or he's lying to his audience in January, acting like he's still improving and losing weight. Keep in mind at this point, his YouTube earnings already paid for a weight loss surgery, and his fans are cheering him on the whole time. Why even announce this weight loss journey if you're not going to follow through or even attempt? What's noticeable is that he could just keep these things private. He never even had to announce his weight loss journey. Instead, he deliberately made it public for everyone to see, only to lie about it for what seems like no reason. In countless different instances, he can be seen drinking things like milkshakes and sodas despite having sworn these things off. While he occasionally admits that he outright failed to eat like he was supposed to in order to lose weight, he also often says that eating less makes him literally suicidal, and he has no intention of actually diminishing it to any significant degree. In between the multiple glasses of soda per meal, pizzas, and cookies, it's evident that Boogie doesn't care as much about fixing his diet as he pretends to for inspirational videos on YouTube. A fitness YouTuber even tried to help him lose weight, only for Boogie to make snide comments on Reddit about how he's only after his clout and money, with more excuses about how being 350 pounds is where he's comfortable at, and statistically where he's meant to be, whatever that's supposed to mean.
And I have authenticated it, so I'm going to read from it, and it goes like this.
We're watching the Boogie, the Boogie
so a ton of
drama.
People linked me to the video created by Everydamn Fitness. I'll even link it here. Much appreciated, Boogie.
Video that inspired the interview
Videos like
that
this
Pop
are not
was watching
helpful. They are
yesterday.
harmful.
In a clip from a later stream, he outright tells the people concerned about his weight to go fuck themselves, and that since it's his body, it's his business, as if he hasn't made project
My
upon
body, my
project and
choice.
pity post upon pity post, trying to get some community support for his weight loss plight, only to completely dump it and act like he never wanted to do it in the first place. It's one thing to struggle with weight
Boogie has
issues,
drama.
but Boogie
What else is
struggles with
new?
treating the stragglers
telling
who,
me.
for whatever miraculous
I think
reason,
you could
still
drop
give him
this.
attention and money in pursuit of his weight loss. In December of 2019, Boogie began making a number of accusations about his subreddit to people via Twitter
Yeah, you can't
DMs,
get down
painting
here.
them as swatters and dangerous people who are trying to destroy his livelihood and physically harm him. He said, "Get away from that hive mind. They are sad, scary, dangerous people. They have swatted me, attempted to destroy my livelihood. They bombard my fans and sponsors with hatred. They have done awful, terrible things. They lie
thought
to
that
you
would
and tell
go
you that they
lower.
want the best,
Oh.
but then do the worst. If they wanted the best, they'd leave me alone. Trust me. I've been swatted twice this month already. They letter bombed 2 sponsors already. They contacted a friend of mine on Facebook and tried to convince her to stop being my friend because she was a female and I am a rapist." With tales that tall and claims that dramatic, it piqued people's interest. After all, Boogie already had a reputation for exaggerating things at this point. The subreddit in question was r/SamandTolkien, regarded today by many Redditors as an invaluable archive for all sorts of shady shit various e-celebs have gotten up to over the years. The sub acted as a sort of Kiwi Farms on Reddit, documenting internet drama for all. One of the site's biggest threads was the Boogie Boogie criticism mega thread titled "The Hidden Truth Boogie Doesn't Want You to Know." Within this thread, they detailed his strange blogs we read earlier, interactions with his ex-wife, his alleged sugar babies Lucy Fox and the Grave Ghoul, and many other accusations. They point out his association with Kid Behind a Camera, who this thread calls a known child abuser.
Boogie2988 just gave the least hard-hitting interview I've ever seen in my life. He glossed over abuse, allowed Michael, aka Kid Behind a Camera, to make excuses for himself and deflect from the questions that were being asked of him, and even coach Michael into
I know
making
even
himself
less
look
about
like
this
a better
guy.
person.
I'm familiar with the name,
Being
but
asked
that's
to-
like a lot of things on this sector that I'm familiar with the name, but I don't know the actual person. But this guy looks like you took RTU and you merged him with Wingo, like you did some sort of poke fusion, like in that game and place. You do a poke fusion of those two, and then you give him like 100 pounds on top of that.
Him and even coach Michael into making himself look like a better person.
Now, to keep things fair, this entire thread does frame some lesser or honestly negligible defenses in the worst light possible. That being said, I think the key takeaway from this is that regardless of the less hard-hitting criticisms, the Boogie on YouTube was hardly aligned with the Boogie portrayed in that thread. He was a completely different person away from the camera. It wasn't even close to who he let on he was in his 10-minute rants. But regardless of that criticism, Boogie was now claiming that his subreddit and its users had swatted him, not once, but twice in 1 month. Curious as to the validity of these claims, one of the people who runs the subreddit by the name of Haberdasher A went through all of the moderation logs for the month of December to see if he could find any evidence of the claims that this subreddit was involved, but to no avail. When he asked for any evidence of Boogie's claims of swatting, his story did what it always does when pressed for veracity. It started to change, with him now claiming he didn't know who in particular had swatted him, while still insisting that it did happen. Obviously, I have no idea of knowing who swatted me and never said I did, just said I got swatted twice last month. Once when I was away at the Game Awards and another over Christmas break. This is true. 2 times cops came out with a partner and an ambulance. Seeing as Steven has still failed to provide any actual evidence for the things he was saying, Haberdasher decided to look into Boogie's local police station's publicly available logs to see if they'd ever been to his house. Fayetteville Police Department's public dispatch logs showed that no officers were sent to Boogie's place of residence in the entire month of December. When they confronted Steven with this information, he claimed that he had made an arrangement with the Fayetteville Police Department to purge the dispatch records after a welfare check in July of 2019. I think it should be clear to anyone with half a brain that this was another lie and that Steven is just shooting himself in the foot trying to cover up a lie with another lie. And if that wasn't enough, the Fayetteville Police had dispatch logs of a welfare check in November 2019, nearly 4 months after Boogie had claimed that they stopped keeping records of welfare checks on him. When he was informed of this, Boogie responded by saying that the police had made a mistake and that he didn't know why there would be a record. It should be noted that the state where Boogie lives, Arkansas, has state law that requires that records be kept of all dispatches, so even if he tried to get such an arrangement with the police, he wouldn't be able to. It's against the law. Did Boogie2988 get the governor's permission? When asked via email, Fayetteville Police stated that under no circumstances would they not have a dispatch record of a visit to someone's residence. For Boogie to not be lying about the users of the subreddit in this situation, the only possible explanation is that the police station doesn't follow the law about police dispatches, lies via emails, and has a secret deal with Boogie to not make record of welfare checks to his house so that internet trolls will not be able to bother him on Twitter anymore. Not only that, but Boogie, in all of his infinite wisdom, would have to leak the news of this secret deal with the police in which he would be implicating himself in order to prove that he was telling the truth. You see how these things don't quite add up? And it's such an idiotic thing to lie about. Once again, he made completely unnecessary claims that he did not need to when he could have just ignored the sub altogether. But I guess the craving to make yourself out to be a victim is too hard to resist. After being caught with this mountain of evidence against him that pretty much proved that he had been lying, he finally admitted to lying about the whole thing. But of course, he couldn't do it the right way and be honest that he had been, lying, because if he did that, then he has to admit that he did something wrong. And not in a disingenuous way, in a way that would show some actual humility and maturity. Basic human being things. Instead, his statement was that all of this had been part of an elaborate master plan to bait his critics into thinking that he was lying and go after him. He claims that he intentionally falsely accused his critics and his local police department of committing a federal crime for fun. Let's see what the master manipulator wannabe had to say. So I always have a bunch of people tweeting at me for attention ever since I talked to one critic this summer. So I took advantage of that and slipped into DMs a few weeks back and filled one guy with misinformation I knew he would leak, mixed with the truth. I'm a terrible liar and reading it back is so cringe. Claimed I dated a 43-year-old woman for almost a year. Said I was writing a book, half true, and all kinds of other stuff. Was hoping it would keep them busy. It sure did. It was like they discovered the Dead Sea Scrolls. One of the things I said was that I got 2 visits from the the cops in December. Now that's not so much of a lie because I got maybe 4 visits last year. I just shifted the dates around. Had no clue they would latch onto that one like they did though. To prove me wrong, they literally looked up my home address, then cross-referenced it via police records to try to discredit me, but in the process actually proved I got swatted 3 times last year, providing the dates making it easier to find my address. By the way, I mean they literally violated Reddit policy by making it easy on a thread to find my home address.
Reddit
it could
policy,
even get their
anything
subreddit
but
shut
that.
down. Absolutely insane. What's even crazier is that they try to make it seem like I blame them for the SWAT.
Ain't
I
nothing but a
didn't. This was of
chill
course
detox
horribly
month,
manipulative and something I would normally never do. I have a friend in PR
Watching that
and she
Boogie
recommended
documentary.
giving them misinformation. and
I need
figured
to
nothing
learn
lose at
more
this
about
point, so why
Boogie
not
after
have
that
fun with it?
fucking
But wow, did they
interview
take the bait.
yesterday.
I'm sorry if this disappoints you, but after years of being harassed by these people, I just wanted to take some control back. I just can't believe how awful
you
it
guys
made them
believe
look.
this?
Doxing
To
me and
prove
spending
my
hours going through
lies
police
wrong,
records to
they
discredit me.
looked up
Horrible
proof.
obsession gone awry. I feel really dirty and awful. I don't like lying and I don't like manipulating though, but I figure if they were going to call me
press
that,
X
I may
now.
as well take that and use it against them. Nothing in the world more dangerous than someone who has nothing left to lose though. I recommend watching out. It's textbook misdirection. You see, if you try to do due diligence on the lies he spins, you're actually the weirdo for being obsessed. When this was pointed out as extremely reckless and irresponsible behavior, he DM'd someone on Twitter saying he wasn't afraid of potential jail time for pulling the prank he did. In response to backlash from even his own fans on YouTube, Boogie stated that he was glad he lied about swatting and is willing to keep doing it if it makes his critics look bad. If it hasn't become clear to you already, allow me to spell it out to you. Though he might not have the most malicious of intentions, he is clearly very unstable and unfit to be on the internet, as it seems to exacerbate every problem he has. I know it's technically his job, but if the way that he responds to criticism is by lying to such an extent that it ventures into the realm of criminality that could land him in actual jail, I think it's better for him to miss out on whatever money he could make on AdSense by staying online in order to preserve his liberties. However hard to believe considering how insane things already are, there's even more to this story.
Boogie's
Not
such a
even a
loser.
day
I
after
know
he tried
mostly
to pretend
nothing
that he
about
was
him.
on some
Same
kind
here,
of
that's why I'm
elaborate
watching this.
operation to
Came out
troll
so
the
bad in the pre-
trolls,
and post
Boogie's
fight
Twitter
wings, so I hate
profile
him.
name was changed to period. Meanwhile, his profile and banner pictures were removed. Shortly after the
credit to
bizarre
Boogie for
profile
opening
change,
one of his
Boogie posted
distractions
to
on
his
video.
TikTok
Philip's
say
such a
that his
fucking
Twitter had been
pussy,
hacked
won't
by
ever
that
do
hate
anything.
subreddit.
Sadly,
Now,
we're not gonna
obviously,
get
it's
a
rather suspicious that a hacker would get into Boogie's
and
account,
Tevin
presumably where there's a
tell-all
lot of
interview.
information
It's
stored
never
in Twitter
gonna happen,
DMs, and then
guys.
proceed to do nothing other than delete a few tweets and leave his account alone. Especially given his previous day of lying for hours on end to save face, most people on the sub and even in his general Twitter following were skeptical of the story. One person on Twitter took him to task on it. Why did they leave the channel link, stream promotion, and literally everything else? How isn't your Gmail compromised? Dude, just stop. To which Boogie replied, if I was faking this, I would have absolutely deleted those things. If I was faking, I would have left a breadcrumb trail to Kiwi Farms or elsewhere. But they want to frame me as a liar, and you took the bait. Basically, he immediately gets defensive and tries to act as if it's somehow obvious that the supposed hacking couldn't have been his work. Of course, he doesn't provide any proof that he was hacked. He just goes around Twitter getting into petty slap fights with random strangers about how he's definitely not lying. A day later, Boogie claimed that he got his account back and made a tweet claiming that the hacker used the streaming app Mob Crush to hack into his Twitter account. He also posted the IP address of all the recent logins in order to prove that he had been hacked from the app. Mob Crush then made an official statement on Twitter stating that it was impossible for a hacker to gain access to a user's Twitter account in the manner Boogie was describing, and that the IP Boogie had posted was from their own AWS servers, showing that Boogie had indeed lied about being hacked. In typical Boogie fashion, he claimed that the people on the subreddit were lying, and that he indeed had been hacked, but that he could not actually prove his own statements, and all evidence pointed to him being wrong. Came back to Twitter for one thing. Why would I fake a hack to remove those tweets if I was making a video admitting to the thing I deleted? Still
you
no
have
clue
weird
how I got
mental
hacked.
health
Use
issues,
your brain.
Boogie.
It's pointless to
Ain't that
hide a tweet
fucking
about something that I'm
complicated.
uploading in 24 hours. I mean, he's right. It would be extremely
I love
dumb
this
to
shit.
fake a
It's
hack
funny
to
without
remove those
locales. I would
tweets
never know
about
things.
something
Oh,
that you're
thank you.
posting within a day. If you really want to talk about what's the most probable
not anyone
explanation to
special,
this incident,
guys.
it's much more likely that Boogie fakes the hack in order to have something to make the subreddit that has been outing you as a pathological
I'm glad
lying
you
freak
appreciate
look
being
bad.
here.
There's
Ah,
something
yes, I
called qui
appreciate you
bono,
as well.
which is the principle that in order for a conspiracy to happen, there must also be someone benefiting from it. Look at who may benefit, and you probably have your culprit. The only person that could possibly benefit from this harmless hack was Boogie himself, since it would only make the subreddit look bad. If there was any compromising information about him that got leaked, then that would cast doubt on it being Boogie at all, because why would he leak that, right? But if there's no compromising information, it's just a hack, the only evidence doesn't seem to add up, and the only account of it is coming from Boogie, well, you can probably guess where it came from. To top this all off, he made a video called Boogie 2988 Exposed, where he claims he's working with the FBI to stop the harassment campaign on him. When people started laughing at this attempt at intimidation and mass, he deleted the video, but luckily for us, it has been re-uploaded. These lies being exposed also called upon another situation that, at the time, nobody had thought to question. In June of 2017, Boogie appeared on the H3 podcast. There, he told a story about how someone on the deep web, in his words, put out a Bitcoin offer to have him assassinated.
The address that gets leaked the first time, you eventually get my address right, but the address that gets leaked the first time is my neighbor's address, my friend's address. And so when they put the assassination hit on Tor Network, they sent it to my house. Then the show, like they sent an email to me, hey man, you need to see this.
Have you guys seen what Ethan Klein looks like now?
I'd say that's a likely story.
I saw a tweet.
It was at this point
he's like balding. I thought it was like a Photoshop, but apparently it's real.
Gave him the opportunity to be the victim he desperately desired to be seen as. In the middle of 2020, YouTuber Frank Hassel began interacting with Boogie's account.
I know he was getting fat, but
him for having blocked him and generally being a nuisance towards him. At the time, it seemed like Boogie had no idea who Frank even was.
It is fake.
Eventually, this pressure on Steven mounted to the point where he and Frank went at it on the kill stream, which resulted in an extremely one-sided battering on Boogie's pathological lying. In what looks like a desperate attempt to get Frank to relent from attacking him, Boogie DMs Frank saying that he's welcome to kill him as long as Frank doesn't hurt his family, friends, and dog. Frank's trolling campaign on Boogie only became more extreme as time went on,
Boogie was just being sardonic.
It's black humor. In front of Boogie's house saying, "This is my house now." Boogie calls his bluff, saying that he won't show up because he's a coward, while simultaneously suggesting that he shouldn't show up because he would be shot. Eventually, as most of you probably already know, if you have even a cursory amount of knowledge
I just thought it was funny. I didn't think to do any more research. I don't care about Ethan
took
Klein.
place in real life. Frank showed up to Boogie's doorstep with a GoPro strapped to his forehead, insulting Boogie in whatever ways he could think of, and Boogie came out with a revolver. After a couple of minutes of them going back and forth, Boogie shot a warning shot, and Frank left. Though thankfully both parties came out unharmed, Boogie shot a gun in a school zone, which landed in a county jail, which he was bailed out of at the tune of $5,000. When it comes to assessing what happened here morally, there's a strong case to be made that Boogie was unjustly harassed in the situation. But for most people, the ends justify the means because the entire thing was just too funny to ignore. This whole situation made Boogie back away from social media, but this was only temporary, as in June of 2021, he returned with a video about his arrest. Despite everything that had happened, from being arrested, charged for his reckless shooting of a firearm into the air, and the amount of people making fun of him, Boogie had finally managed to recapture some semblance of relevance. This video has more than 600,000 views, which is the best he had done in a while. And for once, he was a genuine victim. He didn't have to lie. He had something real to complain about. This was a make or break moment for Boogie. He was being talked about by Scarce, Drama Alert, and every internet news outlet under the sun. He could either spin this story into another wave of popularity by making some genuinely great content now that he had all eyes on him, or repeat the mistakes of his past and once again fade into irrelevance. As you can probably guess, we didn't get the good ending. For the past half-decade, Boogie has had a pretty dedicated group of observers going over all of his controversies and compiling information about him. Apart from Sam and Tolkien, which was banned, many of these guys congregate on the typical lolcow sites. After the subreddit that talked about Boogie was shut down, the discussions were relegated either to lolcow itself, which was far from being as easy to access and normie-friendly as Reddit and Kiwi Farms. A lot of people treat the farms like they treat 4chan, as an evil boogeyman that does nothing but harm. PR-wise, Boogie had it easy, as his most fervent opponents started out with the massive disadvantage of being known as the gathering spot for the scum of the earth. Much like 4chan, for every good and informative post that's backed up by evidence and well-done research, there's 3 or more posts spewing absolute nonsense. But if you're in the business of researching eccentric, esoteric, and otherwise extraordinarily screwed people, as I am, you're condemned to sit through it with the patience of a Buddhist monk. As it turns out, the Boogie thread on Kiwi Farms is gigantic, with over 1,200 pages of nothing but people dunking on the guy. Personally, despite all I've covered, I don't hate him as much as I feel pity and annoyance, but that's besides the point. More recently, a development from the site has been the idea that Boogie is currently running sock accounts to get back at his haters. It all started with Boogie Truth, a Twitter account that has collected content that criticizes Boogie for quite some time. As you can see, it's relatively small and doesn't get a ton of engagement, getting 20 likes on a tweet on a good day. Enter this post on Kiwi, where someone is remarking that this account, NightlyGirl4, is responding to the Boogie Truth account saying, well, maybe if it weren't for the hate sites and stalkers, he wouldn't have to worry about staying off social media. We also have a reply to Shoe on Head saying, that. Now, if we go to Twitter to take a look at this account, we can see that the only thing they do for the most part is interact with Boogie. They retweet all of his stuff, they compliment him, they insult anyone who is critical of him, and they have a particular hatred for Frank Castle, who at this point was seen as Boogie's arch nemesis. They tweeted H3 trying to get Ethan's attention and talk about Boogie, and they weirdly insult Boogie's dad and call him a rapist. This is quite unusual, since people were already heavily doubtful of Boogie's stories about his CSA, to the point where the thought of anyone calling him a rapist based on the things Boogie has said was far-fetched. When taking a look at the bio for this account, we see she describes herself as a cute goth girl just living her life. Now, if we look at Google Images and simply type in cute goth girl, this is one of the first results, so this obviously isn't her. Whoever made this account just ripped it and used it as a profile picture, but that's not abnormal, right? A lot of people use pics that don't belong to them or pics of other people as their profile images. But let's be honest here for a second. What person self-identifying as a cute goth girl would be a fan of Boogie 2988 of all people? And not just a fan, mind you, an obsessive fan who does nothing but talk to and about Boogie all day. Sure, anyone can make a Twitter account and claim to be whoever, so it might be some anon that's a Boogie fan pretending to be a cute goth girl. However, who has the motivation to be a steadfast defender of Boogie in modern day besides Boogie himself? This incongruence was accentuated when another similar account began popping up, this one called a Busty Girl 69. This account was suspended, but from a screenshot we can see that it was made the same month as the other account, with the same super basic bio scheme, as well as a picture of some random chick from Google Images with a flag for a banner. One noteworthy interaction from this person was that when someone messaged them, being admittedly pretty mean, they took it very personally, sending back an image of Goatsy accompanied by the following message: "Fuck you, piece of shit, scrotal-faced hate stalker. Fuck you, Kiwi Farms. Fuck Frank. You guys cause me more stress and I hope you die. Get blocked." This sounds quite like a certain YouTuber we've come to know and despise. It almost reads like breaking character, clear as day. Not only because the reaction was so angry, but also because Frank and Kiwi Farms are explicitly singled out, which just reeks of Boogie being extremely salty about having his good guy persona picked apart so brutally by them. Another account, this one called Nocturnal Walrus, was created a month apart from the other two, also following the same format, with a typical praise for Boogie and fixation on his haters. Someone did the diligence of comparing the times of interaction on the Nocturnal Walrus account, and we see that on April 29th, Boogie's first tweet of the day was at 4:24 p.m. Coincidentally, the first tweet of the day on the Nocturnal Walrus account was just a few minutes later. Boogie also went out of his way to respond to them specifically. Now, it's worth noting that the account posting this then goes on to call Boogie a morbidly obese pedo, only half of which is true, but the screenshots are certainly compelling. This is followed up with a more compelling post comparing the dates, and we see that this is a trend for this account. They always respond to Boogie, they only respond to Boogie, and the times always line up. The more people looked into these patterns, the more similar accounts turned up. Eventually, word of this made its way around Twitter until it found its way back to Boogie, who decided to respond with his usual spiel, claiming that people will believe anything anyone says about him and claiming it's ridiculous to think he would ever pull such a thing, when he obviously would pull such a thing given his track record. People out here believe that anyone who says something positive about me is just me on another account. Prove them wrong and say something nice. This is yet another example of Boogie's not so competent attempts at doublespeak. Here, while he does imply that the account is not his, he doesn't actually claim it. Instead, he suggests that people begin saying positive things about him to prove that he isn't the only person who could say good things about himself. Clearly, he's begging for some kind of validation from fans who now are more scattered than ever since the guy they were a fan of was self-destructing in front of his own audience. Some people bought this defense from him, but I have to say that if you did, then you either don't know much about Boogie or you're desperate to believe in this nice guy narrative. All in all, for whatever qualities he may have, Boogie is severely terminally online and has been for way too long, which is bad enough if you have no mental issues. He's been known to lie very flagrantly for weeks on end to make himself look like a victim in situations, and I honestly believe that he's the one running these stock accounts. It's either that or someone is trying to frame him by making the accounts, but at this rate, we have a boy who cried wolf situation where even if Boogie isn't the one pulling the strings this time, his rep is so bad that it will never be figured out. Even if he has lied in the past, I don't think he would accept defeat this quickly. It doesn't really make sense to me. Furthermore, Boogie specifically sought out the replies of this account to respond to this person, accusing the account of being an alt rather than address it publicly. You would think that with all the hate he gets, he would be able to just ignore it, but he has consistently shown himself completely unable to let go. Time and time again, he compulsively has to go through the replies, expose himself to all the vitriol, and engage with it. I mean, even if there was a troll doing this, they would have to be the least intelligent troll ever. What is the point in pretending that Boogie runs alts to respond to people? What actual damage would that even do when you compare it to the massive list of other lies he's told? This pales in comparison to the swatting. But the overarching truth of the matter is, it actually doesn't matter at all.
Okay, look at it this way. Big ups Grizzly. Imagine if Boogie was right and there really was a troll. making fake sock accounts and acting like Boogie, so people would think that the sock accounts were Boogie, but in reality, it really was another troll, and Boogie would be desperately trying to defend himself, saying, oh, no, it's not me. It's really not me, you guys, it's not me. And people would be gaslighting him. It is you, Boogie. It is you. You are the one behind Boogie Truth. You are the one behind Boogie Truth. You're shitting on yourself, Boogie.
To anyone whether the alts are his or not. Well, to anyone except Steven. He needs everybody to know that in his free time. He's definitely not making fake accounts to pretend that he has dedicated fans, who all happen to be super hot cutie 3.14s, by the way. One of the most revisited parts of Boogie's backstory is the fact that poverty is something to lose in his background. From growing up dirt poor to living in his brother's apartment in his early adulthood to being on disability for a total of 3 years from age 34 to 37, Boogie has always had issues with money. After he began making some off of YouTube, this issue was soothed to a great extent, but as it turns out, the problem isn't just with money itself, but with the mentality he has when it comes to finance. In 2017, about a decade into his YouTube career, Boogie took an interest in cryptocurrency. That January, Bitcoin's value broke the $1,000 barrier. It then doubled, tripled, and by the end of the year, skyrocketed to over 19 grand. This immense growth led many people to become millionaires overnight. That included some YouTubers, of whom Boogie became quite envious of. He tweeted out, "Remember when Bitcoin was 800 bucks? I had 10K in savings at that time and didn't invest because I didn't believe it would increase in value. That would have sold for over $200,000 today. I hate myself." He then lamented that he'll never be a millionaire now, which is probably only true if he's talking about liquidity, because if we're to consider his house part of his net worth, he's most definitely a millionaire already. Many were quick to point out that his hesitancy to invest was a good thing, as you shouldn't invest more than you're willing to lose. To Boogie, however, all he saw was that other people got something that he didn't, and he was unwilling to hear a second opinion. Though no one can know for sure, it's perhaps that goal that led him to treat his investments as tools for gambling. After seeing how much he could have made on Bitcoin, Boogie bought a small amount of Ethereum at a friend's recommendation. They told him it was projected to grow 10 times in value. It was priced at $120 at the time, which places his purchase in May of 2017. Ethereum grew throughout the year, reaching over 1,000 by January 2018. This meant Boogie made 8 times his initial investment, a massive relief during an otherwise stressful point in time. You see, just weeks prior was when his then wife filed for divorce. Though Boogie got to keep the house and car, she was given half their savings. While this still left him with more money than what a lot of people see in their lifetime, it pushed him into a midlife crisis. He claimed that during their marriage, he spent next to nothing, which again, I'd simply venture to say is some major cap. Because of this, he attempted to recapture his youth by indulging in toys. He then refurnished the house, spending thousands on new furniture. And as previously mentioned, Boogie created an account on the Sugar Baby website to find some poor girl who spent extravagant amounts of cash on. There he listed his net worth at $500,000 and an annual income of $150,000. He later claims that this helped him cope and dull the feelings of loneliness. Unfortunately, this prosperity came to an end when crypto began to plummet. Bitcoin dipped as low as $3,000, with other currencies faring far worse. Ethereum's fall was one of the most drastic, losing 94% of its value over the year. Once again, Boogie kicked himself for not trusting his gut. I thought about selling off my initial investment in crypto when Ethereum was worth $1,500. Now it's worth $500 and falling. Easy come, easy go, I guess. I've lost so much in Ethereum this month that if I lost every dime of this, I wouldn't even notice. It's important to remember that back then, crypto was just something he toyed around with, as Boogie had far more lucrative revenue streams. In 2013, he claimed he was making $25,000 a year on YouTube alone. This amount obviously went up as he became more popular, but it was eventually threatened during the adpocalypse of the late 2010s, in which advertisers became more strict in what they were willing to support. His main channel was caught in the crossfire, being blacklisted for many ads. Thanks to his positive reputation, however, he wasn't affected as heavily as others. He was able to recoup a significant amount through merch sales and sponsorships, which by 2019 he claimed made up 90% of his income. He made so much, in fact, that it was during this time that the Tesla debacle happened, with him claiming he put a down payment on one. Had he maintained this, Boogie would likely still be fine today in spite of his woes. But in the background, a controversy began to erupt. As previously mentioned, after his divorce, glimpses of his manipulative and malicious behavior began to become more and more apparent. This left many fans disillusioned with Boogie and his content, especially after Lucy Fox's video on him. So they began digging, uncovering a long history of bizarre statements and inconsistencies. By the time Sam and Tolkien got to him, there was a decent case to be made that he was a pathological liar, among a host of other terrible traits. This erupted in February 2019 when the mega thread was made. This was then adapted into a YouTube video by Christopher Tom, which has nearly 4 million views. The deconstruction of his persona and subsequent backlash kneecapped his career. Consequently, there was an immense pressure on sponsors to distance themselves from him. By mid-2020, Boogie claims that his 4 million sub channel is generating little to no income.
No, that's
I'm
like the
making a few
line there.
bucks.
I don't
It's
think
not
I'm
enough
gonna
to call it a
cross that
living.
line
My
ever.
Patreon only brings in $130 a month
Yeah, this is the
because
guy
I
he
never
interviewed. This
promote
was
it.
the
I make
video
maybe
that
a few hundred a month from
they were
donations
referencing
as I never
yesterday
stream.
that
AdSense
Boogie
is
literally
mostly
did not
non-existent
watch.
now. Sponsors are rare. Thankfully, there was one last refuge for Boogie, the Ethereum from all those years back that he never sold. For years, he continued to hold out hope that one day it'd go straight to the moon. Because he publicly mourned his losses a year prior, to say people were skeptical is an understatement. They restlessly waited for the day that he lost it all, and in every other aspect of his life, that year was soul-crushing. In addition to losing his main source of income, he got into his very public feud with Frank Hassel, which ended in Boogie firing a quote-unquote warning shot that resulted in his arrest. Now, in addition to his already fleeting income, he had to hire an attorney, being forced to spend over $30,000 on trying to keep himself out of jail. But perhaps, as a rare moment of divine intervention, Boogie hit the crypto jackpot. In March of 2020, Ethereum was priced at approximately $130. It appreciated slowly until October when the value increased rapidly. By January, it was worth over $1,200, and 3 months later, that doubled. This growth continued until November, with the currency peaking at nearly $4,500. Boogie was undoubtedly rolling it at this point, but like in many other instances, this second chance quickly began being abused. Boogie started bragging shortly after the first 1,000. He wasted no time rubbing it in the faces of the Redditors, saying, "Whenever the market does well, I think back to an old Reddit post earlier this year during the crash that said, 'Thank God Boogie's losing all his money.' How spiteful this person must have been that he hoped millions of people would go broke so I could lose my meager savings." He then announced he'd be quitting YouTube as he no longer needed a job. This is because he invested far more in crypto than he let on. In the summer of 2019, Boogie was very openly suicidal. He even threatened to take his own life at VidCon, forcing several YouTubers to intervene. It was this unwillingness to live that led him to contemplate. He claims that if he was going to die anyway, he may as well gamble away his savings. So, at the supervision of Jesse from McJuggernuggets, he put all of his life savings into crypto. This would all be revealed in a video he uploaded on January 18th titled, "I'm Finally Rich, How Crypto Made Me Rich." While Boogie doesn't state exactly how much he made, he stipulates that it wasn't even close to $1 million. But as
this video, this son of a bitch deleted this. However, I reacted to it live on the Dingus stream last year while playing GTA. But sadly, that VOD does not survive. Imagine if I actually archived my shit. This video would persist. Oh well. Someone probably archived it.
Ethereum continued to rise, that attitude changed. Just over a week later, he would tweet out, "So remember I made that video saying I was rich, meaning I'm stable and well off? If crypto keeps doing this, I'll actually be a millionaire for the first time in my life. I did the calculations, and if I was able to cash out right around 1 million, I could retire. Never worry about money again. Travel the world, get surgery to remove this skin, take care of my friends, also hookers and cocaine, I guess." In true Boogie fashion, he continued bragging while feigning humility. In one tweet, he claimed to feel guilty for making so much money because he couldn't share it, but it's obvious he just wanted to flaunt his newfound wealth as he fixated on the mythical 7 figures. He would tweet over and over again about how he hoped to become a millionaire. Thank God I invested and got lucky. Not a millionaire yet. Maybe one day, after my crypto passes 1 million, I'll get the Model X and make it a Back to the Future car. When my crypto investments finally make me a millionaire, I'm going to have hot nurses give me my Mountain Dew intravenously. This is no coincidence. Even before investing, it's an aspiration he'd tweet about often. In October 2016, shortly before his ads were undercut, he wanted to earn $1 million within 3 years. Weeks later, that goal changed to 1 year. Of course, once he lost both his ads and sponsors, this became infeasible. That is, until crypto offered him one final chance, and by late February, Boogie tripled his life savings. This was well more than enough for him to live comfortably, and given he admitted it was the gamble of a suicidal man, one would expect him to withdraw. But oddly, he seemed convinced it was safer in Ethereum. He spoke of it as if it were a bank, noting that his money was better there and out of their reach. Instead of pulling it out, he attempted to diversify by taking more and more risks on random shitcoins coins with basically no backing. Though it's uncertain how many he bought, some can be ascertained through Twitter. Not only was Boogie being greedy, he was also exhibiting signs of pride
That's
as
true.
he began
Yes,
investing
that's
as if
true.
he actually had a good
You can
understanding
watch
of
all
what
the
made certain
amazing
cryptos
Dingus
valuable and
VODs
others
on the
not,
Dingus
instead of
YouTube
investing
channel.
with the understanding
Pretty cool,
that he had gotten lucky. For example, Boogie bought a few $100s worth of Luna. This would end up being a 99.9% loss, dropping to just 2 cents. Even when he did make money, the
Yeah,
gains
the
were then
Luna
funneled into
shitcoin.
losses.
Josh
He
went
put
over that
$3,000
debacle.
into Dogecoin of all things, only to profit $2,000. However, the money was then put into GME during the GameStop short squeeze. Despite claiming multiple times he would walk away from crypto for security, he never did. Instead, he wasted away hundreds of thousands of dollars in a desperate attempt to earn more. By the end of the year, he became much quieter about his investments, and it would take until 2022 for him to admit why. On February 23rd, he admitted to making so many bad trades he was back to a break-even investment point. Within 12 months, he managed to lose $500,000. This itself would be bad enough, but just a few months later, even that would be lost. That same June, the crypto market experienced a massive downturn. This resulted in it shedding nearly 60% of its total market cap, a loss of over $2 trillion. This universal decline caused Boogie to incur a loss of over 6 figures.
Dancing on that
How's the crypto crash
raid.
hitting you? Not great. I will take your subscriptions today. I would definitely take your donations and subscriptions today. Crypto market crash is not fun. I am sweating it. I'm sweating bullets, boys. You remember this time a year ago I made a video saying I'll never have to work again and I'm fine and everything else? Should have pulled out of the market then. I did not. I mean, I think it's going to go back up at one point, but
that sounds like
for it is right
we're
now.
coping.
Scary times, boys.
Ethereum alone decreased to a third of its price,
Right
dropping
into
from
his veins, the
$3,000 to
copium.
just $1,000 in a few
It
months.
wasn't much,
Boogie remained hopeful, desperate to retain that illusion that he was still wealthy. But as what remained of his savings began to dry up, he was forced to accept the truth. Up until this point, no one knew how truly bad things had gotten. But then on October 5th,
this video,
Boogie
I saw
uploaded a
this
video
video
simply
too.
titled, "I Need Your Help."
Yeah, I need your help. I clicked on it because it was titled "I need your help," and we all know what that
I'm not
phrase
making any
means.
excuses here.
I need your help.
You know I spent a
So I got
tremendous
2
amount
big
of money
bills
on
coming
dumb
up.
things. But the biggest issue is that I had a nice big nest egg. I took some financial advice from a friend, and I'm not pointing fingers necessarily. I took the advice, but I put my money in the crypto market in the wrong section, and I pretty much lost most of everything.
After publicly gloating that YouTube was no longer his job, Boogie begrudgingly returned. He briefly explains what happened, blaming advice he took from a friend. The rest is exactly what you would expect. He desperately begs his audience
Good
for
evening,
money
everyone.
while
Phil
promising
here,
new Francis
and welcome to the
videos.
Daily
He calls
Wrap
upon them to buy his
October 2nd,
merchandise, use his
2022.
referral links, and send
And
super chats.
I
Of
need your
course,
help.
this was rather unconvincing, and the video was received extremely poorly, receiving an overwhelming 18,000 dislikes compared to 10,000 likes. The comments were filled
Probably
with
should
people
not have
mocking him
bragged
and
about
telling
your
him to get
crypto
a job.
investments.
In response, he reminded them that he was disabled
it's
and
a
a
bed
felon.
you
For unrelated
made,
reasons, here's a clip
idiot.
from March of this year before the crash.
When people tell me to go get a real job, it makes me laugh because I'm not going to go.
Great. Tell us
work
how you
harder
don't make
to
as
make
much
less
money out of
That might
retail
be your
compared
choice.
to crying
It's
on the
definitely
internet.
going to be mine.
Though Boogie doesn't name whose advice he took, he would provide more clues on Twitter. In March, Boogie tweeted about STORJ. He stated that experts consider the coin undervalued and worth looking into. The price plummeted, causing many to criticize him for giving bad financial advice. In response, he claimed to have not lost much and that anyone who thought otherwise was a moron. Well, after uploading the video, he wrote a
kids,
thread
you'll never
admitting that he
invest
did,
anything
in
you,
fact, lose a
you're
lot on
like
it.
not to lose,
100%
like this idiot
this. I
Boogie.
took bad
Exactly.
financial advice from a friend
I've
who
never
promised he
done
would bail
crypto.
me out if things went
Seems
bad.
kinda-
Things went bad and he did not. Really stupid of me.
Don't-
Please tell
don't
us the
invest
shitcoin.
something that would
You're gonna
fuck you
laugh.
over if you lost it.
Storage. This alludes to the same offer explicitly referenced to be from McJuggernuggets. Interestingly, Boogie claims to have severed the friendship in a reply. In a different thread, he states that he hasn't spoken to Jesse in 8 months. It seems like after realizing how much he'd lost, Boogie attempted to take him up on the deal. It wasn't honored and the two had a falling out. The same day this video came out, Jesse was called out by an ex-friend for allegedly misgendering her on purpose. This led to a massive back and forth as Boogie stepped to her defense. He would even film a statement for the Keemstar show, where a 3-hour breakdown of the drama was conducted.
I just wanted to film a little video here in support of Emily because I feel like it's really important that her message is heard here.
Jesse responded by accusing him of ulterior motives, claiming he weaponized the issue for his personal problems.
Behind the camera with the fake tears and Boogie, and everyone's trying to put their
I hope Tom
bitter
goes over the
resentment,
kill
their
stream
personal
episode where
problems
Boogie
towards
came
me
on and
weaponize
admitted he
them with
was
this
a
whole
furry.
transgender shit.
Jesse, you're trying to manipulate everybody, because that's all you
Oh yeah,
fucking
and he
do.
talked
He
about 6
elaborated in a
million.
Twitter video the
Now, that's
next
an interesting
day,
number,
though
isn't it?
surprisingly revealed an entirely different reason. In Jesse's words, they fell
That
out because
episode's
one
still
of Boogie's
probably
friends
locked away
brought
in the
2
Ralph and Mail
prostitutes to his
vaults.
Halloween party without permission.
That was way before the
Apparently,
crypto
they
shit, though, so I
drunkenly
guess he's
started
just gonna
fingering
gloss
each
over
other
it.
to the point of staining his carpet with blood. Jesse's father kicked them out, only for the friend to drunkenly put him through a table. Boogie was allegedly filming all of this, which led Jesse's dad to lecture him on being disrespectful. They got into an argument, resulting in Boogie and his friend being kicked out and forced to stay at a hotel. Boogie refuted this by posting a video of these ladies of the night making out, but it's since been deleted. It did show he wasn't filming any specific clip, but other than that, the circumstances remain unclear. It seems strange that if Jesse was responsible for the advice, it wouldn't come up. Boogie is dead set on blaming that friend for his current situation, stating, "I wasn't living beyond my means, I just rested it all on the advice of a friend and it didn't pan out. What can I say? I'm an idiot." Boogie would manage to collect nearly 1,000 in donations. Not a lot, but more than you'd expect. He also made hundreds by signing and selling Magic the Gathering cards. On YouTube, it appears he's begun to embrace whatever tactics are necessary to get clicks. He released a follow-up video thanking supporters while reading nice and mean comments. The thumbnail, meanwhile, contains an edited photo of his face to make him appear whiter. This is an explicit attempt to monetize hate clicks, showing just how far he's fallen from being the most wholesome man on the internet. Besides the usual vlogging and the desperate attempts at more Francis videos, he returned to form, making videos about his weight and potentially losing it. He even recruited yet another fitness YouTuber to help him out with his umpteenth weight loss journey. I don't want to become cynical about this because, on some level, I think that most people hope he'll become healthy and live the rest of his life in peace. But considering that Boogie seems less interested in peace and more in attention and money, I fear that this guy is just wasting his time. On November 15th, 2022, Boogie uploaded a video titled, "I have a rare form of cancer." Unfortunately, it seems like he's not lying at all, especially considering that's what his father passed away from. Though we usually look at online influencers and content creators as sources of entertainment and nothing else, it really does seem like Boogie is staring straight at the potential end of his life in a not too distant future, and we get to see just what he does with his last days. By March 1st, he posted a video where he talks about going a month off of his antidepressants, meaning that he is quite literally not taking his meds. And though I can't really say what the effects of doing this were, this kind of screwing around with the medicine you've been prescribed is seriously advised against. It's also worth noting that in this video you can see him drinking Mountain Dew. He's also posted several videos talking about his experiences with psychedelics since then, saying he's reached multiple revelations about himself as a person and who he is. Whether these various epiphanies will mean anything to his future, I can't say. As much as he's gone through and as intelligent and conscious of his own actions as he may seem, it does look like he's stuck in a cycle of doing bad things, doubling down, pushing everybody away from him, then feeling sorry for himself, rinse and repeat. Despite all of the videos he makes acknowledging how unwell of a person he truly is, none of it is to any avail, as it's just a matter of time until he's back doing his usual shtick. It doesn't feel at all like he's trying to change. More so, it seems like he's trying to cash into the credit his audience has extended to him and milk it for everything that it's worth. Even if you can still muster sympathy for him, there's always the fear in the background that as soon as he's given any leeway again, he'll go back to being his normal self. Hopefully I'm wrong. I've been Turkey Tom, thanks for watching, and until next time, leave me alone.
That was a pretty abrupt ending. Well, there you go. That's the Boogie interview. I mean, no, not the Boogie drama documentary that led to the Boogie interview that we saw on the pop stream yesterday. Oh, there you go. You should have covered the Ralph stuff, honestly. Very, very robust video. This Boogie guy sounds like a jerk. Who the fuck would watch him, right? Let's see. Let's see here. We need to cool down. We need to cool down from the Boogie drama. How about... Yeah, let's watch some scams. So speaking of scams, right? Right. Scammer loses everything to the wrong ATM machine.
If you were to answer one of those scam calls you get, or maybe respond to one of the emails, they're inevitably going to ask you for money.
Do not redeem.
But how do
Do
you
not
give them the
redeem.
money? It used to be gift
Why
cards
did you redeem?
or wire transfers, and lately they want you to go to Bitcoin ATMs. The machines look a little bit like this, and they have a lot of steps involved, so the scammers will be on the phone with you the entire time, instructing you step by step by step, and you can imagine there's a lot of possibility for mistakes. In this video, I convinced a scammer that I was an elderly person falling for their scam, but I didn't put the money in the right ATM machine, and he's not happy about that.
I've been on
It
the
cannot
phone
be
with you.
resolved. You don't have the cash on you, Jeb. Oh, mother.
I think it was about 5 years ago when I realized that if you Googled my name, not Kitboga, you could find my entire life story. Like everything was just out there.
Oh yeah,
publicly.
yeah. My bad. You
My children's names. The
Don't worry,
day my
we'll
wife
get
and I
to it.
got married. The first hand-me-down car that I got. It was just.
Sorry
it was
for
just
felting
there.
you.
I didn't
mean
really
it.
like that. To the
But you already
point
knew
where
that.
I remember telling my wife that we probably should move and change our names and figure out if you can just electively sign up for Witness Protection Program or something like that. Turns out it's not very easy.
Can you do a UNFW
And that's
shout out? Yeah,
partially
you can.
because every single thing
wait,
that you
no, I
sign
think
up
only
for
I can
these
do
days
shout-outs.
is asking you for a name, an email address, and a phone number. And most people use the same name,
I guess I
email
should
address, and
just
phone number
wait
for
in.
everything. Like
Oh shit, big ups Mr. Milkshake. Flexing that Splendor nobility in 2 months.
If we wait like 5 seconds, there probably
No
was
message,
a
but I'm
data
sure
breach.
he's gonna
Don't
post one in
quote
a
me on
second.
that. I don't
Hey,
know.
appreciate it, Mr. Milkshakes.
I looked it up. It is insane. Please be careful about
Thanks for
what you
enjoying the
share
content. It's
online.
gonna help
One
me
of the
a
most
lot, sir.
reliable ways
A big
I've
ups.
been able to maintain
Pray your
some
hands,
privacy
Mr.
and
Milkshake.
security
What is that
is by separating
frickin'
different parts of my life.
Brian too for
I
earlier.
use an app called MySudo. They are sponsoring the video today. I highly recommend you check them out. I have
What if
9
I don't
different
post one, dude? I'm
identities
just gonna
or
assume then
pseudos
you got some
hooked
good
up to
vibes
my
going
cell
on,
phone
no matter
right now,
what.
Meaning that I have 9 different names, cell phone numbers, email addresses, and virtual credit cards that are completely separate from one another. You might not be able to erase everything that you've put on the internet, but you can control what you share now. If you want to see what it's like to have your own pseudo with a phone number and email address, you can try it free for 30 days, and I think you'll start to see all of the different opportunities you would have to give an alias.
Oh wait, I think this is like a deep lore cutscene. Hold on.
Evolve independently of each other. They each gave birth to new life.
Wasn't as peaceful as it sounds, though. You had your share of tyrannical empires, scrabbling over limited
I
resources.
recognize the Xenoblade
But
2
despite
stuff.
all that,
Hey, it's that
thanks
guy.
to generations of people fighting for the future, the worlds did eventually know harmony.
Sadly, it didn't last. The two worlds torn asunder longed to be as they once were. But they were composed of opposing types of matter. Recombined, they would dissolve into light and cease to be. The annihilation events you see across Ionios are miniature portents of this.
So we put our heads together and built something that would let us escape destruction. We called it Origin. A repository
Really?
of
'Cause it
data
looks more
about
like a Death
everything,
Star.
memories and souls. Even if the worlds were annihilated, this system would let us revive them. And that thing in the sky is it.
At the heart of its workings is the Trinity processor core called Ontos. In other words, Alpha.
But Alpha deemed our existence obsolete and wanted to
Nintendo of
erase
Europe
us.
does the dub for Xenoblade.
We all fought.
It's kind of a
Even
tradition now.
Mobius.
Since
And it was a
Nintendo
draw.
of Europe's the one who brought
No,
over
I
Xenoblade
guess
1
we
over here.
lost.
So they pretty much did all the
All we
legwork for
did
the translation.
was delay the inevitable a smidge. We couldn't cut it.
Now Alpha's gathering power again and getting ready to depart. In the heart of Origin called the Ark. Alongside new life, the lives of city people gathered there, which he plans to take to a new world.
Is that all of it then? We done? No more little secrets?
It's the unvarnished truth.
But why would he choose her in particular? There were so many in the city to choose from.
She's got Agnian ancestry. In terms of hereditary traits, core crystals get dominance. My guess? Maybe it's because he's got injured when we fought. Maybe she's got whatever he's lacking.
There's more to it. Her emotions also factor into it. Or that may in fact be the most crucial element of all.
Yeah, she was all depressed, right? And the crystal was speaking out to her.
What's so great about this world? Really? All the thieving for one's own gain, the greed.
Is massively strong.
Life has less value in this world than a piece of dirt. This is your world of peace.
That wasn't my sister back there. Niall is the kindest person I know. She looked after the city's children, and they loved her.
But that's
yeah, but
just
that
it.
kid bit the dust, didn't she?
When a person loses that, what do?
Yeah.
They change.
Press up.
What she said last night, that's the way she truly felt. And to Alpha, those emotions are the perfect fodder. Right now, she's a great deal more indispensable to him than me.
I'll find him. But I'm doing it for her. For Niall. All this saving the world stuff. That's something for you guys to sort out. I'll buckle up. No problem.
Good to hear. Then our goals align. In case you didn't notice. We want the best for you too.
That's why they lied to him. They lied to protect their family. Alright, now I'm just gonna casually shut away.
Knowing N is your family.
What does the N stand for?
Still up to it?
Family. He killed Grandad.
That doesn't change an objective fact, sir.
I see.
Read.
Then I won't stop you. Though...
Huh?
Listen to me.
How heavy is
If
that
you
crystal
decide to hear
that she
his side
just
of
got
the
as an
story,
earring?
be sure to heed
That looks
his words.
uncomfortable.
Once you do, you can judge for yourself. I'll respect your choice. Apologies. Were you waiting long?
No, we were just about to start. Right, about our next course of action. What's there to discuss? We break into that origin place, beat Alpha to a pulp, and get Niall the hell out of there. End of.
Sounds pretty clear-cut to
Thought
me.
you might say that. It's pretty much what we had in mind too.
If we want to make our way to Origin, then our first port of call will have to be Prison Island.
Prison Island? Where's that?
Prison Island lies at the northernmost
on
tip of the
Alcatraz.
St. Omnia region, where we are now.
From there, there is a way into Origin.
However, there's a problem. Of course there is.
The entrance to Prison Island is located on the side of a tower, and at considerable elevation. The survey team has looked into it, and concluded that it would be impossible to access from ground
Did you
level.
actually go into Origin again in this DLC? Because you kind of explore all of it in the main game.
The city's
They
armories
really just
are
have
all
you
under
redo a
repair,
whole dungeon
which
again?
takes the air route off the table.
So we're shit out of luck. Isn't there some other way? Relax. There's a way, all right. We can tweak the ether slide apparatus for direct vertical
Does
ascent.
the glass lady sound like
Should give us
Senna? A little
access
bit.
to the island's face.
At that point, we should probably call it an ether lift, really. I'll take you through the steps necessary for the refurbishment later at the workshop.
Yeah, they say shit.
Okay, gotcha. So to start with,
I
we need to get
lose
this
my shit
ether
every
lift
time this
thing ready
game
for
actually
action.
says a real curse word. Because usually they'll say like fucking spark and all that.
Well, no time like the present.
I agree.
Matthew?
Huh? What's up, Nicole?
Oh, it's,
There's something we wanted to talk to you all about.
That's sudden. You sure it can't wait?
Gotta go into a cave full of enemies to get parts? Oh my lord.
It's of the utmost importance.
Right you are then. But this place makes me anxious. Should we take this somewhere else?
Okay. Then how about our tents?
Great.
Whoa, the Ouroboros power. Yeah, how many quests am I gonna get? Alright, Ether Lift research.
So, there's the Etherlift business, and Nicole and Glim's urgent matter. Gonna have to tackle things one at a time.
Sounds good. Alright, time to wander around aimlessly until I feel like proceeding the quest.
Or new identity, or new
Eagle sounds like a
pseudo,
British ice sword.
to all the different
The
things that you're
voice kind
signing
of
up
took
for.
me out of it because
Yeah,
he's
I
like
just
a
called
little
in, I'm
kid.
trying to
You would
report
assume he'd have like a more
an
boyish voice,
unauthorized
but I
transfer.
guess
As I can see over here, you have
I guess
you
I got
have
more
to account with the Bank
adjusted
of
to it.
America, and there's a person named Jessica Brown.
Definitely not the voice I
using
was
your
expecting.
account.
I do not. I don't have any
Remember how I
idea.
told you to upgrade
Okay,
Nickel
well,
and Glimmer?
sir,
Because
so
this
I'm
next
going
quest
to
you really need
transfer
them
your call
upgraded?
to my
As in their weapons or
government
their
department, and they will
affinity
escalate
things?
your file. Okay,
What I'm
why?
in for movie
I-
to
I-
stay
I-
on Miles
I-
Morales
I
Spider-Man
have
movie?
to mail your file.
Hi, am I speaking with Jeb?
Yeah, if only I still watched movies, right?
Yeah, this is Deb.
Yes, I've been actually updated about fraud protection case.
Well, I have
basically
their
by the
weapons
Fraud
as
Protection Bank of
strong as I
America
can get
regarding
them.
a case which has been registered for money laundering and
The next
tax and
upgrade
fraud.
requires materials that I don't have
Now,
access to
there are
yet.
multiple accounts which has actually been connected to your social security number, and these accounts, some of these accounts are used for overseas transactions to countries like Mexico, Colombia, Cambodia. Did you share your social security details or any of your personal information with anyone over the phone, computer, at work, with family?
Yeah, I share quite a bit with my family, but I don't think we
My name
bought
is Ralph,
anything
Ethan Ralph,
overseas.
owner and editor of the Gunt Report.
We're trying to buy America, made in America.
Okay. Well, now, did you share your social? Do you remember sharing your social security details with anyone?
I got married.
Oh shit, dude, that guy just
2 years back.
Where did he go?
To my
That
second
guy was
wife,
right there.
God bless her.
He
It's
reappeared.
been great.
And
We
now I
did
can't
meet
talk to him.
online on the .com. I do remember exactly what you're talking about. There was a point where we made things official and we shared all our details, our social security numbers and all that. But she ain't sus. No, she's good people.
Right, okay. And you're still married to her, right, Jeb?
Yes, sir. My first wife. I kid you not. I would not be surprised if she was the devil incarnate. Come down, or wait, I guess come up just to torment the ever living daylights out of me, man. I don't know.
As this could be a case of identity theft. Well, I would be honest to you here, Jeb, okay? We run a check on your past. While going through this information and these investigations.
Coincidentally,
what's
the last name? Cause my ex-wife, her middle name was Jessica.
Do you think there could be your ex-wife which could be involved in it?
I wouldn't put it past her.
There are two options available. First one.
RTU made a video on the Zelda TikTok and Twitter vid that went viral. We can watch DNFW stuff and then we can watch that video.
That's first option, and this would be actually a longer procedure because that might take around 6 months to 2 years to get this investigation done. The second one is an ADR. You know what an ADR is?
Yeah, it's a
Probably
rifle.
a coin flip as to whether he brings it up or not.
It's actually a technical term called
What's the difference between this one and the gym crap that I can do at the any of the
Before we go ahead
campsites?
and suspend your social security number, Jeb, we will give you a chance to make sure all your accounts, the one which genuinely belongs to you, would be
RTU is still
safeguarded,
mauling
will
about
be
DKO
secured into a digital safeguard
This is a
wallet.
drama of the now. I wouldn't even call it now. A drama of the couple of months ago that doesn't involve DSP.
government's doing. Thanks,
Yes, your social security number, the current one would be suspended, and we will reinstate
What is going
a new
viral isn't
social
even the worst
security
moment
number
is
for you.
playthrough. It
I
really
will use
isn't.
your
Like, it's
complete
kind of like a...
corporation so that we will be able to
I
present
guess if you
as
weren't
a
paying
victim of
attention, that could just
identity
happen
theft,
to
presenting all
the average player.
Okay.
It's more his reaction to it, though, and how he immediately just devolves into unhinged, deranged ranting and raving. But there are much worse moments in that playthrough.
I don't mind. I just always imagine myself being a little bit more.
I guess it's funny that such an
regal.
innocuous moment in the grand scheme of the playthrough is what goes viral. Like, imagine if any of the worst moments went viral.
Identity and you want to be a hero in this situation.
Big ups to...
Yeah, well, I mean, if it's going to get in the
Twitter doing their
newspaper
thing,
and
as they say.
everyone's going to find out about it, I'd rather look good
gooseberries.
than look like I mean, I'm just asking the question. If it's not possible, then no.
Sir, this moment, I think the only thing we should be concerned about is to make sure that you should be out of this situation, or you should be out of this case legally. To go ahead and get to the bank so that you can withdraw the funds.
Yeah, showcase all of his attempts at shrine puzzles. Those are good. George Slips good on TikTok or Twitter. The comments are so great. Someone made a point, I think it was Poder in the server.
Okay, here, give me a
People
second.
should put Dave's shit on TikTok because it's kind of an untapped audience. Most of the reactions to that viral Twitter clip, they're kind of, they come across as Zoomers who know absolutely nothing about DSP. Like people under 20 or like above, like people in high school and shit. That
I keep getting a call from the
they could get a kick out of fucking with Dave.
It's
I
real
feel.
strange.
Well, that is basically because we have.
We gotta indoctrinate the today's generation of the now.
From the local sheriff's department. I feel like I'm gonna have to answer at some point.
No, ignore it. Just ignore it.
Ah, yes, that troll better post clips of it complaining that building sucks.
Working on this particular investigation. I don't want you to
okay, that was you. I think Poder said something too.
You, okay.
Okay. I'm kind of nervous.
Okay,
there's an untapped market for the tractor.
You told me.
I don't want.
Not here, but on TikTok.
You're working with the. You're working with the police because I swear,
imagine a TikTok account. And it has all the bad gameplay moments. It has all the rants, and interspersed, you have all the begging too. And these are all nothing too long, just short clips of the worst moments, the worst begging.
I know, but they're calling me now.
Imagine I don't know, you're in high school or something, and you got like a black heart, and you want to shit on a guy.
Me right now.
You're swiping through clips, you stumble on this account, and you just swipe or tap or whatever the fuck, and you just get trapped in a loop of video after video after video of Dave begging or ranting about a game.
Let you know what
I don't know what I'm gonna do.
Bringing up massive views.
Don't call me before you complete. Go, send me the receipt, and then call me.
Sorry, hello?
You put up the slur shit. You would put that up after you already got a sizable audience. Like you make the foundation. You get the foundation there with the bad gameplay. I would, if I were to do it, I would start off with the bad gameplay because everyone can relate to not being good at a game or ranting or raging at a game. And then we go from there. We evolve the channel to begging, and then after the begging, that's when you throw all the super serious shit.
No, don't.
Like the slurs and all that nonsense.
Talk to me like that. I'm
Go
trying
right now. And don't call me before you complete.
I'm trying my best.
People tried to do Wingo stuff on TikTok, but they weren't really doing my idea here. They were kind of more like just impersonating Wingo and having them hit up black women and underage kids on TikTok and say suspicious sus shit. Big up Pancake Mix.
Oh heavens! Okay.
We're trying to theorize the possibility of taking control of TikTok.
Okay, now in this case, I would need you to please take a picture of your driver's license.
Definitely not something that I could do.
I will go ahead and send you an address. Okay, now in the next 2 minutes, you will receive a text on your phone. At this address, you would have a ATM machine. It's like an digital machine.
I love the dichotomy of calling game devs who should be fired for pretending to care about them when reports of crunch come out.
I would guide you everything step by step.
He really got me kind of heated with his Cuphead DLC book report after he had finished it. They should have stopped pledging. They should have just let themselves get bought out. Who fucking cares,
she was telling me, she was saying to me like, why would they have you do that? That doesn't make any sense. But then I told her like, no, I'm talking to a smart man. It's like a I got a lot of stuff in here, but it's not my. This ATM isn't with my bank, but my wife has an account.
That is correct.
Yeah, the Wolverine story could be a TikTok. Any DoorDash wine situation could be a TikTok. You know how many people cry about DoorDash probably on TikTok?
I can put it in there under my wife's account. I will insert the cash into the ATM. I'm just typing in my wife's
account. Half of all TikTokers are probably Dashers. Fuck it.
No, Jeb, you don't have to do all that.
I'm loading up the cash in the ATM.
Are you listening to me or not?
Absolutely, the incident.
I can hear
the
you.
incident would be a TikTok. But maybe save that one for when you have a viewership. Don't make that like the first one.
Bank, and my wife,
wait till you get a good
there,
viewership,
so
and
I can
then
just put
do a TikTok
I'm putting
on
the
that.
money in there. That way, the money's not in my account.
No, you don't
and I already approved. You guys already got my identity and everything. So
You don't have to do that, Jeb. You're not listening to me. Are you in front of that crypto ATM?
no, sir, I am not. It is a Chase ATM, and I just inserted $5,000 cash, and I have added it to my wife's account.
I guess once
just
they
like
use
you
the
asked.
Zoomer What is my next
What is my next
Like I said, it's an
step?
untapped market.
Yes, some refugees
when did I
fleeing the
ask you to
city
do that?
entrusted it to us.
Maybe 10
My
minutes ago,
granddad
15
spent
minutes
years
ago.
studying
I did
that
not
thing.
ask you to do anything with
He
your
said
wife's
it was
account.
more important than
What
life
ATM
itself.
machine? Do you have a crypto ATM machine?
So the
This is a
research
crypto
documents
wallet,
we got
crypto
with the
ATM
stone
machine.
belong to your grandfather.
Yeah, there's something over. It says crypto, buy Bitcoin. Yeah, they're right
Without
next to
Granddad,
it.
it's a giant
The
paperweight
ATM is
anyway.
here, and the crypto machine is
Don't
here.
worry, Matthew.
So,
Riku
Like-
and
Yes, I
I would be
wanted
more
you
than
to
happy
use
to
that
take over
crypto
research on
machine,
your
not the
Boris
ATM
stone.
machine, the crypto
promise you.
machine.
Don't let your grandfather's work
why
go
didn't
to
you
waste.
say so? Oh Lord.
No, can you withdraw
Cheers
the
for that,
funds
Shulk.
from that ATM?
I'm
I
sure
can
Granddad won't
deposit
be
stuff
happy.
into my wife's account because, like, for
And it's
security,
not
they
like
let
we're
you put it in
exactly
there.
strangers to
But
that
take it
thing
out.
anyhow.
That's a whole
No,
other
you cannot.
story.
But
Oh,
why
really?
did you actually
It's
put the
been
money in
given
your
to you
wife's
by
account?
Nia,
You actually making her
Queen of
trouble too.
Atlas, right?
Don't cry.
Well then,
Jordan, don't cry.
it's got to be
I'm
kept
not crying.
safe at all
I
costs,
mean, someone's crying. It ain't
no
me.
matter what.
Jordan, if you play the
Rex.
recording back, I'm telling you right now, clear as day, I heard you say,
When did I
put your cash.
Consumers will already do it deep
Very
dive. That's what they
specific.
do when they dig through
Go to
entire
the store.
history.
Go to this address.
You
take
could probably
the
link
cash
some
that you
good
got out of the
documentary, like make a
bank,
TikTok
put
linking to
all
good
of it in
documentaries.
the
Like, if you want
ATM
to do more
directly.
research on this
Do
guy,
not
here's
pay
what to
the
watch.
cash. Do not collect $200. That's what you said.
I would be sending you a barcode, okay? A QR code. You would receive it in your
Hey,
text. on your
DSP is the
phone,
guy
okay?
who told
Once
us
you
he's gonna
receive
be,
that,
he's gonna still be here doing playthroughs in 10 years. In 10
scan that
years,
code
he
of
wants to
that
play
machine.
Skyrim again. So there has to be, there's gotta be a new generation of people who talk crap about him.
The reason I'm laughing is because it makes no sense for the scammer to continue with the scam at this point. He's just desperate. It doesn't have anything to do with that scam going on in the background that you might hear. We did listen on the live stream for a while, hoping that we might be able to hear a phone number or some way to warn the person, but eventually
Yeah, I used to
it
be an
fizzled out.
alcoholic.
The scammers were
All
upset
right, a
and weren't
$100
talking to
tip
anybody else
from
but me.
Lisa Lou.
Scan this onto the.
I guess we're taking another shot, right?
When you scanned it, what options do you have it?
Well, now it wants to know how much I want to buy.
Okay, and what? How much do you have in cash? You have 5,000? I'm like, what is the limit you chose earlier?
Well, the cash
Gonna be
is
really
in the
weird to see a senior citizen beg
ATM
children for
because you told me to put it in there.
It's
It's
gonna be
next
what?
to this
Fucking
machine. So does it
51?
transfer over there?
51
Like in
playing
between?
Skyrim.
No, that
Alright
is the
guys,
reason I
support has
asked
been
you. That
really
is the reason
slow.
I
I
asked
don't
you
know
to
why.
use this ATM
And by
for
that time, fucking
depositing.
Boogie will be like in
Does
his
the cash
60s.
from
I
this
don't know what you
machine
do.
move into this one by diffusion or
No,
something?
it does not. No, it does not.
Well, then how am I supposed to send $5,000 to this maze picture? I don't have cash. It's already in the ATM like you told me. How do we solve this? Okay, because I've been on
It
the
cannot
phone
be
with you.
resolved. You don't have the cash on you, Jeb. Oh, mother.
I mean, I did what you asked, Jordan. I put it in the machine.
You never did what I asked you for.
All right, guys, I'm
I
doing
got
my
the cash.
awesome
I got all
stealth
the cash
archer
I could
run.
get.
I got
never
every
You guys
asked
last
notice,
penny
like,
I
my
could get out
fourth
of my
playthrough
account.
of
I
Skyrim,
went right
I've
to the
never
ATM. I
done
put it
a
all in
stealth
there,
archer
like you
run.
said. I asked you.
Yeah.
I even said,
Yeah,
I
Nod.
remember.
Correct.
I said clear
Yes,
as
that's
day,
true.
Jordan, should I put my cash in
But
the
the
ATM
support,
machine?
the
You
support is
said,
not looking so
yes.
good.
But
You know,
you
I've
have
been playing
to
this
get
game
the
already
money
for
into your
And then
wife's
I
account.
said, okay,
Jeb,
you know
Jeb,
what?
Jeb,
I can
One.
put it in my
Zoom in.
wife's account. And you said, do that.
And I
I'm
think
just
people are
typing in
just
my
tired
wife's
of it. You know,
account,
we
so
started
I
it for
put
the
the
Christmas
I'm
2033
loading up the
playthrough
cash
poll
in the
thing,
ATM.
viewer's choice, and it was pretty good, yeah.
put
The
the
first couple of
cash in the
sessions,
No, I never
but
said that you do
you
that.
know,
Why
Yes,
would
you
I
did.
now
ask
I
you
think
to put
people
your
are
money
tired
into your
of it.
wife's account when
Yeah.
you have an investigation going on, Jeb? Are you
Because
stupid? Are you out of your senses? What?
We have to save it. We have to put it back in a safe place.
Am I wasting my time? Because I think rather I would go ahead
Would
and
the tip school be would it still be the same?
and they should actually be arrested.
Maybe the
you, and they
tier
should
1
actually
becomes
suspend
100.
your social security
The
along
tier
with
2
your wife's
becomes
accounts too.
200.
Why would you arrest me?
Tier
I'm
3,
innocent. I'm an
300.
innocent man.
You know, 'cause he's getting
I
older,
did what
so
you
his medical
said.
costs are going to
Well,
go
it
up.
doesn't seem like.
He's going to have the nurse there. You know, that nurse ain't working for free.
You said.
Yeah, we got inflation. You know, Biden's gonna get reelected again, obviously, because this is the dark worst timeline. And then after that, he's gonna die, and then Kamala's gonna take over. And then Kamala's gonna raise up the prices on everything even more. And he's gonna be ranting about it, because by then, Phil's brain will have degraded to such a point that he forgets that his streams aren't for politics. Or we actually get unironic politics segments. We get like DSP space politics. And
okay, if you can't quiet down.
we get this crotchety old man bitching about inflation when he doesn't even vote.
Now I'm gonna go ahead and put both of your names into this money
Come
laundering
on,
case.
guys. If we don't at least hit the tier 1 tips goal today, then Nurse Janet isn't going to get paid. I know none of us want that, correct?
For this. We do not have a whole
What
day
happens
here,
to
okay?
Cat in this
I've got a time
timeline?
frame, I've
Because
got
the
a
nurse
time
is
limit to
there,
go
but is
ahead and
Cat still
proceed
there?
further with this.
Okay, what's the
divorce arc? Sometime in between there?
He said maybe she could get down. She's getting a babysitter for
Or
the
maybe
kid.
she's just trapped in
I'm
her
waiting
room by
for
that
you now.
point.
That is
Okay,
it.
so-
I'm like, you've already extended. I'm
Maybe
like,
one of
we've
the
been
many
speaking
failed
since
cases
last 2
from
hours.
600
God,
Pound
man,
Life.
I
I need to
oh,
wait for you
shoot.
to next
Doctor
half
now
an
just
hour.
I
leaves
didn't
her
think
in
of
her
that.
room,
I didn't even
locked
think
up
of that
like some
because
sort of
this whole
creature to
time
observe.
you've been talking to me, which means you couldn't have been. Oh man, I kind of took up all your, like, you were focused on me and trying to help me, and I didn't mean to do
She's
that.
either got her she's got her own nurse or divorces. No, she gets a male nurse and they have an
How many
affair
people do you think
behind the guy's
are there
back.
other people that go through this
Yes.
same situation? I mean, do you do this day in and day out, like every day?
Yeah, but they follow the instruction. They
don't
don't
see
do
Kat ever
anything. They
divorcing
don't
Phil.
do
She doesn't
anything
have
on
to
their
do
own.
anything.
They follow the instruction.
Yeah,
They
I
do
see it
as
more
we
likely that
say.
she
We ask
has
them
an
to do.
affair with the male
Not
nurse.
like
She
you.
doesn't have
She's
any
asking how much
agency.
cash we need.
She wouldn't step
like the
forward
five-
and
you want-
divorce him.
Say
Would he even
$5,000.
allow
She'll
a
be here
divorce?
in
Would
like
he
10
even
minutes.
even allow
and I
her
got-
to divorce him?
She's got
Okay,
cash.
wait.
She's a waitress at our family restaurant. She was able to go and she got all the tips, like all the cash
All the tips?
from the restaurant.
No.
Good news is we were able to come up with like $138 cash.
So I have to pay
So-
fucking spousal support to my bitch of an ex-wife.
Secure it with your wife, Adrian, okay?
I didn't even know
I'm gonna talk to
spousal
you
support was a
later.
thing. That's why I didn't have any kids,
Rage
right? Because I knew
I
if
hope
we
you
were
got
gonna
chance
have
to
a
laugh and
divorce,
learn something
then
through
I'd have
this
to pay
video,
child
and as
support.
always, know
But
that
now you're
you
telling
are
me I gotta
valuable
support the
and that you
wife
matter.
just for existing?
I'll see you in the next video.
I don't even
Bye.
care about her anymore. It could change quick as soon as Panda started working for real and having a life. She was out. Yeah, but come on. She's only ever worked entry-level retail jobs, or at least Panda didn't work entry-level retail jobs. She's never been promoted past entry-level shit. I have seen the documentation that I will not link here. But the Cat resume is pretty depressing. And now she works at Sears, apparently? Like, Sears ain't gonna exist. Well, I know people say this every year. Sears ain't gonna exist next year, you guys. I'm just saying. Who works at Sears? Apparently Cat. Where is my wife? You still haven't told me! She's in her room like she always has been, Phil. She can't leave. Oh, well, I should preface, Mr. Pun. This comes from the document that may or may not be fake that I referenced the other day that I kind of don't want to reference a lot because apparently it's real, apparently it's fake, who knows, who could say. I haven't shown it on screen. Obviously, I'm not going to do that. But it may or may not be real, so take it with a grain of salt. I skimmed it over, and I didn't see Sears, but people who reference it say they saw Sears. I saw something else that started with Lucky something. And the other day, people were bringing it up to DSP in kind of a sneak diss kind of way. They were bringing up Sears. So he talked about Sears. I think this was Monday? Yeah, while I was playing Yoshi. So he went on a tangent about Sears and obviously displayed a level of knowledge about Sears despite allegedly not going there that would kind of confirm that Cat does work there. But then right afterward, people brought up this Lucky place. I forget the name. And obviously that was done in conjunction with the Sears shit. But we do know she works at the mall. You know the new lore, TBS speculates she is receiving disability because of her autism and only worked 20 hours a week! That is certainly some new lore. Is there any... Is that speculation, or is there something to that? Okay, yeah, so the blue jeans is one of... I saw the blue jeans, but other people saw something that said Sears. She different works at the mall. DSP kept dropping going to the mall during the entire saga. Yeah, the mall shit confirmed. The most series that still exist are in malls. Interesting. Alright, we have UNFW. He's really excited about this game. Probably more excited than Dave ever will be. Now, Dave's a big Dragon Quest fan, guys. That's why he played that game that came out back in December that he had on his game schedule. And then it came out and he didn't even bring it up. But he says this is better than Pokemon. Now, let's take a look. You know that feeling when you make a new friend? You know it right away. This is destiny at work. I want to train the world's strongest slime. Stronger than the most vicious archfiend. I won't sleep until I've seen every monster. Sought out their favorite treats. And mapped every synthesis chart. All the monsters I've raised and cared for. They were always there for me, From the cutest critters to the most formidable fighters. And all the oddbods, all balls in between. With every monster I encounter, with every monster that's more. The world gets that little bit bigger. We love our monsters, our law enforcement. We love our military, they're important. No journey feels right without them. Dragon Quest Monsters 25th. So get ready for a new adventure. Oh my god, in development for the Switch! Game Freak, eat your heart out. How many? I thought there were only like 1 or 2 of these games, but apparently it's a big old SAT series. Played a Dragon Quest game. A Dragon Quest is one of those dingus you ought to play this kind of games. Of which there are a ton of. Alright, but now we gotta do some review Tech USA stuff. Let's see. DSP Gaming goes viral for sucking at Zelda. Oh my lord. And the thumbnail is him looking at a chicken.
Alright, this is a video worth coming back on camera for. When it comes to Philip Burnell, you need to see my goddamn face. But anyway, let's get into it. Phil is an idiot, and this is fantastic. Let's go. Alright, absolutely shameless plug. Next Monday at 8 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, we are gonna have a once-a-week new co-host called Elf herself. She's from Twitch. She is absolutely hilarious, and she has breasts.
Breasts.
Like me. We have something in common. We're going to be going over crazy stuff.
If that was
I'm
a
going to
live
introduce
stream,
her to the
he
Phil
said
lore.
that,
You get
and
to
then
ask her
hit the
questions. You
applause.
get to ask about dating advice. You name it. It's going to be a lot of fun. It's on my secondary channel called RTU Streams, where I live stream. Link below in the description. Check it
shit.
out.
Dude, the game
I'm
says son of a bitch.
It's going to be a blast. She's funny
Dude,
as hell.
Nintendo
so,
game?
Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom has been out. I actually have the Legend of Zelda Switch here, which
he brings
I have
out
not
the
played
Switch
game
like
yet.
Phil brings out the
I'm gonna
Amiibo.
live stream some of it today. When I'm not sure, but I'm going to live
Explosion of
stream
satisfaction.
some of the game today. I really want to play it. I am also an idiot as well when it comes to, would it be an action RPG, Zelda? I'm sure people will get pissed off at me if I'm wrong and
sometimes people
angrily
classify
write in the
Zelda as
comments
RPG.
below, but it doesn't matter. But as much as I'm bad at puzzles and having common sense in games, there's a literally on this channel, this is how you don't play Elden Ring before I learn the mechanics. Oh boy, you should go check that out. I'll probably have a link to that too as well.
I think I would say action adventure. Definitely not a Elder Scrolls, I'd say.
Playing Tears of the Kingdom, Legend of Zelda, Tears of the Kingdom has come out. Now let me preface this for a second. In the game, if there is a thunderstorm and Link is wearing any kind of metal, whether it be a shield, whether it be armor, whether it be a weapon, you name it. If you are in a storm and you have anything of metal on you, you'll get like a marker on you warning you you're about to get electrocuted, and it's lights out.
Yeah, this
This
the
is
game
the same
explicitly
thing in Breath
tell
of the
you.
Wild.
I mean, I know it did in Breath of the Wild. If you wear metal in a thunderstorm in Breath of the Wild, the game will warn you. At least once, I feel like a text warning to take off the metal.
About the game.
I don't know if that's in Tears, but I remember that in Breath of the Wild.
Which makes it worse. He should already know that wearing anything metal during a thunderstorm will get lightning to strike you. But instead of saying, "Oh crap, I forgot about that," he blames the game and blames the developers.
Dude, that is way too long.
There's a video with 1 million+ views.
It needs to be
TikTok
even longer for Phil.
Showing how stupid he is. Enjoy.
I'll upgrade my stamina when I find a place to upgrade it.
Look at the quality, though. Come on.
You're kidding me.
We need better TikToks than that if we want to do the tractor TikTok.
In on you and it hits you. You see, this isn't fun. I'm sorry. Randomly a glue.
One thing I will say that's good for this TikTok idea, subtitling everything he says, because it really allows you to parse how he talks, and you get to pick apart it helps you pick apart the chicanery in real time. Like, rewind a little bit.
You're kidding me. Riding full speed.
Okay, so you see, you if you just hear him say riding full speed, it might not really sink in. But when you read when you read riding full speed, and you're looking at the clip, and it's him running into a rock, you can kind of it lets you realize, oh, okay, he's speaking bullshit about that.
The lightning hones in on you and it hits you.
The lightning hones in on you and hits you when his body has been sparking for the past couple of seconds, trying to warn him to take off the metal.
You see, this isn't fun. I'm sorry. Randomly, a glue monster appears, takes
a glue monster Slayer.
All of your hell. Oh, you don't.
It lets you when he fucking mispronounces a word, which of course I do all the time. But when he does it, these subtitles help you.
Randomly, a glue monster appears,
takes all your hell.
All of your hell. Oh, you don't have enough stamina to climb something standard at the beginning of the game. Oh, lightning just appears, takes all of your hell.
And something like this too. This part. You don't have enough stamina to climb something standard at the beginning of the game, because you're supposed to upgrade your stamina, which he hasn't been doing at all, which anyone who's played this game will tell you is something you need to do.
Standard at the beginning of the game.
He said maybe one stamina upgrade, maybe a couple heart upgrades. I don't know why he's prioritizing hearts over stamina. I think because he's trying to face tank through these areas that he's really not supposed to be going at. For where he's at in the game.
Lightning just hones in on you and then kills you. How is this a fun? It's bullshit. It seems like they put stupid, annoying mechanics in a game that take away the fun factor. Like, why the fuck did they do that?
How is this a fun?
Okay, first off, how is this a fun? It's a me, a Mario. It's a me, a Filio.
Hey, thank you so much for playing my game. Hey, I misspeak all the time.
He was so frantic to get his rage out that he just started like slurring words together, which if you notice, that was one of the funnier things about it. But what's amazing about Phil, this is where things get magnificent, is that what he tries to do, that's genuine rage. He could tell you whatever he wants to. He could say, oh, I was joking. Oh, it's part of my character. No. What the hell? He could tell you that he's joking. Oh, it's a character that I play, like he said on Side Scrollers. Have you ever watched Project 7? Phil's acting sucks. He can't pretend to act angry like that. There's no possible way. Here's a little clip from Project 7 as proof.
Oh no.
Bullshit. Who the hell is this guy? You know him? Did he touch you?
Replace your smoke detector batteries. Wait a minute. I heard that. I heard that chirp.
You know him?
You hear that?
Bullshit. Who the hell is this guy? You know him?
Why do people do this? Why do people never replace their smoke detector batteries? How do people live like this? Americans? Huh? I've never seen Marked One in his house or GPM in his house and their smoke detectors go off all the time. How do people live like this? Really? I'd lose my mind.
But Phil,
great job.
Like in real life, look, there's plenty of games that I play that there are flaws to it that the developers could have did better with the game design. They're human, obviously, but whether it be Jedi Survivor, Tears of the Kingdom, Elden Ring, you name it with Phil, whenever he screws something up, it's always the developer's fault. The game sucks. It's never his fault. He also said he was running at full speed when he ran into a rock. And then he wonders why people don't take him seriously, because he takes himself so seriously that he can't admit that he screws up in a video game. No, I did that.
Is Joy Reid? She's a news lady.
Yeah,
I was gonna say politician, but I think she's a news lady.
I'm in a thunderstorm. I'm gonna get hit by lightning.
I saw a Twitter video.
Phil,
dunking on her because she had the same issue, and I'm like, if you're how? Like, I would understand maybe the common man,
never Phil's
but
fault
when you
down
have like
to the reason why his hairline is receding more on one side than the other.
When you have some sort of prominence, and
he blames his mom because she combed his hair until he's 16. Phil, why was your mom combing your hair until you were 16? Maybe if she didn't comb your hair, you would have the common sense to know, especially since you played through Breath of the Wild and it had the same mechanic, that you shouldn't wear metal armor in Zelda Tears of the Kingdom during a thunderstorm. Your hairline.
Bring up how he cut his hair from 2010 to 2014 with a razor. He just kind of whacked it. He bushwhacked it and didn't care how it looked. Even when Panda was telling him, Phil, what is this? What did you do? Look at all these gaps. Look at all these patchy gaps. Oh, I don't care, man. I'll fucking see the back of my head anyway.
And looks like an N64 controller. But of course, it's not just you have a receding hairline. It's your mom's fault. Phil, you are a treasure. Thank you so much. You are just the comedic gift that keeps on giving. Keep playing those games, man. This is Rich of Review Tech USA. Signing out. My explosion of satisfaction is due to Phil.
An excessively easy video for Rich to make, but at least he's exposing more people to that clip. Alright, oh hey, I've been seeing videos about this dude. I think he's arrested by now? Yeah, I want to hear Rich's take on this idiot.
Listen, I'm gonna break into my editor's house, barf on his chest, and then eat his roommate's brownies. Let's go. Hey, if you want to see a man, I'm a man, on a daily basis live streaming and having a hell of a time, go to RTU Streams. That's my secondary live streaming YouTube channel. Link below in the description. And next Monday at 8 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, we have a very special guest. Her name is Elf herself over on Twitch. I'll also have a link to her Twitch channel. She's going to be a weekly guest on the show, and she has the same humor as Jay and I. And she has very large breasts. That's a benefit. Anyway, I'll have a link to her Twitch channel below in the description, and it's going to be a hell of a show next Monday. Make sure you tune in. Skip it up and that up. YouTube, TikTok, Twitch are platforms flooded with a bunch of crappy content. And you could think my content is crappy, and that's absolutely fine. I may be in that category. Congratulations if you think my content sucks, that's fine. But what people do now to try to get attention, because the content creation market is so insanely flooded and everyone's trying to be the next viral whatever the hell thing they want to be on the internet, that they will
it's his brother
do
channel.
insane things like jump out of a plane and let it crash and go to prison for it. Yes, that's actually a thing that happened. To lighting fireworks in their room and then screaming for their mother to come save them. And who was that? I Show Speed? Yes, that was I Show Speed. And the list goes on and on and on. Listen, stare at my ass cheeks and write a poem about it. Well, anyway, there is a TikTok prankster. I hate that word, prankster. And secondly, pranks on all platforms should be banned. They're either, if they're real pranks, they're dangerous. If they're fake pranks, they're annoying and very saccharine.
Don't worry, this guy only exists in
Markwood Land. Anyway, I think prank channels should be banned. That may be an unpopular opinion, but I don't care. Well, there is a TikTok star who is 18 years old from Hackney, London, who was arrested for walking into strangers' homes and also stealing a dog. This is where we're at with content creation right now. If you don't believe me, Here is the footage. This comes from TikTok. Take a look.
James? Come to the front door right now, please.
James? James? Hi. You man, come. Hello, James. We need to speak to James. James? Hi. Hi. James. Is this where the study group is? No. No. What door is this? No. Study group at 5:30. Come on. Get one back. Wait, this is not where the study group is? Kids, man. Oh, you got kids on, sorry. Oh, I thought this was the study group. I actually thought. And this is study group.
Detective Chief Superintendent James Conway of the Central East Command Unit for the Metropolitan Police in London said this.
What the hell?
I do not underestimate the widespread upset, distress, and concern that these videos caused. Yeah, no shit. He continues, some people have referred to these as prank videos, but I hope that this significant development demonstrates just how seriously we have been taking this investigation since this footage began circulating online. A number of these videos were produced, impacting on many different people, and our investigation remains ongoing as we seek to build a strong picture of both the activity featured in the footage and impact on the public. Another officer said this about the situation: we've been looking for him for a number of days, but each time we visit the property, he's never in. He continues, he's very well known around here, and we've had to visit his home in the past to speak to him several times about his conduct.
What if that was
your
house,
We can't go into any details about the exact reason why we want to speak to him. I can't say if any further action will follow. And Secret Mizzy spoke to the Independent, and he said this, and he played the race card. Dude, you walked into someone's house, a stranger's house, uninvited. You did that in the States? Has nothing to do with skin color, which I'm not going into politics, but in the States, there is a lot of guns. You walk into someone's house uninvited, there's a decent chance you'd get lit up. Doesn't matter your skin color, but he plays the race card here. Let's go. This is what he says. I'm a black male doing these things, and that's why there's such an uproar on the internet. Yeah, because the guy I just talked about in the previous video today, you know, he was also black as well. Oh, wait, he wasn't. How about people just call out people for doing stupid crap? You ever think of that? But he continues trying to justify it. I don't fake my pranks, but I always make sure to sort out the situation after if I feel like I went too overboard. But none of my pranks have malicious intentions behind them, and most of the people in the pranks acknowledge that after I
sorry I
speak
tore
to
up
them.
books at your library, and it was for TikTok.
They're real pranks, he said, right? You're walking into someone's house that doesn't know you uninvited. It doesn't matter if you're black. It doesn't matter if you're white. It doesn't matter if you're Asian. I don't care. Male, female, doesn't matter. Who are you? Why are you in my house? Get the hell out of my house. These people don't know that you're not being malicious. They look at you and may think you're a danger, skin color aside. You're lucky you didn't get hurt. People don't play games, man. And this is the kind of crap that people think they need to do to get eyes on them. And then you do something stupid like this, and you have the audacity to pull out the race card to try to save your ass? Oh, that makes my blood boil when that happens, man. And he says exactly what I speak about all the time in an interview. Controversy, even though it's not good, is the best way to blow up on social media. I always know outrage is going to happen. I know exactly what I'm doing and the consequences of my actions. I tell people not to copy what I've done. What did I just say? What have I said when I talked about I show speed in other people before? What do I say every time we see a really big Twitch streamer? They get banned for a week. And they're the top article. Sorry, Dexerto, I'm gonna call you out though. They're the top article on Dexerto, which gives them more publicity. So basically, when they get these weak bans on Twitch, it's a paid vacation, because when they come back, now they may have thousands of more people watching them because the articles gave them publicity. So what's the repercussions? This guy, Mizzy, Secret Mizzy is even if he faces legal repercussions, now I'm talking about him. Now more people are talking about him. So he's right. With how flooded the internet is now with people all trying to get a following, you have to do crazy stuff for it to happen, because that's what gets you the publicity, that's what gets the eyes on you, and it's sad. It's sad. This is what the internet is now. If you're not willing to do something absolutely insane, or if you don't have a following from many years ago, like I have, which I'm not putting myself on the same level as multi-million sub YouTubers, but you get my point. If you didn't start this a while ago, or if you're not willing to do stuff like this, or shove a firecracker up your ass, you're in a world of trouble, because it's so flooded. Unless you do something outrageous that's going to get eyes on you, no matter how good your content is, there's exceptions, it's tough to get a following. And that's why people do crap like this, because this is about all you can do to garner a following now. There's exceptions, and I'm not saying there's no chance, but the chance is very slim if you just want to make solid, high production value content. That's not what this is. This is just the guy talking into a microphone with gameplay footage.
Man, I ain't trying to go to jail.
This is Richard Review Tech USA signing out. Have a good one. The human species is screwed.
You're certainly not helping in that regard, Rich. Anyway, let's where's the DK Oldie video? I want to see something from DK Oldies. He fucking hates these guys. Oh my god! How many more videos has he done? What? I thought I was caught up on his DK Oldies shit. No! Ah, well, this shocks me.
Let me just get this straight. I was asleep in bed with my 7 raccoons. We were snuggling. That's what.
Oh wait,
Canadians do
this is when Rich
so
was at the
I woke
hospital
up this
with his
morning and
daughter.
pushed
Okay,
those
good.
raccoons aside.
We get like a
and
break
thought,
from Rich for his minute.
What news story am I gonna do? And of course, you guys on Twitter flooded my DMs with nude men photos. That's true. But also
Yes,
a link
that's
to
true.
a video from Austin Evans, yet again exposing DK Oldies. You. Don't fall. Joey, listen. Put maple syrup on yourself. Come down here. Cuddle with the raccoons. Let's do it. No. News.
Skip it up and that up.
So as we know, Joey and Drew over at DK Oldies have been sending out consoles for the last God knows how long, saying that they are refurbished, and yet again, Austin
And they're
Evans
actually
is now
not. Oh my
proving-
god!
I mean, I don't know how many times we need to do this, but he's proving
and they're
that they are not
overpriced.
refurbishing their consoles, which leads me to
say it
ask a
isn't
serious
so.
question while I look at the bird, and that's not serious. But the question is, how long before there's a class action lawsuit against DK Oldies? How many orders have to go through the internet and be shown to you that they're not refurbishing anything that
You
comes
think maybe
out
I could
of
buy
that
a console
store?
from
And if
DK
they
Oldies
are,
just to get
because
involved
of
in the
these
class action
videos,
lawsuit
we are
if
not
it ever
seeing that
happens?
ripple effect coming through on any of the orders yet. So I believe it's only a matter of time before we see a class action lawsuit against this company who is literally lying on their website. There's no ifs, ands, and buts about it. If there was a class action lawsuit, I am 100% confident the people involved would win. It's just absolutely insane at this point that that hasn't taken place. So in the video, Austin has problems with the prices of all of the consoles, and of course you guys know, having worked at a retro gaming store, I know what the cost should be, and he proves in this video yet again that DK Oldies is literally scamming people with the prices. So we don't really need to show any of that in the video because all of the prices of all of the consoles are overpriced. There's two major things I want to focus on in the video, and I'm going to show you a couple of clips from. This is the the unbelievably refurbished oh god, I can't believe it. Joey, call me, I love you. No. But the refurbished Xbox 360, which was not opened, as we all know. They put the stickers on the outside that say if you open it, that yes, it will be void of warranty. However, Austin does bring up a fact that they're saying you get 1 year warranty on these consoles when most stores do not offer that. So I don't know if anybody's ever sent anything back. Oh, wait a minute.
That hasn't
wait
been
a
opened.
minute. Jacob R sent back his PlayStation, and they said that everything was taken care of. And spoiler alert, they sent another dirty console. So Jacob's beard was covered in dust. I want you to peck it off and clean it. You f***. But of course, Austin opens the Xbox 360, and spoiler alert, it's dirty, and of course, not even touched, and the thermal paste is literally rubber at this point. So, what are we gonna do? Say it's refurbished, DK Oldies? You're still refurbishing? Take a look.
What is going on here?
All right, let's see the damage.
It's a grease.
What's going on here?
It's not dust. It's like actual grease. So there you go. That's what 15-year-old thermal paste looks like. It's now thermal goop. Cool. All right. Ah! Oh, that's worse. Dude, I can just touch that. Like, it is not dried out, but that's pretty, like, it feels like rubber. For the amount of money that I paid for this console, I would expect someone to have gone all the way down to the CPU like I'm doing right now, clean off this rubber. Oh my God, dude, that is like, I mean, that is almost.
Where are your gloves at, Pip?
That is ridiculous.
Oh God, how many times do we need to see this? And he looks at the thermal paste, and it is turned to rubber. It is turned to literal rubber. He says it's a rubber substance. It's, I mean, it's, my brain's gonna explode. It's gonna explode. I've got brain swelling. I gotta go to the hospital. Now moving on to the PlayStation Super Slim. This one is disgusting. Let's just take a look at when he takes the front of the system apart. It's disgusting. It's worse than your hen house. Clean your goddamn hen house.
It's a shame they do nothing then.
All right, I've seen a problem. Look at the dust. Okay, so I think it's kind of safe-ish to say immediately that they did not open this up. That is gross. Look,
These are the
dust
shitty
bunnies.
PS3 models.
And
I
just
hate
to be
these.
clear, every single console, this one included, that we purchased from DK Oldies was labeled as refurbished. And while the 360 was actually opened up and cleaned, I feel pretty confident in that.
Yeah,
this
I
PS3
can't stand that
was
model.
Absolutely not. There's just look at this. There's
Look at this.
This looks refurbished, right?
Once he removed the faceplate on the front of the Super Slim, you could see dust fall onto the desk. It's just unbelievable that people are buying anything at this point from DK Oldies. And again, that's why we make these videos. So you guys, and listen, I'm gonna get a little emotional here, and I know that some people are gonna make fun of me for this, but I grew up playing video games with my Opa. I am now 42, unfortunately. I know I look
360
young,
PS3.
ladies, and mostly men. But the reason I'm saying this
Hey, the
is that
360
I
won, though.
played these classic consoles with my
Sansa.
Opa when I was young.
Welcome
And
to
if
a
I'm now
Xenoblade Detox and
42
Chill
and I
Night.
have children, which I do not
We're
have
obviously
children, I have
waiting for
Bird,
DSP's
Trudeau,
epic
the
tweet
Canadian
about
bird.
the Tears
That's
in
all
the
I have
Kingdom
in life,
viral
just hen.
video. That's totally gonna happen.
Sucks. I do want to say if I had kids and I ordered a console from DK Oldies
nothing so far.
because I want to relive those memories like I had with my grandfather, and I got an old system and it showed up and spider eggs rolled out of it when I opened it up and went into my children's mouth, and the spiders hatched in their stomachs
PS3 had
and
good
they
exclusives.
exploded out and it turned into a horror movie.
For someone that did it all in one,
that's
there
dramatic, but
there
you
was a
get
lot
my
of PS3
point. If I
exclusives that
had
I was
kids
kinda
and the
envious
box
of.
showed up and I'm
I would say
explaining to
so,
them,
but
listen, I
it
used to
took a
play
couple
Super
years.
Nintendo with your Opa, which
Good
is
job hunting those
grandfathered in
quad wings.
Dutch.
Those feathers were a long way
Listen, this
towards
is an
something I
incredible
wounded.
moment for me. I want you kids to enjoy this. Let's open it up and play it. Oh, it's not working. Oh, it's covered in dust and the whole experience is ruined. Those are moments that mean a lot to gamers. Being able to pass those things down to different
I like how
generations
people
in
tried
your
to bring the
family,
DK Oldies
that's
stuff
what
up
it's
to
all
Phil, and he
about when
just
you're
didn't
like
give a fuck.
42.
Who
Yeah, you
cares?
turn on the systems, but if you have kids and you're showing them these things,
They need
it's
to make a
meaningful,
modern
and
remake
DK
of all
Oldies
those
is
games
essentially
anyway.
ruining that for God knows how many people. However, you would think the dust is
I don't think
the
he'll
worst
tweet
part
if he does.
of
It'll be like
this
a type
video,
of
but
Jin sitting. It'll
let's
be
just
really
roll the
different.
clip when
And that's what I'm
Austin
saying. It'll
discovers
more
the
than likely
real
be a Jin
issue
tweet.
with this
Which means we might
PlayStation
have to be
3
here for
Super
a while.
Slim model, and I can't
No.
believe it.
All right, let's. Ah! What's all this? Ew! Ew! Ah! Okay, I think I understand more now. It's dusty and it got wet at some point. Do you see all these like streaks? This is from like wet goo or whatever that was inside the system. Look, it's all caked around the USB ports. Look, there's actually like rust here. There's literally rust on the bottom of this PS3. Oh my God. It's literally rusting.
So yes,
Rich
DK
ended up not
Oldies
streaming
sent
Zelda after
Austin
all.
Evans, one of the biggest tech reviewers on YouTube,
Oh well.
a PlayStation Super Slim
didn't wanna have his own
PS3
thunderstorm moment.
that had rust in it because it was covered in water at some point in its life. This is supposed to be a refurbished PlayStation 3 that he's receiving in the mail, but it is rusted because it was covered in a liquid at some point. I don't know what else to say at this point. If you're buying from DK Oldies, I send out Godspeed. I pray for you, even though I'm not religious. I hope that you get a system that works for at least a couple
Hasn't
of
Rich and his
hours.
editor been buying from
I mean,
DK
at this
Oldies
point in
just to
time,
make these
They're
videos?
sending Austin Evans consoles that are literally rusted from liquid. And they're literally caked with so much dust that when you open it, it flies out of the system onto the desk. I don't know what else to say about this company. I have no idea. All I know is Joey's got a blonde wig. Drew, who's the owner of the company, is literally only in this for profit, and he does not have the balls to come out and apologize for this disaster and make things right. Do I believe at the end of the day that DK Oldies can turn the ship around? I think at this point they're done. It's over. I don't know what else they can do. Even if Drew came out
It's over,
and
pimp.
he said, listen, I apologize, we're on a misguided path, I'm gonna make things right, we're gonna start refurbishing the consoles, that would be one thing. Hell, I'd even like to see them take off the refurbished title on all of their used consoles and come out and say, listen, we don't refurbish, they're as is, lower the price down, and I think maybe people would be, okay, accepting of that. But at this point in time, DK Oldies is not taking any responsibility for these consoles, and you should be ashamed for that one simple fact. If I was a father of kids and I ordered a system and it showed up like this, it would not only piss me off, you're
was a broken
ruining that
moment.
moment I could have had with my family.
Consequences have
And I know that
actions,
some people are
Pam.
going to laugh about that, but the true hardcore gamers who really understand what gaming is about, when
Yeah,
they
DK
have kids
Oldies
in
are
their
gonna-
life, watching
their
the kids play
market
these
is just
games, they're gonna
tricking
understand that I'm
normies who
being
wanna
serious for this
relive their
moment, even though I have
past.
Trudeau, the Canadian bird next to me.
And these
Companies
normies
that
aren't gonna be
do
the
this
type of
that are
people who
able
open up
to
their fucking
ruin those
console and
cherished
find like
moments that
a
you're gonna
layer
have
of
with your
dust
families that you can't
and make
relive,
10
they gotta
fucking
pay the
YouTube
price.
videos
And the
about
price
it.
is a bunch of beavers with maple syrup on their tails slapping your asses. That's weird. I am absolutely done talking about DK Oldies until they do something insane again, which will happen 5 times in the next 6 hours. To close out the video, I do want to say sincerely
Yeah,
thank
they ended
you
up
for the
making like
support.
5 or 6 more
It
DK
means a
Oldies
lot
videos
to
after
Rich
this.
and I, because without your support, there'd be no
Do
show.
I even wanna touch
and we'd
them,
be
is the
living in a
question?
dam with the beavers down by the river. It'd be over. We'd be living by a fire. They'd be like pushing the heat onto our faces as we cook.
These guys just-
A bunch
they
of
aren't the
salmon with
audience.
Dreamcast guy. I don't know.
So
He's
they
there.
don't
He's
care.
in his closet. Love you guys.
I like to see the numbers on if this actually, in any of this is actually impacting their business. Yeah, the normies they're just gonna buy it to relive their childhood, maybe show it to their kids. They're gonna play like once or twice. Okay, back into the closet. If they're a streamer, they can do a closet cleaning stream 2 days after. Alright, I feel like I want to take a DK Oldies break. Alright, what else do I got? You know, there was something from his last night stream. Oh wait, this was a Momology. I'm on the wrong channel. This was a Momology video. Dude, I love Momology. Yeah, DSP will root out anyone who jokes about Pride Month. Yikes, you guys. I'm like I'm the nail-biting YouTube emoji.
So guys, it would be great tonight if you enjoy the chill vibes, you like hanging out with me as usual on a late night chill stream of Final Fantasy. It would be great if you could support the stream in some way. Notably, it would be great if we could hit the tier 1 tips goal tonight. Reason being, last several days we basically barely hit the tier 1 tips goal if we ever hit it on any stream. But at least if I hit it like between 2 streams, it's not a bad day. So it'd be great if we could hit that tonight. And get the Gunner Glasses going, but everything is appreciated, including likes and super chats and memberships and gifted memberships for the community. It's all good. In fact, tonight, this is good. The final day for the month for me because I'm not here tomorrow. So whatever comes in tonight is the final contributions of the entire month for me. All right. So anything helps tonight for sure because it all counts towards next month's big, when I get paid by YouTube and everything. So anything and everything greatly appreciated, and I thank you all for being a great and supportive audience here.
All of my bills are coming due for the month. They all basically come due the first week or two of every month, and it's very hectic and very tight unless I have a really good month. I'll be honest with you guys, it's been pretty slow.
Yeah, anyone who's in here and trying to make fun of Pride
yes,
Month
great
is gonna
excuse to go get a refill on tea.
People trying
Hey, what's
to
up,
do it tonight,
Gildy?
making a joke out of it. Everyone is free to talk about stuff, but if you're gonna come in here and actually be joking about it, you're just done. I have no nonsense about that.
Ban,
stuff,
ban,
so
ban, ban,
enjoy your
ban.
fucking bans if you wanna come in here and act like idiots. Oh, I dare you to spam those emotes and see what happens.
Do it, bitch. I want to see you ban me. I want to see
get
it.
your ass out of here. You'll be gone for good. I don't care.
I can't wait till he finishes this fucking game, man.
If you break the rules, you're gone.
Me wanting
So test
him
my
to be done with this
patience,
game is how I think you guys
motherfucker.
feel about this game with me.
There
But
you
know,
go.
was it Pride Flags? I have no idea. Big up Smomology. That was a quick one. But yeah, DSP is a proud ally, and you guys better respect it. And he's getting ready tomorrow to change his Street Fighter avatar to like a version of that with rainbow colors. And he's gonna talk about how he loves the gays, and he flirted with some guys growing up. He didn't know anything about his sexuality, but he's straight now, and he's gonna relate a story about his sexuality. Just like Activision Blizzard does with Overwatch. Ah, yes, it's June. Time to make another character gay. Thanks for bringing back my book. I was so excited about the next chapter. I couldn't sleep. I'll get back to reading it right away. In fact, I'm reading it right now. He added the rainbow flag emoji to the ban list. Really? Oh, man. Nice long controls. We have a Shybot video redeem actually from yesterday. I don't even know if Shybot's here now.
Look, gang, a door.
I wonder where it leads.
We'll never know.
What the fuck? Thank you, Shybot, for the video redeem. I guess we'll never know what's behind that door. What else we got from Homology? It's like a DSP segue before we go back to Rich. DSP explains why he left the Connecticut condo. Taxes and weather were fucking him up. Is he gonna remake his character in Street Fighter 6? Didn't he already do that in the demo? Can't you transfer it over?
The glasses on when you moved. What made you choose Washington? I grew up in Tacoma. I do sometimes miss my evergreen state, but right now I am in love with Arizona. Well, it was a combination of factors. I came from Connecticut, and let me tell you guys something. There's no reason to live in Connecticut. I wish there was. Besides Italian food, that's about it. There is authentic.
There's no reason to
Italian
live in
food
Connecticut
Outside
aside
of that,
from the
the weather
reason
is
that there
terrible.
is to live in
The prices
Connecticut.
are high. The taxes are high. It's just totally not worth it. Everything's overly expensive in Connecticut because they consider you like, oh, you could go to New York whenever you want. I don't want to go to New York. I've been there. I don't care about going to New York City or New York in general. So I wanted to get out of there, okay? And basically I tried to look for a combination of factors. At the time when I was looking to move, my aunt actually was living in Washington State, and she had lived here her whole life, outside of when she was very young, and loved it. Loved the moderate weather, loved the different things about
Make
it.
it the
Nice
pizza
natural
pie.
things out here. And I was looking for basically a state that didn't have a state income tax, because I paid state income tax in Connecticut, and it was insanely high to the point where it was like not even worth it. I'm like, why are they forcing me to pay tax in the state just for living there, right? Here in this state, there is tax, but the tax is based on how much you spend. It's the state sales tax is higher, so it makes more sense. The more you spend, the more you pay in taxes, rather than just pay taxes because you exist.
So, again, it seems to me like no matter, damned if you do, damned if you don't, right? So,
yes,
I need to
classic
raise
line.
money in order to save my ass from these state taxes out of nowhere that came up out of nowhere.
Out
So
of
people come out,
nowhere.
we're supportive of Phil, let's
Not
cheer,
like
let's
they're
sip, they
persistent
do
and
it,
you're
great.
supposed to
Now
know
you
about
passed the
them.
state taxes, but now federal
No, they
taxes,
just
oh, now you
sprung
owe
up
more
out of the
because you
blue.
made more money.
They just
Now, where
started
does this
doing
money
state
magic
taxes
come
that
from?
year.
Stupid.
Well, a nice supply office has been improved.
There are other
expanded the
factors
selection
as
of
well.
available
But basically,
goods.
I was looking at different things. It's like every other place that I found that was better basically had worse weather. So it's like Texas, incredibly like self-employment, own your own business, supportive, terrible weather in the summer, too hot. Florida, super duper supportive of independent business, insanely bad humid weather.
Oh,
and
dude,
it just
I love
kept coming
Whataburger.
up that way. It was like the trade-off was bad weather for cheaper prices. So I kind of found a medium.
Is
Where I
weather
lived in
really a
Connecticut, it was
good
way more
thing
expensive than
to-
here. Okay,
a
for
good
example,
thing to argue for why
this
he
condo, I'm
didn't move
stuck
to
with
these
a condo in
states when he
Connecticut
always
that's
complains
worth
about the
shit.
weather in Washington
I can't
State.
sell it and I can't rent it, so it's just draining on my finances every fucking month, and I can't get rid of it.
I owned a condo in Connecticut that was like a tiny place, and it was like $160,000 condo. Okay, this house when I bought it 10 years ago was just over $200,000, and it's a big house. Okay, now prices have increased, and now this house is worth way more. But the point is,
Covered in ample stock,
essentially
follows
live
supplies,
here,
replenishing the supply
everything an
office
upgrade,
lineup.
bigger
Perhaps you
house,
can take a quick
better
peek yourself
weather,
later.
better business savvy, better internet as well to be able to do what I do for a living. Like, there's a ton of improvements to my life for essentially not really that much of a big difference in cost of living. So that's why I moved out
shit,
here.
we got a lot of shit. And I'm out of money already.
Since then, of course, things have changed. Now it's hotter out here. Now the home value went up, so now property taxes went up. Prices have gone up.
Wouldn't it make more sense? You move to a hotter state, but the likelihood of wherever you move to having an AC shoots up dramatically. Like maybe you should have moved to a hotter state.
So it's like things change over time, but in reality, I love my life out here way more
Like,
than
it
I did
doesn't
living
go
in
outside
Connecticut.
anyway.
I did not enjoy Connecticut at all, and I was there all the way until 2014, and I really hated there. There was so many reasons to not like living there. So, but I'm not saying that there's not better places. I'm just saying this seemed to be like the best place for me. So, there you go. Thank you for the tip, and now it is Gunnar Glasses time. I almost forgot.
That was not my fault. It was the responsibility of a guy who I was paying thousands of dollars to take care of this, and he didn't. He basically ripped me off. And now, finally, I'm in a position where I'm able to afford the taxes that I owed, at least for now, the short term. I don't know what's going to happen long term yet. I'm trying to wait and find out about that. And I'm going to talk about all this in detail.
Oh, someone insulted me? Someone named Daily
Florida's got
Asgardian
some
News in a
strings
super
attached,
chat
but
and
he
said something
absolutely could move to
insulting.
somewhere like Texas,
right?
Or Wyoming.
Great. Thanks for the insult and thanks for the super chat. I'm not even going to ban you because maybe you're stupid enough that you'll do another super chat.
Hey, we've got a canteen.
Could be. I'm not going to pass that one up. Anyway, let's see here.
He fell out of Texas,
Thanks for the money,
but his
stupid
chances of
fuck.
getting shot shoot up dramatically if he does. It's high noon.
Aha. No!
Alright, I get it. Alright, I get it, it's not funny. Please stop.
This is working. Nice.
What's up, Rummy? That's worth double what he paid. Because that's worth double what he paid, even if he hasn't paid hate anything. Basically, anything.
Right on my ass, baby. I love it.
The interest movement will be a net positive for him.
I love that.
Hello, hate _ army. You did indeed. Coming at the perfect time. Just catching up on momology stuff. I know you put up some stuff too. I already saw him lose to Darth Vader. Yeah, Diablo stuff. This is from a pre-stream that I skipped. Interesting. Let's listen to this. DSP wants your buy-in to drop Zelda for Diablo 4. I skipped this pre-stream, so maybe this is why people are telling me he's gonna drop Zelda. Now let me hear him tell me, why you should play Diablo.
Hate Army General.
Shout out to Hate Army.
Your name is Hate Army? Saying Hate Army shit.
Hate Army shout out.
Good vibes
Shout out
to the Hate Army.
Hate.
Shout out for Hate.
Here's the biggest factor, all right? I have to decide, and it's a big decision. It really is. It's going to be a tough decision. Do I want to keep Zelda into the major game rotation for the month and keep it going and balance that with Street Fighter 6?
The only major thing we really watched was the Boogie,
do I want to play Diablo
video
4?
that Turkey Tom made
because
earlier.
if I play Diablo 4, there's just no way I can continue to play Zelda. It's too much RPG, too much time-consuming style content. I'm not going to be able to juggle
a lot more
that
about Boogie than I did
and Street
before
Fighter. It's not possible. You understand? So the question is Zelda going on hiatus so that we can play Diablo
by now that I wouldn't laugh like a more every
or
time I hear
do I just keep playing Zelda for now?
It really is
and
a
then
good
possibly play Diablo later.
It's the perfect.
Jasper, which would you select? Zelda or Diablo, Jasper? Jasper, no, don't lay on my lap. I said Zelda or Diablo. Why didn't you answer me? He laid down on my lap. Jasper. Jasper Kitty. Every time I say that, he moves his tail, by the way. Jasper Kitty. There he goes.
Jasper.
Whenever you say his name, he wiggles his tail around. Jasper Kitty. Zelda or Diablo?
It's a good enough video that I should
like
watch.
More?
Yeah, I'd say so. It does a good
I don't think he knows. He doesn't know. And the thing is, my audience is definitely split. I know. Every day when I ask you guys this question,
I just wish
some
that
people are like, "No, we really like the Zelda playthrough. It's been going well. We're enjoying the chill vibes, the open world exploration. We like helping you with the game, so you understand it. And the better parts are coming. You know, when I get to these new dungeons and things coming up, I absolutely am going to love the game. Keep playing it, right?" And then some people are like, "No,
stop by the canteen for time to check for any developments.
It's going to be great. Diablo is the first time, in over a decade that it's a part of this franchise. Now you're an interactive streamer. Therefore, Diablo would work, unlike last time when you played Diablo 3 where you were just playing games offline and, not even direct capture or live streaming. Now you're an interactive live streamer. It would definitely work as a playthrough. You should play Diablo. So there's differences of
what happened to him
Jasper,
saying strategy,
no
tactical, style games don't work on his channel?
Even me, I don't know what to do. Look, everyone has a different opinion. Look at this. Some people are saying Diablo will be a game changer. Diablo will put butts in seats. And then Jade says, no, Zelda. And quite a few people have said Zelda is the one that they want to see me keep playing.
I forgot he's a big Diablo fan.
I'll be honest, out of the games I'm playing right now, actually Zelda is bringing the most attendance. It's true. When I play Zelda, we're getting the most people on stream
get
for
like
Zelda.
Barely 200 views each.
So it definitely right now is a crowd pleaser, but I don't know if it would continue to crowd please when other games are coming out. Because here's my opinion, okay? This is my opinion.
I don't want to build. It's not a real Zelda game.
Let's see what you have to say. If I continue to play Zelda with Street Fighter, we'll just keep it going. Like I said, Street Fighter will be a major focus for several days, and then we'll tone down Street Fighter and we'll more balance Zelda with it. We'll finish Final Fantasy V Pixel Remaster and go that route, okay? And then we won't have to worry about anything else until later in the month when we got Final Fantasy 16 coming out. Now, it is true that their new Amnesia game is coming out. I get the feeling the new Amnesia game no one's going to be talking about. It's going to be completely eclipsed by all these other higher profile games.
Maybe you can be the one to inspire and spark discussion by playing it.
I am interested in it, but I don't see how I can even
you
fit
get another
it in with all the
viral
other stuff
TikTok
I'm going to be doing. I'm just being honest.
Scared.
Maybe we'll save it for later on, maybe in the summer.
You can blow up like PewDiePie
Plus, keep in mind, there's also a bunch of digital events coming up on June 8th. There's the Summer Game Fest event on June 11th.
Oh my God, Summer
There's the
Games
Xbox
Fest. Dude, that's like a
Starfield
week
event.
away.
So already we have major streams that are going to be me reacting to that stuff that's going to take away from gameplay. So how in the holy heck am I going to be fitting in another game? It doesn't make sense, right? So, if I keep playing Zelda, and I keep it in the rotation.
You keep
we'll
playing
keep
Zelda,
going,
you can get closer to
we'll see how long
finishing
it takes because
This
Zelda is an
isn't
insanely
rocket
long game.
science.
Everyone says like 100+ hours, right? So we'll keep it going. But if I play Diablo and I put Zelda on hiatus,
big
I'm
up
just going to be
Eddie B,
honest with
here
all
on
of you.
Detox
I don't
Day.
think Zelda's going to continue. I feel like you guys are going to be like, once you put it on hiatus, don't keep playing it.
Then don't put
Seriously,
it on hiatus.
Because the kind of game Zelda is, right? I feel like if I start
How can you
playing
say
something
it's the
different,
game that's
by
doing
the
the
time we
best
get
right
time
now,
to go
but
back
then
to it, because I'm not playing
like such
Diablo
a
and Zelda at
doomer
the same
about
time.
this.
That's crazy. That would never work, in my opinion. All right,
E3
you
sucks,
gotta
it
do
makes
one or
no
you do the other.
sense. Summer Games Fest hype.
But if I play Diablo, I
excited,
don't see
you guys.
myself eventually going back to Zelda. I know how you guys are. You know, I do. I know how you guys are. That if I'm not playing a game when it's hot,
Blaming
when
the
it's
audience
new,
again.
basically I might as well not even play it, right?
So
Take a
just
look at
no
other
life
playthroughs
Zelda.
where similar things have happened, like Dying Light 2, where we played 20 hours to get to what was essentially the
Is
real
Dying
game,
Light 2
and then had to
comparable
go
to
on
Zelda?
hiatus
Really?
for other big releases. And by the
So I
time
was
that
talking
those
about how
releases
people
were
are still
done in about a
talking
month,
about a
month and a
game or
half,
not
people were
talking
like,
about a
we
game. I
really
think
don't
people are
give
still
two
talking about
shits
Zelda,
about Dying
though.
Light 2 as if it never existed, right? So, that's the thing. Like, I am down for whatever. If you
Doesn't sound
really
like
like
you are.
Zelda and you want Zelda to continue and think I should hold
People
off
are
on
telling you
Diablo
they
and play
want
Diablo
Zelda.
at a later date, like maybe later in the summer, I'm okay with that. If you think that I absolutely should play Diablo 4 this, coming week into next week,
It doesn't even sound like he
and
wants to play Diablo.
if that's the focus, and you think that I should put Zelda on hiatus, I'm okay with that too. Like, I'm seriously okay with either. I like Zelda right now. I'm not in love with Zelda like a lot of people, but I do like the game a lot, and I'm okay with playing it. I'm enjoying it.
He's got the synthetic
But if
man,
you really want to see
take
Diablo,
on it.
I'm okay with that too. So we really need to make a determining decision. And we've got about a week to determine that, right? We do. About a week's time until Diablo 4 comes out. And, oh man. There's the one thing. Seriously, here's the one thing that's in the back of my mind. I played Diablo 3. When I played Diablo 3, yes, the climate was very different. I was a different kind of gamer, type of gamer over a decade ago. That's for sure. I was an on-demand, non-live stream, non-direct capture,
I think that there's some
non-interactive
overlap
content
between
creator.
the Hate
Essentially,
Army
I would play a
Knockers
game,
video.
record it
We
offline,
might see some
upload
of
to
it in this
YouTube.
one.
That
And I
was
think
it,
there's another one too
right?
on
And
Hate
that
Army's
kind of
channel.
playthrough worked with certain games that didn't work with others. With a game like Diablo 3, there just wasn't a lot to commentate on. There's a lot of repetitive gameplay and the like. Not much to say. I played through the whole game, but basically a lot of people got bored with it and said the playthrough wasn't that good and didn't get a lot of attention. I remember it technically flopped at the time. It actually ended up starting strong, and within like a few sessions, no one really cared about it. And a lot of people actually complained that I continued to play the game, even though I definitely wanted to finish it.
Yeah, my viewers came up to me in private and begged me to drop the game.
Now, Diablo 4. A lot of people are saying this game is a throwback to the roots of the franchise and got rid of a lot of the things that changed.
He got
in
so
Diablo
many
3.
emails, guys.
And now
They
I
told
am
him
an
it's not gonna
interactive
work for
live
the
streamer.
channel, it's not
so every day
interactive,
that I
you
play
should just
Diablo,
not
we'll
play
be
it.
talking, we'll be chilling, we'll be having fun conversation, you'll be helping me with the game. It's going to be nice and social. That's very different from the old vibes that I used to have in the old style of content. I don't have to fill every moment of dead air with stupid jokes and commentary anymore. We can just enjoy the games for what they are, you see?
Make it the Batsa pie.
It may work better today playing a game like that. I've said this comparison. A game like Hades that I played 2 years ago. If it was old Phil playing Hades, that playthrough would have failed miserably and everyone would have said it was terrible. But with new Phil and the way that I do this interactive stream...
One thing I've noticed is every time he says failed, like, he always has to say failed miserably. It isn't enough for something to fail. It has to fail miserably. Everything he says needs like a quantifier to it. Or is it quantifier or qualifier? You know what I mean. It's gotta make it sound worse than what it is.
Boy, Hades was an amazing playthrough. A lot of people say it was one of my best in years. And I absolutely loved the game. So I kind of compare it to that. Perhaps...
You think adding an adverb to everything sounds smarter? Right?
I don't know.
Dude, it's like me when I write.
Kind of iffy about it. I've already played a Diablo game. Didn't work back then. Is it going to be another one of those situations where people are like, well, the game's fun to play, but not necessarily fun to watch you play. It's kind of boring and repetitive. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what to say. I guess we'll find out. But we need to make this decision.
It was atrociously bad.
We have about a week left to decide.
Miserably.
Do I keep Zelda in the rotation and keep it going, and therefore the Zelda playthrough continues and balances with Street Fighter 6 and other things during the month of June until Final Fantasy comes out? Or do we put Zelda on hiatus? Do we start with Diablo 4 and then it's Diablo 4 and Street Fighter
like
6?
It's the hardest thing in the world.
Until Final Fantasy comes out, essentially. That's the next new game. So what's the decision? We have to think about this.
55%
We
all
have to
the
talk about
scenes.
it. We have to determine it and figure it out. It's not an easy decision, because either way, one game's going to get ignored. I am nervous that if we put Zelda on hiatus, Zelda ain't coming back. That people will forget about Zelda, not care about it. Especially here, I hate to say it, I like first-party Nintendo games. I always have. Zelda, Mario, Kirby, Metroid, Donkey Kong. I can keep going on. Pokemon,
Fire Emblem.
you know, all their exclusive
Fire
franchises.
Emblem.
I love those
Fire
games.
Emblem.
I love playing them. They just don't get a lot of traction on my channel. There was a time, many years ago, sometimes they would, but for the last decade, typically when I play Nintendo stuff, it doesn't get a lot of attention. Reason being, there's people out there who are known for covering Nintendo stuff. They literally have been sitting here playing Zelda for a month. You know, I don't. I'm a variety guy. I balance things with everything else.
Wrong! It's not even been a month since Zelda came out, man. What was yesterday? If game came out on the 12th. It took UNFW... It took UNFW 18 days to finish Tears of the Kingdom.
So my Zelda playthrough is only 20 some hours long, while theirs is like 120 hours long or longer.
See,
right?
Dinger, this is how you do market research.
So,
oh, okay, my bad. This is the shareholders meeting.
I do, but at the same time, will Diablo do well? That I don't know. We might play. We might say, okay,
drop
forget
both
Zelda.
of them then.
Diablo.
Who cares?
Diablo
You gotta
does
play.
poorly,
You
people
gotta
don't
play
like it, the
one
board
game.
So I don't know.
I guess we're just playing
This is
Street
one of those
Fighter.
situations where it's like I'm good because I know Street Fighter 6 will hopefully give us enough variety and a ton of content so
Hopefully
that I have
that
stuff to
shit
do.
fails.
But at the same
But,
time,
it's
I really
not.
don't know what else to do
We're gonna
to
love
balance
to
with
see
it. I
them
don't think there's a
fucking
good answer.
fail in Street
I really don't. I really don't believe that there's a good answer to this. I think either way, it's kind of a win-lose situation. Some people will like the decision and some people won't. For those who are enjoying the Zelda playthrough and coming out to the streams and supporting it, they're going to be very disappointed if it goes on hiatus and almost never comes back, right? At the same time, there's those who absolutely love Diablo and are dying to see me play it in an interactive capacity because they think it's going to work. There's some people out there who don't like Diablo, right? So, I don't know.
What do you know,
I just
man?
don't know. I think we got to figure this out, okay? So we'll continue to talk about it every day for the next week. But I think it's a big determining factor here will also be the reviews of Diablo when we start finding out about its length, about how it plays or whatever.
Yeah, I like how length is one of the first things up there. Oh yeah,
because I'm going to be playing Diablo 4 if I play it on the Xbox Series X or the PS5, and we have no idea how a game like that will control or really play on a console. That game is typically meant to be PC exclusive. So how exactly are they going to make it work on a console? I don't know.
You know what I'm saying?
I don't even know if it'll be. Is it a nerfed version? Does it feel weird to play it with a gamepad? I don't know, man. So
he dropped Zelda. How does he manage to square that up with his end of year list? He always makes a big deal about finishing game.
And
if he finishes
does
game,
it?
it'll be on the list.
It plays really well on console. I hope
It'll be on
plays well
top 10
on
most
console.
disappointing if he drops it.
You
for
know,
sure.
that'd be great because then there's no concern at all. You know, I did play Diablo 3 on PC. Yes, it was that long ago that I was playing games on
Yes, that's
PC
true.
and doing my camera capture technique, so I could actually play them on there. So I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. You know, I don't know. You know, I don't know.
Brianna says I actually put the demo on PS5. It ran really nice. Did it? I wonder what version I should even get. Again, you gotta wonder, will like Digital Foundry have reviews and stuff out early so that we know? Because I would definitely want to get the better version. This is a case, I literally have no commitment to play it on either console. I could play it on Xbox 4, PS5, I really don't care. So if it runs better on one version than the other, I would want to get the superior version, but I have no idea which one it would be.
2 months worth of gameplay
It definitely
in just
has
like 2
flip-flop.
weeks, right?
Okay.
That would take me forever.
So there you go. Let's talk about this over the next week, shall we? All right.
Are we not just talking about it now?
Yeah.
Money. Oh, money.
Yeah. You got to be sure, man.
Phil blew all his
thank
money
you,
on
Hate
mobile
Army.
games and was irresponsible with money over here. Typically helps me more than anything.
DSP's history with Memorial Day is Street Fighter and family drama. I didn't hear this. The fuck? Trouble in the Burnell household?
Hate Army General.
Shout out to Hate Army.
Your name is Hate Army? Saying Hate Army shit.
Hate Army shout out.
Good vibes to the Hate Army.
Shout out for hate.
What I like to do is a little segment about Memorial Day. Now, in the United States, Memorial Day means something different for everyone. As I already explained, the origins of the event are that we're supposed to take some time out to honor those who have passed away in the line of duty, those who were in the armed forces and, you know, were defending our country and sadly lost their lives. And
150 hours total.
it's an honorable thing.
Oh, he would not be over that.
And respect the military. And I want to say thank you to anyone out there who watches my content and maybe has served in the United States military. That's very honorable of you. And understand that there are people who don't just live with blinders on and go on their merry way ignoring everything around them. There are people who are very cognizant of what happens in this country and know the reason that we can do what we do is because of you. So thank you so very much to those who have served. Very much appreciated. Okay? So that being said, how do Americans celebrate? Well, typically on
Remember
this
when
day,
he told the story
you get
about that
together
army
with family
recruiter?
and friends,
He told him he was an idiot.
and you would do things like cookouts, you know, drinking,
Thought he was,
partying.
he
Yes, I
was-
know that sounds silly, but usually it's an
He thought,
outdoorsy style activity. You usually
doing
wouldn't just sit
anything, like
indoors. You go
signing up
outdoors
for
and
the
do something
military was
outside.
beneath
And
him.
over the years, yes, I have done things for Memorial Day with my family. When I was younger, I used to go over to my godparents' house sometimes, and we would have like a big cookout.
Like
there.
godparents?
You know, chicken, hot dogs, burgers, steaks, stuff like that, with big sides and stuff. They had a nice big outdoor pool, so we'd jump in their pool and play there. Sometimes we would actually do an outdoor wiffle ball game where my dad or my godfather would pitch, and all the kids would get up to bat, and they had a ginormous backyard, humongous backyard, and so you could play it and wail on that ball and send it flying into the to the backyard, and it was very fun back in the day when I used to do that stuff. As I grew up, didn't do that much anymore. Why? I've told you guys this. For some odd reason, there was a time period, and I can't even remember exactly when it was. I want to say it was like when I was a teenager. All my family started to have this big falling out, and I actually don't even know what the cause of it was because I wasn't involved. You know, I'm a teenager. I have my own life going on. I'm focusing on school, and I'm working with my friends, and I'm playing competitive Street Fighter at this point. So I don't really care too much about family drama. But apparently my family had this huge falling out and stopped really caring about each other and stopped attending events and stuff. It was kind of messed up, actually, because I went from having what I would consider a big family to basically, oh, no one talks to each other anymore. Really? What the hell happened?
Wow.
I really don't know.
Wow.
'Cause again, I wasn't involved.
You never asked your parents?
So, it all just kind of ended. And I remember that then, for Memorial Day, I'd basically just kind of stay home with my family, and my dad would cook out and get us some food, right, on his charcoal grill he used to have. So it was always good. Charcoal grills are good because you always get that little char flavor that you don't really get on other grills. But man, that was good when you used to, like, cook up ribs, and pork ribs. And my mom would like marinate and season them, and then he would put them on there. Oh my God, pork ribs are super duper good on a grill. Other things like that for the holiday. But then, as I got older and I got more heavily into competitive Street Fighter, the Memorial Day weekend changed for me. Because traditionally back in the day, Memorial Day weekend ended up being the weekend that they would hold a major Street Fighter tournament in the United States called ECC, which stood for the East Coast Championships. This tournament would traditionally be held annually Memorial Day weekend in Dunellen, New Jersey, at a video arcade called 8 on the Break. This was so long ago. This was before the era of playing video games on consoles for competition. This was arcade cabinet Street Fighter. And because this arcade was a large one, they were able to ship in cabinets from all over the place. Games such as Super Street Fighter 2 Turbo, Marvel vs. Capcom 2,
quoting Hate
Capcom
Army.
vs. SNK 2, Street Fighter 3 Third Strike. Those were the 4 staple Street Fighter games. But then other games such as the Tekken series, eventually more console-centric games like the Dead or Alive series, stuff like that. The only thing we never really had there,
I can't play Dead or Alive. I'm married.
Because at that era, Mortal Kombat had basically fallen out from
Big ups, Wigglebottom.
the
I'm doing
situation where it was competitive.
Today.
Mortal Kombat
The detox,
4
Dave's
was essentially
detox
the
day
last
off.
arcade-based Mortal Kombat, and when it went all console, it stopped being competitive circles. All right, but Street Fighter continued, Tekken continued. And it was pretty funny, okay? It was pretty funny. I would say it was pretty fun at that time. So I started traveling around the late 1990s and early 2000s every single year annually to Dunedin, New Jersey, and I would actually carpool with a bunch of my friends and fellow, Street Fighter competitive players. We would all jump into a car together.
Well, what I think is the
and we would
last
drive
level
down.
with the
Some years it would be in a car. Some years we went with my friend Scott Vanessian, who I've talked about many times over the years here in my content. That he was kind of one of the big organizing guys in Connecticut, where I used to live. He would be like, "Hey, we're going to a tournament. I got a van, and we're going to drive there together." And he would have setups in the van.
I know what level you're talking. That level's not that bad.
He would play Street Fighter on the way to the tournament in his van, which was unheard of back then. There was no portable gaming like that back then. And he was one of the people who would actually set this up. And then he's sitting outside of the arcade, parked on the street, open up the back of his van, and there'd be multiple freaking TVs and setups with joysticks and everything set up to play
cheated that
right
level?
in the back of
I didn't see his Odyssey playthrough.
The van,
that
which is
doesn't
amazing. You
surprise
can find
me.
pictures and stuff like this. This was unheard of back in the day.
I thought 3D World Champions Road was worse.
So yeah, so it was fun. We carpool. We'd actually share a hotel room
Even
together.
I eventually beat that.
And I've already told these stories over the years of various different funny things and antics that happened on our trips. But this was essentially my introduction to competitive Street Fighter. It was the East Coast Championships tournament series every year, annually, Memorial Day weekend, that we would be playing these games competitively and get into the whole tournament mode. I actually remember it was one of the earlier years of Marvel vs. Capcom 2 being out, that so many people showed up. Now here's the thing, today, easily these tournaments bring in hundreds to thousands of attendees, correct? Back then it was more grassroots. And since you were all in one small arcade, on average, a tournament would get maybe between 100, 200 entries. Sometimes you push 300, but if you had that many, you were really pushing it for time constraints, because keep in mind the whole tournament's being run on maybe 3-4 cabinets.
Are we talking about Memorial Day?
Keep in mind also,
the fuck is he doing?
Because everything was played on a cabinet, there's potential that things would constantly break and have issues. It's not like you're playing on your own joystick, you're plugging in and out of a console. Everyone's using the same
I'll
controls.
Probably end up going back
when
to
everyone's using the same controls, they break down.
Right now.
And this would happen all the time, right in the middle of a tournament. Joystick breaks, buttons break, and now you got to swap them out, and you got to do all this maintenance work.
I thought we were talking
in the
about the
middle of a
troops.
competition.
Now we're talking about the tourneys.
But I particularly remember one time, I can't exactly remember the entire situation, but I believe it was guys from this area of the country, Seattle, had gone to East Coast Championships. I think it was Rotron and his crew from Seattle came out to face the players from the East Coast, including Justin Wong and Ricky Ortiz and them. And I remember
Memorial
the
Day doesn't mean
ran,
your
I'm not
memories,
kidding, over
idiot.
24 hours without a break. It kept going. It just kept fucking going, because we had to keep playing overnight in order to keep the tournament running, or else we would have ran behind and never been able to finish it. So imagine getting no sleep, and for 24 hours you're in an arcade and people are playing nonstop and you're running matches
thank
and
you
whatever.
for your service, Phil.
And
Thank you for running all those tournaments that were run swimmingly and had no issues whatsoever.
I believe it was Rotron versus Ricky Ortiz. It was a crazy match. I think Ricky won in the end, but it was like super duper close. And I remember at one point Sanford was involved too, but I don't remember if Sanford was actually in the finals or not. I can't remember exactly.
Was his son there too?
It was one of the most epic tournaments that I ever seen, back in the day. And this is cool because it would run Friday, Saturday, Sunday. And then when the tournament ended, usually around mid-afternoon to late afternoon on Sunday, everyone would travel home Sunday night and a Monday. So you would still be able to have a Monday with your family or friends for Memorial Day. So even though you played video games all weekend long, you got your tournament fix, and the results at that point would be posted on like shoryuken.com. Oh, here's the big winners or whatever. So you'd be getting some clout, and you get to come home and you get to relax at your other life. Because it really did feel like when you got into competitive Street Fighter, like this was one aspect of your life. But then on the other hand, you had all real life stuff going on the other side of the spectrum too that was different. That was separate. Like, who the hell cared in your real life that you went to a Street Fighter tournament that weekend and did well or sucked? Who gives a shit, right? You get together with your family or friends, and you're just gonna have your usual food or whatever, and just enjoy the holiday. They don't care about how many times you did an Air Hyper Viper beam with Cable. They don't care about your Touch of Death combos with DJ. You know what I mean? It's just, they don't give a shit. They don't even know what you're talking about. You think he brought
this shit up at family get-togethers and his extended family
that was,
just didn't get it?
Pretty crazy time. And that ran, I would say, all the way to late 90s through like the whole first half of the 2000s. I think it was actually, I want to say, probably around 2004, 2005. So we're talking maybe 5-6 straight years that every year.
All
I
right,
would go
that's
to
lovely,
ECC.
Philip, but it's time to eat.
I actually ran ECC one year because the person who always used to run it, his name was Fee Long. He basically wanted to retire or at least take a year off from doing it. So he did, and I ran it along with Josh Wigfall from New York City. We shared the responsibilities, kind of split them right down the middle. And we ran ECC that year, and that was the year that everything went console. We basically said, enough with the arcade cabinets, everything's got to go console. So everything was on like PS2 or, you know, whatever the hot console was at the time, because it was before the era of Xbox 360 and PS3. And it was great running it. It was actually quite fun. Had a lot of fun doing it. Although after that, basically, Fee wanted to come back and run it again. I was like, go ahead.
Of the Odyssey,
you know,
Darker
I like
Side
doing it for the year, but hey, you ran it for all those years. You got your year off. Go on back and keep doing it.
Get upset.
Eventually, it retired. Why? Well, a couple things. Number one,
you want me to
the guy
run
who
my
runs it on the break
tournament for
tournament
you?
or arcade,
Actually, yes.
essentially,
Here's the reins.
You know, kind of, he still has the arcade, I believe, but basically, you know, competitive fighting games ended in arcades. They just don't exist anymore. You can't really go to a video arcade and find competitive fighting games anymore. Fighting games went all console. So essentially, we lost the reason to run it at the arcade. Why are you going to run a major tournament at an arcade when the games aren't played in the arcades anymore, right? It wouldn't even make any sense to do that. So what ended up happening was other tournaments started popping up and sprouting up that were all run at like a ballroom at a hotel or a convention center or, you know, university campus that has like computer rooms and stuff. That's where these tournaments started popping up. And they kind of took over for ECC. So over the years, ECC just kind of got faded out, and other tournaments kind of took over for it. Although there really is, to my knowledge, no major tournament on Memorial Day weekend anymore. Like that weekend always had been reserved for ECC. And when ECC retired in the late 2000s,
poorly run,
late 2000s
as they
or
say.
early 2010s, but I think it was late 2000s. So when it retired, that was it. Like no one else said, "Hey, we're going to take over." It was more like, all these other tournaments already exist. That's good enough. So it's kind of funny. ECC was a really interesting part of my life. Those early, you know, those teen years into my early 20s, when I was heavily into competitive Street Fighter, it was always a yearly annual tradition. That Memorial Day weekend, you're gearing up with friends, you're getting into a car or a van or a truck, and you're, you know, driving away, and you're heading over to Dunlin, New Jersey to play competitive Street Fighter and have a good time with your buds and to see, you know, to face mano a mano, who's the best. Back then, there was no online play in these fighting games. You had to play in person, and this was the way to prove who was the best, and people from all different regions and walks of life would come. It was great because we had people from Texas, Chicago, California. The only thing we never really had were Japanese players. The Japanese never really came to the East Coast of the United States, mostly because travel, right? If you're going to come from Japan, you're going to go to a California tournament or whatever. Why? Because that's right there on the West Coast. When you touch down, it's not a big deal. They didn't want to fly across the entire country to come to ECC. It's, you know, it's like double the travel. So that never happened. But outside of that, we even had Canadians one year, I remember. A Canadian team came down to play, which was really neat to have that big variety of players or whatever. So, pretty cool. But anyway, yeah, I mean, that was essentially what I used to do on Memorial Day. And then what happened is once I basically quit competitive Street Fighter, you know, Memorial Day just kind of became another day for me. You know, now that I'm a YouTuber, it really is just another streaming day. I don't do anything too special. I said to my wife, why don't we have hot dogs today? But she wasn't in the mood for hot dogs. We're just going to have leftovers today. Like,
what?
Well, it is what it is. But she wasn't in the mood. I don't do anything too special. I said to my wife, why don't we have hot dogs today? But she wasn't in the mood for hot dogs.
What a fucking cunt. I'm sorry.
I said to my wife, why don't we have hot dogs today? But she wasn't in the mood for hot dogs. We're just going to have leftovers today.
Fuck
like,
this
well,
bitch.
well, it is what it is. You know, no big deal.
I guess she does have a little bit of agency.
But that's what happens in life is you get different phases of your life that are different. When I was younger, it was the family day where I cooked out, played games, you know, softball or
He's gonna want
wiffle ball,
leftovers
had fun
on
with the
4th of
family.
July, too.
Then that phased out. Then it became a major part of my Street Fighter career for many, many years there. ECC. And that kind of phased out.
Oh,
And
yes,
it really
Christmas
never got
Day.
picked
I
up
guess
to be
we're just
something
gonna eat
else.
leftovers from
But I'm sure everyone out there has a different story about Memorial Day and how they celebrate it and what they do for it. Maybe I'll ask you guys in a little bit for your stories. All right. But anyway, I hope you enjoyed mine. Thanks for listening.
Been eating leftovers for months. Yeah, they're just like me. They eat like one little morsel and you're all. like your thumbnail for this one, Hate Army, for the memorial video. Life's been tough. Life's been
disgusting.
tough.
Stop
It really
smacking your
has.
lips. Tipping me helps me more than anything.
Now, here's a big one. DSP's Schizo meltdown on IGN reviews. We are gonna watch this, but we got a video from UNFW first. DSP cheeses Mario Odyssey. Oh wait, I didn't actually, I didn't copy the link yet. I gotta fetch it over here. Dude, I love Mario Odyssey, so this video isn't gonna make me mad at all. Ow. Alright, here's Phil's cheese of his Darker Side run. If you haven't played Mario Odyssey, the Darker Side of the Moon is pretty much the final challenge of that game. Alright, let's see how he did.
Okay, try again. Ah!
Jump with me, grab coins with me. Oh yeah! Oh yeah! Let's get in 720.
Come on and jump up in the air.
Jump without a care. But that I'll be there. What is he doing?
Did it! There we go. Now don't. I got no wiggle the controller.
Oh, this guy sucks.
Don't wiggle the fucking controller.
Really?
Good God. Let's do this. Thank you, E-Machine, for a 15-bit share.
Are you kidding me?
Holy shit.
Hey, Army, take notes.
He said, nice fail, Phil. Got there just in time to see it. Yeah, that was epic. I do the glitch.
All right, we're gonna
and
do
I
this
really
live.
fuck
It's
it up
a
by
it's a
wiggling.
real time good idea, bad
Thank you,
idea.
45-bit share.
Is this the good idea or the
Good
bad
lord.
idea? I'm not sure.
And thank you, Viking, for that cheer earlier. You're the cheerleader with the 501.
You're the cheerleader, right?
All right.
Odyssey, you see.
What the? You magically got out of audio range.
Yeah, because you're fucking cheating the game.
There you go. There you go. Yes, I did. Sand Villa, I absolutely beat the level. Look, I'm beating it right now. Look, I'm slapping its
What do you
ass.
title this?
Mario's got his cock out. He's
The
slapping
true
level
ending
left
of
and
the
right. He
game.
did it. Mario beat it.
Stolen.
Mario beat the level. If you don't
This
like
is
it,
highway
well,
robbery.
Complain to Miyamoto. Wop, 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 wop. Fuck you. Thank you, Sean
Holy
DeArc, for
shit,
100
that could be a
cheers. Thanks for beating the level,
soundboard.
Phil. Congrats. That's right. Wop, 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 wop.
So you get the trollololololo into the ha 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 ha.
Oh, fuck you.
And then you get the fuck you. And then you get the It's like you get it's not even a 1-2, it's a 1-2-3-4. I'm getting clocked from all angles.
Thank you, Jean d'Arc, for 100-bit cheers.
You
Thanks for beating the
outro
level, Phil.
unlocked.
Congrats. That's right. The long journey's end. There it is. I've done it. Chololololol. Ho, 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 ho.
This video is
Alright.
14 minutes long. Oh, this was back when he was still doing like 10 to 15 minutes. There's really nothing in the game.
Yeah,
like,
if you go down the pipe. Yeah, I want to see the end
yeah,
of the
there's
stage.
nothing ahead.
Let's go down the pipe.
What else? Yeah, this is just the thank you part. There's no challenge here.
Wait. Aim. There we go.
Look at this cheating fuck. Big ups
The
UNFW
John
finding
Journey's
this, for
End
sure.
Multi-Moon.
I did not watch his
How
Odyssey
I get that on the
playthrough.
night that I'm finishing the game.
Alright, let's see how you're supposed to do it. Okay, so what was so difficult that Phil could not beat it?
Here we go, off the rails. You know it's hello.
Hello, Joe.
Freedom life you never knew.
Okay, so here's where Phil was at.
Say the word, I'll be there in a flash. You
This segment's easy. It's a segment after this I bet he had trouble on.
we can zoom all the way to the moon. On this great wide wacky world,
Jump with me, grab coins with me, oh yeah. It's time to jump up in the air. Jump with, don't be scared. I'm forgetting the lyrics. Okay, this is probably where he got stuck. Freezing water with a bunch of fuzzies that he rage quit on. Yeah, you built a Goomba tower here, and you beat up the UFO, and that unlocks the next segment. Oh. I'm not singing Dragon Love. Wait, did you have to beat up the hat guy or not? Oh, okay, it gives you the, yeah. I mean, if you want more protection. Oh my god, I'm fucking up. Okay, this segment. Yeah, this part's not difficult. Hey, it's in the channel name. Give me a break. Is this the segment you're stuck on? This? I guess this could be a little bit difficult. But just get your long jumps in order. No? Oh, okay. Yeah, this segment, yeah, this isn't that hard. Just a little bit of patience here. Just like how you can get a little bit of a Rye Drake raid with a party 6. Big ups Rye_Drake_331. I'm not playing Mario Odyssey, but I'm watching, I'm giving Hate Army the tips and tricks he needs to beat the game. We're watching a clip of DSP cheesing Odyssey. I think you might get a kick out of it.
What's wrong with you? You're missing out on the cool collab coming next Friday.
And Rye Drake himself.
So hit that follow button right now.
If I win, I have riding.
Diablo 4 tomorrow? And big ups. I know you've been chilling the game a lot. Oh, this segment. This is what you're having trouble on. Wait, this is what DSP was having trouble on. You're having trouble with something.
Someone's supposed to say it. That's
After this? Okay, so you go here with the onion. This was the part DSP rage quit on. I don't remember this part of the stage. Oh yeah, because you get hit. You get hit when you stay in the frozen water for too long. Really? This shit? He didn't even get to the Yoshi segment? Oh, he's lame. Alright, this segment's alright. Oh, they get the Wooded Kingdom music coming in. Banger, absolute banger. I don't know if he got farther, but he quit there and cheesed. Yeah, maybe he got further on an earlier attempt, and he just couldn't get back to where he was, so he died at the fussy part and just gave up. And how long are you supposed to be Yoshi? What game is this? I'm watching the video of Mario Odyssey. Wait, okay, Hate Armory says this is where he's stuck. Okay. Here's how you do it. I would say, I'd say this part's hard. Oh! Okay. Okay, yeah, you don't have Cappy either. Oh, you got the cheese there. You just gotta sacrifice 2 hits. You can try it again. You gotta follow the rings. The rings tell you to ground pound. Oh, you know what? I bet it's because when you wall jump, you wall jump in such a way that you get some. You move horizontally, and you like fall off into the lava, right? This part's not hard. Oh, this part sucks. This part I would say is fucked. No way! No way! No, I don't want to do this again. No, that's fucked up. Imagine if you got like 2 HP or something. No, thank you. Okay, yeah, this part they spam the enemies and you can hit the laser beam. Yeah, they trick you. They trick you because they want you to hit the laser beam to get rid of all the enemies, but they have other laser beams around here, and if you do that, it's just gonna trigger like non-stop lasers. Yeah, it's a fucking trap. Don't fall for it. But then you got the fog coming in, and the fog hides Cappy, so it might make it so you can hit the laser on accident. It's a fucking beginner's trap, man. The fog is very heavy. Heavy is the fog. Oh no, he did it! He did it! Big up Spanky Joe. Love water bugger. I remember having trouble with this segment. Yeah, because right there, it doesn't... I think, I had trouble getting the required height to get that last, to get stuck on that last board. Now, this part was easy. Look, it's, Donkey Kong. When is he gonna get his own Odyssey-style game? Style? And then you get the boss fight. Oh no, they make you do a Bowser segment? I thought you fought Bowser again. The rocks were kind of annoying here. I would swipe at a rock, but because Bowser is so big, the perspective's kind of fucked, and sometimes I would swipe too early and the rock would still hit me. Look, that right there? Oh, hate armor, you're gonna hate that. This is ridiculous! Do it with 3 HP, by the way. I thought this was fun. Fuck you, Miyamoto. Seriously, fuck you. It's still going? Okay, no, that was it. Holy shit. And DSP thought that was difficult. Let's show Rydrake, because Rydrake didn't see it. Rydrake and anyone who came in from the raid. So, here's DSP's version of that level.
Okay, try again. Did it. There we go. Now don't.
Roderick should know.
The controller.
He's got Twin Peaks brain.
Don't wiggle the fucking controller. Good God.
You might have forgot.
Let's do this. Thank you, E-Machine, for a 15-bit share.
They probably patched his hate army. It's probably not even worth trying.
Holy shit. Dark Maggot did a 100-bit share. He said, nice fail, Phil, there just in time to see it. Yeah, that was epic. I did
that
a
was
glitch
so
and I
epic,
immediately
guys.
fucked it up by wiggling. Thank you, AES, for a 45-bit share. Good lord. And thank you, Viking, for that share earlier. You're the cheerleader with the 501-bit share, by the way.
Vidar Viking?
All right. What the? You magically got out of audio range. There you go. There you go.
Ideal Theory is the guy who gifted him the Switch required in the Max Out Odyssey. So when he was skill checked,
Look,
he
I'm beating
cheesed.
it right now. Look, I'm slapping its ass.
What did that cause a controversy with the person who gifted it to
slapping
him?
the level left and right.
I mean, if he cheesed it and I gifted him the Switch and told him to beat it,
you don't like it?
100%
Well,
or whatever the
complain
fuck,
to Miyamoto.
I'd be pretty upset if he cheesed it. I'd want to see him do the challenge.
Fuck you.
I guess Chololo, fuck you. Though distinctly lacking in a key octopus element, the fried octomayo, I'm thinking of Cinco de Mayo. The fried octomayo was nevertheless quite delicious. If it made Linka and Rex happy, who can fault it? Okay, I will be fair, D-Scythe. I did cheese the 100 jump rope challenge, because that shit was nonsensical. I did the cheese with the letter, where you take control of the letter, and I forget how, but you get it out of bounds, and then you just have it near the jump rope, and it counts it. I got to 100 that way, because no way was I doing 100 jump ropes. Ridiculous. Give Splatoon 3 today? No, I didn't. Alright, back to Hate Army. DSP's Schizo Diablo 4 reviews. Oh wait, but we have a Cerulean video, my bad.
It's good to see you. Gordon, you lousy motherfucker. Get your dork ass down to the test chamber or else I will shove the sample up your ass. And stop fucking with the microwave.
He said, thanks, expand on for Splatoon 3, I will play it. Bring up Pig Go of that, please. Alright, DSP Schizo Meltdown on IGN Reviews. Still wants to drop Zelda. It's another one I didn't listen to. Big ups on me skipping pre-streams.
Hate Army General.
Shout out to Hate Army.
Your name is Hate Army? You're saying Hate Army shit.
Hate Army shout
Hate
out.
Army
Good
shout
vibes
out.
to the Hate Army.
Shout out for hate.
Ladies and gentlemen, Street Fighter 6 reviews are out. Here's some of the early review scores. 10 out of 10, 10 out of 10, 10 out of 10, 5 out of 5, 5 out of 5, 5 out of 5, 5 out of 5, 9.5 out of 10, 9.5 out of 10, 9 out of 10, 9 out of 10, 9 out of 10, 9 out of 10, 8.5 out of 10. And those aren't just little indie places, those are big and small, all reviewing it that way. Okay? In fact, it is the highest reviewed fighting game in 15
That's quite a convenient excuse,
years.
Benjamin.
Yes. The
Yes,
last game that
yes,
even
correct.
tracked to rate this high was Street Fighter 4. Yes.
Yes, yes. Wow, so 2 games ago? So only
Yes.
one game was
I
bad,
might
and then
say,
they kind of went back to
why?
glory? How
Well, when you
convenient.
read these
I mean,
reviews
that's not really that,
from the
that's
professional
not that much of a
game
redemption
journalism
story.
sites, you have to take them with a grain of salt, okay? Here's why you have to take them with a grain of salt. Those people aren't professional players. There's 0 pro Street Fighter players
Those
who are
Street Fighter
journalists at
for the most part
IGN or
stayed
GameSpot
consistently
or any of
good.
these sites, you understand? So they're always approaching it from a casual perspective. So when I read things like, oh, I love the new drive system because drive impact is good for this and drive cancel is good for this and drive reversal is good for this, and I'm like, yeah, but if you read your reviews of Street Fighter V, you loved the V-trigger system And truth be told, the V-trigger system was atrociously bad and unbalanced.
Atrociously bad. There's that. There it is again.
After playing it for some time, but you guys kissed its ass back to Street Fighter V days and said it was great in your review.
Nicole, you said you had something important.
So
Speak to me.
when you're reading the competitive aspect of what they're trying to say in these reviews, I really don't believe a word of it. To me, there's absolutely no way to tell how competitively good Street Fighter 6 will be until that game is out and people are playing it and it's in the wild for at least a few weeks and people are starting to see matchups and strategies online. We get to see truly how good the netcode is. We get to see how it holds up with the crossplay. We get to see what's dominant and what's not. There's no way to judge until then. So all that nonsense, there's entire giant segments of these reviews about the competitive nature of the game. These guys don't know diddly dick. They might as well just skip it and say we're not saying nothing because this is worthless. Okay?
If we can, we'd like to
However,
use it for your benefit.
Excuse me. However, what I do judge as useful information in these reviews are the things that we wanted to know about the game that we did not have answers for, but now we will have answers for them. Okay? Question number one.
Can't act like it doesn't concern us.
When you're going to play this game online, there's a battle hub. What is there to do in battle hub? All right. Well, when you're waiting for your matches online, there's a million things to do. You can sit down at one of these arcade machines and you can actually play the full game of Final Fight, and you can also play Super Street Fighter 2 Turbo. But apparently it's been confirmed this is offline only. There's no online play or co-op, at least in the versions that the journalists were provided. There's no online play. Because it was funny, some people were like, oh, there could be a big revival of Super Turbo if there's an online mode where you can play it against people online. Why would they have online Super Turbo in Street Fighter 6? It's a different game. Wouldn't
He acted like that was a possibility like a year ago.
You know what I'm saying?
Thank you for the shiver.
So I wasn't expecting that.
Wouldn't it be great if Super Turbo was online in Street Fighter 6? Then I could have Street Fighter fucking
last year. Oh, maybe Super Turbo will be
Fridays.
No,
Fight
they would never do that.
Fridays.
They would always charge for that, right? Or maybe if they do, it'll be DLC to pay for later. Right now, it's just offline, okay? Maybe in the future, but now
it's like the one person that cares about
this. But there
is
tons of content in there. There's these games to play. There's these things you can do. And of course, the things that they're saying is the best feature, taking your avatar from the single player and actually playing it online against other people. And people are like, it's completely unbalanced. It's not meant to be competitive. It's just silly fun. But it's actually fun to take your character you built yourself in the story mode and try to fight people with it online. There's no formal ranking. It's not going to be for tournaments, but it's going to be a fun, silly mode. Okay?
The amount you possess won't be enough
That's
to
kind of
pose a
neat.
meaningful threat to him.
Now,
You can't know that before we
in
try.
regards to the single-player World Tour mode, this was the mode that I had the most questions about, because I outright said Street Fighter 6 looks like a game that was developed differently from Street Fighter 5. From the ground up, they wanted to make a game that appeals to all players.
Let's see.
Whether
If they
you're
got
a
tentacles,
hardcore
they are
competitive player
furry.
or a
Yeah,
casual
isn't there a
player,
separate
whether you're
term
going to
for
be
that
going to
shit?
tournaments or whether you're just going to be playing this at home by yourself, or maybe a
to
hybrid
be
where you'll do
furry,
some online
don't
play.
you need
They really wanted to make
fur?
this game appeal to
Big up,
everyone and
Stanley.
have
Hello,
value.
sir.
That's exactly
like
how
you
you
did
should
us
approach a game like this.
last time.
That's what
I
NetherRealm
hope,
has been doing with
work
the Mortal
wasn't so
Kombat and
negative
Injustice
for you.
series for the last decade. That's the way to go. That's the consumer-friendly way. So,
Scaly?
when you take
Is
a
it
look at
scaly?
Street Fighter 6's World Tour mode, we finally
that
have
for
answers.
lizards,
You ready
though?
for this? So,
I mean, I
20
guess
hours
fish have
long
scales.
minimum.
And this time round,
Yes, the
it'd be
World Tour
doing
mode
me
is
no
20
favours
plus
to try and
hours
look
long.
out for
Oh,
you.
no.
If you take
Time
your time
Warden
to
time.
grind and get all the abilities,
be
it's
good
even longer.
and just-
Or if you just play the streamlined story, it's 20 hours.
What if we could gain the power?
That's cool.
Wow.
I wasn't expecting a 20-hour story mode from a fighting
what's up,
game
Rockman?
ever. Ever. Like I
What's
said,
the
the
Phil
closest we
segment?
could even give that would be Soul Calibur from back in the day on the Dreamcast. Had an incredibly
told
similar
me all
premise where you
about the
created a
Ouroboros
character,
stuff.
and as you played through the
How
game,
the
you
device
earned special
can serve
moves.
to
It's the same
deploy
kind of thing
and
you're doing in this World
amplify
Tour mode.
Ouroboros power.
But even that, I
But
think, was like
also
maybe
that
8 to
there's
10
still
hours.
room
This one's
for
20 hours minimum.
and how it may
Okay?
have powers that
Now,
we don't know about.
admittedly, the reviewers are being honest.
If
They're like,
we
the
could
story
tease
of this
out
World Tour
those
mode is not great.
capabilities, then
You
our
basically are given
Ouroboros
silly
power should
tasks to
also
do,
grow stronger.
and you go around doing them, and they don't really make a lot of logical sense.
It's
So, for
a
example, one of
possibility,
the
for sure.
story missions
You're
is this.
grasping
Oh,
now.
I've always wanted souvenirs
It'll
from,
never work. Not against
I don't know,
Alpha.
Italy.
Okay.
So you
that
fly
you
to
can't
Italy,
know
Pizza
without
pie.
you beat people up in the streets, and eventually you fight like a gang leader or whatever.
I'm
At the
only
end, you
saying
earn
this for your
souvenirs
own
that you
good.
bring back. It's like, if
No,
you wanted a
hang on,
souvenir
Rex.
from Italy, why didn't you
I
just
agree
buy
with
something
Glimmer.
online at like Amazon? Like, why did you
You
fly to
too.
Italy to beat people up?
I know
So the
I feel
story
like
actually
crap
does not make
having
much
to sit
sense. It's
around
just
on my
silly.
arse,
The story
knowing
is
there
just
was
meant to be
nothing I
like a
could do to make a
nonsensical
difference.
story. But some
if
of the
my
best
days on this
praise
world
I'm
were
actually
numbered,
seeing
I'd
about the
hate it
mode
even more.
is that people are like, it's Street Fighter plus Yakuza. You're running through the
Besides,
streets, you're fighting random
I've not known
enemies,
these two
you're
for
doing
long.
silly challenges and leveling up.
Wasn't he the only
It's not
person
meant
that
to be
made this
taken seriously in
comparison?
any way. It's more silly fun. And
When
if
you
you're
offered
okay
to
with
fight
that, if you
with
like
us,
Yakuza, you're
I
probably
was
really
proper
going to like the
floored,
story
guys.
mode of this game. Also, there's 18 characters to interact with. And each one,
Straight
you
up
have to do
reciting
some
the
tasks
IGN
and
review
things, and you
almost
earn their
verbatim.
special
I
moves.
thought we hated
However,
IGN. They're not
there are
trustworthy.
two major criticisms that I'm seeing of the story
That's
mode.
why we didn't play Saints Row.
The first criticism is that it basically takes
Which Tactor's gonna be
way
playing
too
Diablo
long
4 and we'll see
to
some gameplay.
master
Rydrake
a
is
character.
gonna play it
So
tomorrow,
what does that
apparently.
mean? Let's say you run into E
Dude, I
Honda,
love Rydrake.
and E Honda
He's
says,
like,
"I want to
my
teach you the
homie,
ways of the
as they
sumo."
say.
So here's a series of tasks. So he gives you the tasks. Okay,
Matthew.
great. You go do the level 1 challenges, and you'll learn a few special
There's a
moves or
logic to
whatever.
both sides
But
of this
basically, the
debate.
more that you do
But
tasks
I
with
don't
E
think we'll
Honda,
reach a middle
the
ground.
more you level up those abilities. And if you master them,
What do we
now you're
do?
like way powerful with these abilities. But apparently, from what I'm to
A very
understand,
good
it takes
question.
a ton of time to level these up. The guy, one of the reviewers that I read, I think it was the IGN
You said
review.
you want to draw
He
out
said,
more
so I played
power.
the story mode for 20
Any
hours, and I
actual
basically stuck
solid
with Ken
proposals?
and Luke's
Well,
abilities. Those were his favorite
Riku
abilities. So
said
he
he
stuck
had
with
an
those two
idea,
trainers and
that
tried to
he'd
level these
tell
up the whole
us
game.
Once he was ready with
He
the
said by
preliminary steps.
the end of the game, and he had
Alright.
mostly stuck with
Then
those abilities.
I suppose we
He
should
didn't
talk to
master either.
Riku first.
20 hours of gameplay, he hadn't even mastered
What's his problem?
those abilities. So
Crappy
he's like, that's
attitude to take
what I'm
with
trying to
someone
tell you.
saying they
Like,
wanna
if you
help
play through the
you.
game, you'll want to casually probably be swapping
you
between
don't
the
know
styles
half of
to
it.
get new special moves, which is great. But you'll never ever feel like overpowered because it takes
What's that
very,
supposed to
very
mean?
long to master. But here's the
Don't
thing:
mind
if you're
them.
someone who
Let's just
actually
all
really
go and see
likes this
Riku.
mode, maybe you'll get immersed in it. Maybe you'll enjoy the grind, and you'll want to keep going because you always feel more powerful when you get to the next level of this move or whatever. And therefore you'll get hooked on it. So there's potential. There might be people who do not give a crap about online competitive play of Street Fighter, but will buy Street Fighter 6 and play it for its World Tour mode and love it. And then maybe once you really massively level up your character, your avatar, now you take them online to the random, player matches or whatever, and you see how your avatar stacks up against others that people have made after doing the World Tour mode. And the thing is, the more you play World Tour, the better you'll do on that online mode because your character has leveled up further.
How many
you
of the
see?
people that are gonna play Street Fighter on release day, Friday?
It seems like a
whenever the fuck
mix.
it
Like
comes
to
out?
me,
how many people are gonna
that
fuck
sounds
with
good.
the
The other
single
major
player
criticism,
mode? Like that's gonna
again,
play
is that
in
basically
here
the
in
story
this
doesn't
chat
really
right now.
matter.
Listen to the sound of my voice.
The
Like your
story is
focus
just
is
a
gonna be
means to
all
for
in
a
this
reason
single
to do this
player
stuff.
mode.
But they're like, yeah, you're never gonna feel meaningful. It's not like you're taking down Shadaloo, or it's not like you're doing anything crazy. You're just kind of going through the world doing silly things.
Because
And as long
he's
as you're
talking like
okay
all
with
his
that,
time is gonna
you
be
should
spent
enjoy the
on this
game, but take
mode.
it more as not a super serious playthrough,
Private
not a super
lady.
serious campaign. You'll probably enjoy it. But
Play
some people were
multiplayer
looking for
only.
something more. They're like, it's not like the
I play
story
when I'm
mode
not
of Street
hunting
Fighter 5 that had a
these
serious
puppies.
narrative. This doesn't have
Yeah, it
that at
doesn't
all.
seem
It's
like the
more just kind of a
priority.
mess around mode. Okay.
Maybe because I suck at Street Fighter.
So,
I might have to hit those streets then.
to
when I
me,
pick it up.
that sounds good.
Read.
That's because, I even told you guys, my wife, Kat, is interested because she likes Yakuza. She's looking right now for a game that's different. She's very interested in Diablo 4, but outside of that, she's like, I don't even know what I would play outside of Diablo 4 for the next couple of months. But now I'm going to tell her all about this today. She might be pretty excited. She might actually be very excited to play this because she loves Yakuza. I'll tell her, as long as you're okay with the grind. Now, one of the things that was interesting to me when I was reading these reviews is that people are like, there's going to be challenging
big
levels
ups
in the
Almighty
story mode.
underscore
For
7.
example,
Holy fuck, Cat
it
is a
teaches you
fucking
mechanics
loser.
of the fighting
Sorry
games.
for the
instance, you might
negativity.
fight one
It's
guy
alright.
who's a grappler, and so your
what's up,
goal is to
7?
keep him away. You might fight a guy who only throws fireballs, and your goal is to kind of dodge all the
Kinda fun 'cause
fireballs
you
and
just
get
run
up to
around
him
in that
and beat
mode
him
and
up.
just beat the crap
So
out of
that way you
random
beat him
people on
that
the
way.
street.
And basically you're learning
Sounds like
mechanics
the Cog and
inadvertently.
Dan.
Even if you're not a fighting game player, you
Don
may
Mon.
learn mechanics of competitive fighting games just playing through the story mode. So maybe it's a way for newcomers to fighting games to actually ease their way in to a competitive fighting game.
Yeah,
You
man,
see?
this fucking World Tour
That's
mode is
kind
so
of
great. I
interesting
went
to
to
me.
Portugal,
Alright, so-
and I did a quest where I had to beat up this fat
To me,
fuck
this
on the
all
streets.
sounds good. Like, this sounds to me like, okay, the online beta was
I got
good.
a
We all know
bottle
that
of
the
gut
online play
grease
was
from
decent
him.
in the beta. Looks like the characters are interesting. We don't know until we actually get into the online play of the real game how balanced they'll be. But from all intents and purposes, competitively, the game seems to be lined up to be good. But when you tell me they put all this time and effort into other modes, the Battle Hub having side content and different things to do that are kind of chill time killers. The World Tour mode, that is a completely separate mode from anything competitive that also can be played and enjoyed. That's the total
I
package
stole the
to me.
joke.
And that's why I
What
think
are you
this
gonna
game
do
is
about
reviewing
it?
so highly. because it's a little something for everyone. It's not just, oh, we only listen to the competitive players, that's all we care about. Here's, you know, just that. And if we ever put more content, we'll add it slowly. It's the worst attitude to have, and that's exactly what they did with Street Fighter V, and that's why that game was so bad at launch. Here, they've learned from their mistakes. All right, and that's why I'm telling you guys, when I start playing
Ben
Street
said
Fighter
he's
6
gonna
on
be the
Friday,
first dingus to track your channel.
Admittedly,
But
I don't
gotta
think
hit
we'll do
partner
story mode
first.
on Friday unless you guys want it.
'Cause if he just
I
starts
think
it
we'll
out of
just
the blue,
try
no
various
one
different
will know
characters
who
in
the fuck
training
I
mode
am.
and take them online and try to do some competitive play. I'm thinking that's my Friday. But then on Saturday, I think we will actually try World Tour mode. We'll take my avatar that I created in the beta, import them, and jump them in and do some of the story and see how it goes, because this is essentially going to be a mode that I'm probably going to play over time as well. All right, but I know the focus will be the online play for me. But I want to play this story mode too. It sounds
We're gonna have
fun.
day
I
stream
like
story
Yakuza,
mode
I obviously like
streams
Street Fighter.
and
I want to make my own character.
night
I want
stream
to be
lab
the most
fucking
ridiculous
streams
character.
of just
I want to
a
be able to
lab,
do like
no multiplayer.
grappling juggles.
By the way, why is he
but I
doing the
also
story
wanna do,
mode for this
zoning.
when
I wanna do, like,
multiplayer is the
stupidest
focus?
hybrid
Wait a
character you've
minute,
ever
wait a
seen.
minute.
It's
I
not-
gotta debunk this. Why are we playing the story mode for this? I thought the main attraction was the multiplayer. That's why we didn't play the Splatoon multiplayer. I mean, that's why we didn't play the Splatoon single player, right? Because multiplayer was the focus. If I can't bring anyone on a multiplayer stream, why the fuck am I gonna play the single player? Does the same not apply to Street Fighter? Idiot. Yeah, we wanna fucking wanna treat Splatoon like that. But the only reason we were gonna play Mario Strikers is because we thought a single player mode was gonna be in that, a single player story. And then when there wasn't, he didn't buy it. Even though multiplayer is the focus of that game, and the reason you would buy it, just like Splatoon. But no story means we don't buy it. But Splatoon has a story, we get gifted it, but we don't even touch the story. So do we even need a story when you really think about it? It's like when people bitch about COD fucking campaigns. They're like, oh my god, the COD campaigns suck and nobody plays them and who cares? We just buy them for the multiplayer. But then they do Black Ops 4 or any other game and they don't have the campaign. Like, oh my god, they took out the COD campaign. Like, motherfucker, you don't play the campaigns anyway.
Not viable, but somehow it'll work.
I'm sorry.
You know what I mean?
I gotta vent, you guys.
Anyway, so, yeah, so I am
Does
down
Splatoon
for
have
Street Fighter
sweaty
6.
men?
The reviews
No.
are
Good
basically
point.
saying this game is great. Okay? So I'm psyched now. I hope that you guys are pumped too. And again, if
Yeah,
you're someone
I'm
who's
pumped too.
kind of on the fence
I'm
about
fucking
want to
pumped
check it out or
to
not.
stalk you as
Sounds to me
whatever
like one of the best
the Ket avatar is that
single-player modes
Hey
ever
Army
in a
made.
fighting game. Just being honest.
Release
you know,
the
even the story
values.
mode of like Mortal Kombat, what is that, like 4 or 5 hours long? It's fun, but it's done really fast. And then outside of the crypt mode, there's really not much else to do. This
should
game
go on
sounds
a
like it's going to have
fucking
a
crypt,
lot
man.
to do. So you might want to consider it, even if you're not going to play it competitively. And of course, modern mode, which now lets all your inputs be eased up. No actual, directional inputs, rounded motions or charge motions needed. Just push a direction and a
Maybe if
button
the
to do a
COD
special
campaigns were
move.
better, people would play them.
Now you really don't
yes.
have to pay any attention to even the
What was the
harder
last
gameplay
one?
mechanics. You can
I
just play through
remember
and
the
have
last
fun
one,
in a
DSP
casual
got
way,
mad at it because
right?
people told them it was like 8 hours,
So there you
and
go.
then it was more
Now,
like
Now let's talk
12
about the reviews
hours.
for Diablo
Like
4.
a very
all right?
minuscule difference, but
I
he
kid
sucks
you
at the game
not.
so much. He was like,
If you
oh
look
my
at the
god, I'm
review
still playing
patterns and the
this.
scores, they're essentially the same.
By the way,
It's all like
COD's
9
main
out of 10,
attraction
9 out of
focus is
10, 9 out of
multiplayer,
10.
but he
I'll
played
say a
the
little bit-
campaign
it
for
looks like
that.
it's reviewing a little bit lower than Street Fighter 6.
Fucking hate
Street
this
Fighter 6 is
dude,
getting
man.
a lot of 10 out of 10s. Diablo 4 seems to be like 9 out of 10s.
Oh
Okay.
man, 1 point
I'm gonna just
difference. I
read a
guess
few
we're not
quotes.
playing
Now,
Diablo.
I have a lot out of the IGN review, so I'm going to give a shout out to IGN on this one. I'm going to quote the review a bit. Here's their little snippet, and then I'm going to read some more details. So here's their little snippet. Like seeing your favorite band play their greatest hit live, Diablo 4 is completely awesome to behold, even though you know exactly how the song's going to go from the
Whoa,
moment you
big
hear the
ups,
first iconic
Soft
note.
P
Our
underscore,
review is
the
9 out of
massive
10.
Ray with
Now,
a
I just
party
want you to
13.
listen to
Hello,
that.
sir. A big up, Soft P. I'm hard P for the Soft P raid. We're watching the guy. He's like going schizo mode with Street Fighter and Diablo reviews, even though I don't think we're supposed to listen to reviews, but we're listening to reviews anyway. Reviewers are based when we need them to be, and they fucking suck when we don't need them to be. But hello, Soppy. Hello, Jesse. Rexum underscore. And anyone else coming in? Like, Draggers. And I'm making Xenoblade progress. You guys missed it. We looked at a Boogie documentary too. We learned the Boogie lore. And we saw a review tech video. It's been a very positive, chill detox stream thus far. And we're gonna keep on going.
You're going to see your favorite band. You've already heard their song a million times, but you like hearing it live. So you enjoy the experience, but there's really nothing new besides experiencing it live. 9 out of 10. Does that sound like a glowing review? Does it? If you're just like analyzing that at face
he
value,
wants us
what
to
they're
not be
saying,
hyped for
that
it.
sounds to me
Right,
like
Drake Bros?
this game is just a retread. But it's a good
lost.
retread that plays well, but it's just a retread, right? So then you actually go into the details. And essentially what they say is, this game sticks to the formula of what's worked in the past. Although they expand upon it, yes, there's better skill trees, and they took some ideas from other games. They actually say like Path of Exile and Lost Ark are examples of a couple games.
I love when he says shit like that, Romy. Oh, I can't play 3 games all at once. That's way too much. Remember the PS5 launch? That wasn't too long ago.
Ideas from those games and implemented it into Diablo 4. Okay. They also say, just listen to this. The first act of the game is incredibly good. The story is great. The antagonist is really interesting. I guess her name is Lilith. She's supposed to be like the daughter of one of the grand demons, and she's screwed with Earth. But then, the next 3 acts, you're doing tangential story that is confusing, makes no sense, and doesn't really tie into the story. Then all of a sudden, in the last act, you're back to going after Lilith.
These sound like anti-meaningful terms. I don't know about this, guys. Zelda dropped, the more like Diablo skipped.
I'm not going to say anything yet. I'm just going to, stuff to mull over, right? You continue to read the reviews, and they say things like,
He's done
the
so much
classes
talk
are
about
great,
Diablo
they're
4
varied,
to
they're
not play it.
interesting, they're addictive. If you beat the
That's a
game
good way
once,
of
you kind of
summing
want
it
to jump
up.
right back in to try another class because it's fun to see the differences between the classes. Just so you guys know, that's par for the course for Diablo, and Diablo 1 and 2 it was exactly the same, where the classes did play differently enough that if you really enjoyed the game one time, you probably wanted to go back and play it again, because you want to see how the other classes play. So again, it's not necessarily different. It's
what's he
more the
gonna
same
do
from
when he
previous
finishes
Diablos,
Final
but it's good, 'cause
Fantasy
that's one of the
and
best
if he
things about
skips
previous
Diablo? All day Zelda and Street Fighter? You know how many slots he has to fill up? Maybe he can react more. There's just nothing coming out, guys.
Final one of the story.
I guess he's got Final Fantasy.
It's not hard to feel let down by what this game could have been. I'm reading word for word out of a review. I'm not making this up. I'm literally reading this word for word out of a review. Okay? It looks and sounds fantastic, even though you might not like what's going on in the story. Okay, let's continue. All right, I'm making this up. I swear I'm reading it. Okay. Also, the game has lots of bugs. Here's an example of a game-crippling bug that everyone will complain about.
Golem has bugs, and we didn't play that. I guess I can't play this either.
You're constantly teleporting around. However, be prepared to get stuck in the ground literally hundreds of times because Blizzard didn't account for vertical geometry changes.
Take a sip. You should drop Final Fantasy for Diablo. I don't know if he should really even play Final Fantasy. Do we really know Phil for his Final Fantasy playthroughs?
Now,
I guess he's played all the main ones that have come out since he started existing, plus a
essentially
couple of classic
what the review
ones. But
ends on saying
like,
is that the best
are those the
content of
classic
the game
DSP
comes
playthroughs up
post-game.
there with
Once you play through the
Bethesda
entirety
shit?
of the campaign of Diablo 4,
No!
you open up post-game dungeons at incremental levels. I think it says like one of them is at like level 50, then there's a level like 70 or 80, then there's a
unless
level
you're talking about
100.
classic,
And those post-game
his,
dungeons are
Final
very
Fantasy
fun
Final
and
playthrough.
challenging,
I thought you meant the new
and they
one.
really feed into the addictive nature of what makes Diablo great. It's combat.
Yeah, like, man, I would say
getting better
Spoony,
abilities,
yeah,
leveling
people
up set
know him for
abilities,
his Final Fantasy stuff.
fighting
I
giant
wouldn't
mobs
call
and overcoming them. This makes you
Bill's
feel very
Final
powerful.
Fantasy stuff.
And
Oh yeah, he's
therefore,
just
that's where the
Mr. Final
strong
Fantasy.
points
People
come in
just
Diablo
expect
4.
them
All
to
right?
play every
And
new
it's also
Final
funny
Fantasy
'cause it
that
says,
comes out.
From what's in the
I
base
mean,
game, it seems like they are definitely leading you into a DLC that's going to be great. But the base game is just a good,
Goldberg needs to play
lead-up,
MGS3
but
on hard
definitely
difficulty,
feels
get ready
like
for the remake.
you don't hit that
I
culmination
saw an
of what you're
article
looking
that
for.
said
Okay.
So I saw
So
two
I just wanna
articles.
review what
The
I just-
first
what I
one
just
was
read,
boasting
okay?
that the old VAs were
It's
going to
a
come back,
retread that plays
and then the
much
second
like
article
classic
came out today, and they were like,
doesn't innovate that much,
yeah, they're
although it has
coming
some
back,
modern
but we're
innovations
only
from last
reusing
decade, not that many. It feels
all
like
the voice
you're kinda
acting
going
they
home to a
already
classic that you've already
did.
played, but it still feels good. The story
So it's their
is
full
only
remake,
good
but it's taking a
40% of the time
re-whatever
because the
approach
entire
in
middle
terms
chunk of the game
of,
is completely
dialogue.
superfluous and a waste of your time. Full of bugs and polished glitches and things that need to be fixed. Game doesn't really get good until you beat the story, and even then the
It
post-game
gets good
content
40
just
hours
feels like a
in.
lead up to a good DLC,
That's how most of my
and you're
games are.
hoping the DLC is good. By the way, the review score, 9 out of 10.
What's wrong with a 9 out of 10? You heard what's wrong with this industry, Philip.
I wish I was making it up. This is what I mean about modern game reviews. This is what
is wrong with
infuriates
him?
me about modern game
It's
reviews.
just a 9 out of 10.
How do you sit down and say, I have a laundry list of criticisms for this game of the ways that it could be better? Oh, by the way, 9 out of 10.
Oh, by the way, I hate oh, by the way so
Seriously,
much.
it's fucking bullshit.
What
and
the
I
fuck
hate
is
this
wrong
shit.
with
I
9
hate
out
it
of
because
10?
People will not read the review. People, sadly, they only look at the number, right? So what they're gonna do is they're gonna look like the number rankings
How many fucking
of these
shit games
and
this
say,
this
Diablo 4 is a
motherfucker
9 out of
forced
10. Then they're
himself
gonna
to
play it and
finish?
say, why is
Like,
my
are you
source
kidding
code
me?
stuck? Why is the game so boring in the middle? Why is the story stupid?
Yeah, I believe.
Why is it not good until I've already beaten the story, which took like 40, 50 hours? Why am I now only getting to good content? Do you see?
Thinks every point of criticism should dock
This
a
is
whole
what drives
fucking
me nuts
point off.
about modern game reviews. Where is the responsibility? I understand.
Oh,
that
I get it.
Diablo
He's
is a
saying
ginormous
because
game. I understand that it's a flagship type.
Here's his take. The game has bugs. That's 1 point docked off. The game has like non-meaningful story segments in the middle. Okay, dock a point off. Game doesn't really explain shit. That's like another point off. Like if he was rating this game, this would be a 6 out of 10.
For Blizzard. I understand that people will be playing and talking about it like crazy this month coming up. Does that mean that it just by default should get a high review score? I don't get it. If your entire review is criticism
Probably don't
saying
want
the
to
game
jeopardize
should
their
be
relationship
better,
with Activision
here's
Blizzard.
why. But then you give it a 9 out of 10, you might as well just delete the text out of your review. Really? This
How
is
can you
what
claim
always
to know
drives
so
me
much about
nuts
the industry
these
but not
reviews.
understand why they would
do
be
not
inclined to
scale
give the
them
game a
How
high
can you
review
give one
score
game a 9 out
despite
of
their
10 and say it's
criticisms
nearly
about the game?
flawless, give another game a 9 out of 10 and say it has tons of flaws?
That's probably his
can't
issue
do
to begin
that.
with, is that he
There is
sees
someone
10
at that
out of 10
publication,
as
IGN,
objectively
that company.
perfect game
They're
with no
called
flaws.
The fucking editor. What
Even the best
editor's
games that have
job
been
is
ever
to do
made have
is
flaws.
to read these reviews and to say to the people who wrote them, you have to scale this properly. You can't say 25 negative things about the game and give it a nearly flawless score. It
Gamecast
doesn't work
buddy,
that way.
point
There has to
deducted.
be a level
He would
of
do that too.
objectivity to your review.
Because when he
Yes,
plays a Game
there is
Pass game and likes it, he's like, oh,
subjectivity
it's
as
on
well,
Game Pass.
but
It's
just
pretty
because
good.
you
You
had
don't
a
have to pay
blast with the
$60
game doesn't
for it.
ignore the
That's
25
add
flaws
1
you
point.
pointed out. It can't
Yes,
be a
that's
9 out
true.
of 10. Go back to your fucking desk and rescore the game properly,
Wow.
you irresponsible jackass.
When
And
was
then
the last
kick them
time
on
you
the
were
ass
at a
with
desk,
giant boot,
bitch?
Boom, and you knock them back to their desk,
back to
and
your
you make them
fucking
actually do
desk.
their jobs. Instead, it seems like these major publications are a bunch of fluff piece idiots. They will literally kiss the butts of these games
Last horse across
and
the
have
finish
it
line
fucking
over
go
here.
way high scores for no reason. Why? is everyone pussyfooting around games media and games journalism? Just fucking be responsible and do your jobs. Because then people would say, oh, it's a good game, but it's not great. They should have done a better job. Why are you afraid to say that to Blizzard? What are they gonna do?
Probably won't get
Cry?
review copies
Not give
anymore.
you the review copy?
Yeah.
Fuck Blizzard. Be honest about the game. Stop kissing butt. I'm tired of this shit. Because
Probably
then
be
no
out
one
of a
can
job,
judge fairly
too.
what's good and what's not. You can't have
It's alright,
a
we don't get
review
fucking
that has a
review
million
copies from
criticisms and give
Blizzard
it a 9 out
anymore
of
because
10.
of your
You're a
reviews, so we gotta let you
liar.
go.
An
But you already knew that.
irresponsible liar.
Use your
Am
brain.
I saying that Diablo 4 is going to be
I know
bad?
you have 'em.
No. From what I'm hearing, honestly, okay, what that review is telling me that I might like it, and here's why. I got hooked on
Really?
the
I didn't take that away
the
from that
addictive,
rant.
grinding nature of Diablo 1 and 2.
A
That's the
grind he
appeal, and
actually
it's funny because
likes?
they criticize
Huh?
that the boss fights are not good.
Wait a minute.
Well, I don't really remember the boss fights at all, Diablo 1 and 2. I remember getting addicted to going to dungeons.
Many times we hear him rant about
using my
grindy
abilities and
bullshit.
feeling more overpowered every time I leveled up, finding a new piece of gear that now gave me awesome new abilities or enhanced what I already had in my build, and now because of that, now I can really pull off stuff I couldn't do before, or try a different twist on my build or whatever. You know what I'm saying?
Such a good point you made. This is so much
to
fucking
me,
bloviating just to not fucking
It
play
sounds
it.
like it's something that I would like. It sounds like they've abandoned the problems of Diablo 3 that kind of made the game not very fun.
Know how
And
I
this
would
one they
treat
definitely
this
made fun. Like
if I'm
Diablo
not
3, I
playing
never
Diablo
felt
4?
kind of
I just
falling
wouldn't
into
talk
that
about it.
addictive
Yes.
kind of grind that I had in Diablo 1 and 2. In fact, I felt it was
It's
more
just
of a
that
chore
simple,
and
man.
not very fun. But there's
Did he
people
play
who are saying
2
this game is
Resurrected?
way more similar to Diablo 1
it was
and 2.
brought
and
up
is
to
getting
him
back
when
that
it was coming
hook
out, but
that,
he didn't play
that
it.
people loved in those original 2 games, right? That's cool. And I guess the question is, would that translate well for me
My whole
to
crowd
streams for
comes
you
see
guys?
Riku.
And the way I'm approaching it is I
Riku
think it
exhausted.
would, as long as we approach it as
Anyway,
chill streaming content.
Riku is busy
This is
now
not going to
with
be a
work on
game
Ouroboros stuff.
where we sit down
Please
and we're
to come back
expecting
later.
major story developments today. This is not a
exactly what
game
we
where we're
wanted
sitting
to
down
talk
and
to
we're
you
expecting
about,
to make
actually.
giant chunks and leaps
You
and
said
bounds through a
before
narrative game
that
that I'm
it
going to
could
beat in
be
40 hours
powered
and then
up.
we're done with it.
Could
This is a
you
game
tell
that's
us
going to have
more
an
about it?
ongoing combat
should have led
loop.
with that.
A game where
In that
it's,
case,
you know, maybe
I've
2
come
hours,
at just right
3
time.
times a
Well,
week.
UNFW
We
on
make
Age
good
of
progress. We
Calamity.
have chill streams, interactive streams where we're talking while I'm doing
You're
the
gonna be on
combat
that game for
loop and
hundreds
gameplay
of
and
hours,
stuff. You know what I'm saying?
and it's gonna run like ass.
That to
Please
me
to bear
is
with
how this
for a
game can be successful on DSP Gaming. It's not going to be like a standard
form of
playthrough. It
Ouroboros
can't be
stone
because
was
that's not
made
how the
by
game is
queens
designed.
of Kevin
Yes, it has a
and
narrative,
Agnes
but the
many,
narrative
many
isn't
young
even the best
ago.
part of the game.
Yeah,
The best
why
part of
wouldn't
the
he
game
be
is the
able to play this
combat
on
and the
night
post-game
streams?
grinding content where you're always looking for that next piece of awesome loot that you grab and now
Just chill
all of
on a
sudden your
night
build
stream,
went way
running
better.
around,
You know what I mean?
doing
Kinda like
whatever you
Hades.
do in a Diablo
Hades
game
where,
while talking
yes,
to
it's about the
fucking
combat.
Lisa
Yeah, there's a
Liu
story, but who
and
cares about the
Jinx.
story? It's all about the combat, getting the better builds and just dominating the enemies and stuff. That's what Hades excelled
But
at,
that form's
right?
still
That's
imperfect.
kind of what I'm thinking.
Hence
Is that's
people who
exactly
summon
how it could
power of
work.
Ouroboros
But
fail to
then I would
stand
need to
up
buy
to
in from the
Mobius.
audience that you guys are
And
going to
so,
actually come
Queen
chill
of
and support
Kevus
that
was
content because it's very
Queen
different
of
from the
Agnes
kind of
left
content that I
alone,
make.
she
Quite
slinks
frankly,
into
when do you
hiding
ever
place
see
to
me play this
escape
style of
beyond
game?
reach of Mobius.
Right?
But
It's
Riku
very
knew
different.
that
Very
perfectization
different.
of mechanism was
With
close
Zelda,
at hand.
we already have some buy-in. We already have people who are showing up to the streams and they're enjoying the playthrough and know what to expect. But with Diablo, not really. I've only really played a game like Diablo once ever, and the playthrough didn't do good. And that was over a decade ago. But maybe today, with the changes to the content I've made and everything, it would. All right? So I
Riku's
think
capable of improved
that...
assembly proper by itself, basing on scattered records from time of construction.
It could work, but it is a gamble. It is a gamble for me.
Thing needed is probably.
And I'm skeptical. I'm skeptical about buying this game and saying we're putting Zelda on hiatus.
$70,
and then it doesn't work. So I don't know. Again, I'm still undecided and on the fence. I don't know if I should keep playing Zelda or if I should keep playing Diablo.
Fucking just
What I would
drop
say is
everything.
Diablo
Do
seems like
Q&A
it's gonna be
streams
an
every
addictive
night
game
stream.
for
Why
someone who
not?
wants a time sync style game that's going to be addictive and fun, and you know you like looting and you like competitive combat loops. That's really what it's going to be. So don't expect a great story. Don't expect this game to blow your socks off when it comes to innovation or narrative. But if you want a game that's going to hook you, that's what Diablo was always good at, quite frankly. So I guess we'll see.
Big ups
Let's see what
Almighty
happens
_Grinch
in the next week.
DSP should have a list
I
of
got Zelda
questions
2 more
he has already
times.
answered.
We got Street Fighter 6 this weekend, and then over the
we should
weekend
have
we're all
an
going to sit down
FAQ
together and try to make this
on his
determination.
channel on
Do
his
I try
About
Diablo,
page.
or do we keep going with Zelda? And we have to make that decision.
I
And
know,
my
I'm
audience is
not talking about my
split.
wife.
My audience is not in
That'd be
agreement
at the
right
top of
now.
the list.
People in the chat are in disagreement. They are.
Let's see what the chat is saying.
It's gonna be a tough decision, man.
D4 buy in now, says a gray name. That sounds like a gaslight to me.
See, look at this. Oh my god, people just right now in chat. I got 2 or 3 people saying, we
Diablo
love
is
Zelda.
not a game
we were
to
already
watch.
in Zelda. Keep going with
Going
Zelda.
off
You can't
chat
put Zelda
instead of
on
a
the shelf.
poll.
And you got someone else. Oh, I changed
That's
my
something
name
smart
on
from
YouTube
672.
to say the buy-in. My name is literally now the buy-in, and I'm buying into Diablo, and I'm here for it. And DZ Abe did a super chat. Diablo would be lit. It would be lit. So it's
Wait. Wait. No. Hold up. No, you can't. No, you're not sliding that past me. Where is this? Suck a dock off says, I hate Zelda. Literally a kid's game. Got the perfect frame on him too. Suck a dong off. Oh, I see that Steven the Dead tweet.
I don't know.
Isn't this the guy that was caught
Magic
beating
8
his
Ball.
meat on stream like
Will
6
we be
years
able
ago?
to come to a definitive conclusion on what to play by early next week?
3,000 likes, 400,000 views. It's fucking over, Phil Bros.
Don't
No
count
tweet
on
from him
it.
yet. How long was he stretching this out? Oh my god! We've been watching this for 30 minutes? Why?
Son of a bitch!
Why?
All right. Well, guys.
What's up, Big King?
Let's continue to think about this. I guess also it'll
We
be
got a
depending on how
poll.
today and tomorrow go in Zelda, right?
We got a
If we have a really
poll,
great time in Zelda, and we're
and we
making
gotta
great
have an
progress or
interactive
whatever,
chat.
It might make
And
more
then we
sense
gotta
to
have
continue
one
with
more
Zelda
poll
in the
because
short
I'm
term. What if I
indecisive.
could beat
And then
Zelda
maybe
in
a
a week
community
or two,
poll.
right? And then we could finish Zelda by the middle of June, and then we could actually focus heavily on Diablo later. Maybe we should do that. And you know, there is another
Oh my
factor to all
God.
this that I haven't even discussed yet. Are you ready for this? Final Fantasy 16
Just
comes
make
out
a
the third
fucking
week of
choice,
June. I think it's
bro.
June 21st or 22nd, right? When
Oh
that comes
man,
out, you know
June's
that's
gonna be
the game
about
everyone
like
wants
the
see,
rush to beat
right? You know
Zelda
that.
or something.
That's a huge thing.
We gotta beat Zelda
How can I
before
also
Final
be
Fantasy.
playing Diablo and Zelda while I'm playing Final Fantasy 16?
No life Zelda, then it's possible.
Jasper, this is it. I'm turning Jasper to a machine gun.
Stone grows, thanks to microthermal. Power of nickel and glimmer also
He keeps
get
jumping
more
on
powerful.
me. Stop jumping on me, you nut. You're not gonna sit on my lap today. I keep telling you, you can't sit on my lap when I'm streaming. Absolutely not. In bed, he sometimes snuggles and stuff. That's okay, but not when I'm
Riku
streaming.
mentioned, for true growth, we'll need even bigger tricks.
Blows my mind to see old pre-streams, like when Tevin's having a sleeping segment. We look at old pre-streams and they're like 40 minutes long, 30 minutes long. I've seen like 27-minute long pre-streams.
It's because I'm getting
Fucking
older,
nuts.
and I'm running out of time to be hosting more than anything.
Alright, last one before we're caught up. DSP can't do shower react content because his shower is ruined!
Ramrod, yes. A new YouTube short on DSP
I don't
Reacts.
think I get what you
a
mean by that.
6-year-old video
What are we actually
reemerges.
supposed to do?
One that people still talk about to this
Riku
day.
knew,
So I made a
job
short
of
of it. I
Riku
said,
would
why
be
not?
easier.
It's been live on the
All
channel
Riku
all this
can
time.
tell
Might as well do a
is
short to
that
highlight it.
normal
Now
level
people will
of
probably go
fighting
watch the
will
original
not be
video. So
enough.
there you go. New YouTube short on DSP Reacts today.
I think
I will not be making any more
out,
shower react
actually.
content, mostly because that shower's busted. That's
When
the
we were
shower that
fighting
broke.
against that console called N,
What? Almost 2 years ago
when
now.
he had us cornered.
And I don't have money to fix it. It's got all kinds of problems. The pipes are all leaking and rusted, and there's all kinds of problems with it. I haven't used that shower in almost 2 years, so sorry, I can't do any more shower content for
so
you
we are
guys.
interactive for about
It's a
a
shame.
month. It's 35 minutes.
Really is a shame.
Oh my god, Eddie. I better not regret this. Interactive for about a month. Oh yeah, you know what? It would have been a month since Breath of the Wild, which he tells us is the debut of interactive style. It was the beginning of the next era. And for many, the beginning of the end. Alright, yeah, I'm a fucking masochist. Let's watch this.
Hello, everyone. DSP
What a
here,
blast to pass.
live on the stream. Today is Thursday, April 13th, 2017.
Wow.
We're almost halfway through April. And you know what? April's been a good month so far.
I'm out of stuff to watch, Eddie.
For
So
game
me
releases,
as well.
for game playthrough, for anything gaming, when you think about it. We had a
I'm
lot
waiting
of
for a
leftovers
Jin
from
tweet. Where is
March,
it?
Right? We had some long
this
playthroughs and holdovers
spike
from
in Matthew's
March
Ouroboros power.
that I've been continuing on with and balancing here
I'm
with other
thinking
stuff.
that
We've had
must
some
have been
great
the trigger
games so far. Persona
for
5,
Matthew
an
anyway.
outstanding RPG.
Oh, wait. If this is April 2017, what if Breath of the Wild is still lingering? It'd be interesting to hear what he thinks about the game a month out compared to what he thinks about its Tears if it's out today. What was it, Bobby?
Ukulele, in my opinion, a really good 3D platform.
Ukulele?
So
That
far.
shit sucked.
And so it's been a good month for gaming so far. And I've been enjoying everything I'm doing. I've been doing a lot of double streams, as you know. A lot of days I've been doing a ton of streaming because of this. Today I'm finally doing something a little different, taking time out from a double stream,
Then how about we get out there and hunt all the
so that I
big
can
game
actually do
monsters we
some
can clap
vlogging
eyes
and
on?
some behind-the-scenes stuff that I've been meaning to do for weeks. But because I've been playing
I've got a
games so
better
much
idea.
that I don't get behind
Oh boy.
on the current and
Here it
ongoing
goes.
game playthroughs, right? Because some of
We
these
can
games I've
be
been
your
playing have been
opponents.
so freaking
You're
long,
even
like
stronger
Zelda,
foes.
Mass Effect Andromeda, Danganronpa, Persona.
Yeah, we saw the
They've been
Rich
so
Review Tech
long,
video
I
earlier.
haven't had a chance to even, do
one
any
sec.
edited videos
When
or
you say
reviews or
we,
vlogging or
Do you
anything.
mean
Seriously,
yes,
it's been such a pain in the
style
ass.
content.
Well, it
No,
wouldn't be
let me put it
fair
that way.
if you
Not
ganged
that
up
way.
on
I
him,
don't want to say it was a
right?
pain in the ass because I'm
Don't have
enjoying
that.
playing all the games I'm playing. That's the good thing. Is
Listen
that
how
none of the
different
games
he
have really
sounds.
been terrible.
I
Everything-
bring this up every time I see a video that's at any point between 2016, I would say early 2020. Something happened But whenever you hear him, it sounds like you're listening to a completely different guy. He just sounds... There's something different to him. And 2020 is pretty late when you think about it. Maybe he changed the setup. Wasn't he still using the same mic?
That I've been doing has been entertaining in some regard, at least. And some of the games have been
Zelda
outstanding.
was done.
But when you have so much gameplay going on, it's tough to keep up with everything else. And I know there's been a lot of things I've been neglecting.
I
KO
wonder
Gaming
how much shit he
hasn't had a video in a while. You know, since I did the Zelda review, and then it was over 2 weeks before that I did my Horizon Zero Dawn review, and I really don't have time to do anything else for it. Because I'm
Horizon
so busy with all these
and
games,
Zelda?
I can't make a video for KO Gaming
was on the
until
grind
I
back
finish
then.
up with the games I'm playing.
No! Video, what are you doing? Maybe it's for the best. Damn, I've mentioned if Forbidden West came out the same time as Tears of the Kingdom.
So I can review them.
It's an art.
And then, you know, vlogging,
we'll let you do
you know,
whatever
I
you
have to do a
like.
schedule update desperately.
enough, right?
I didn't even have
Now
a
we're talking.
full schedule for
A
this
battle against
month
Shulkin
of the
Rex.
game releases for this
Can't ask for
month
better
as I
opponents
headed
than
into
that.
it. And the bottom line is with May, June,
you're gonna
July,
kick
right
it
around the
out?
corner, there's a lot of new game
in
releases
your
that have gotten
dreams.
release dates, and people keep asking me,
Might
Phil, are you
not
going to
go
play this
down
game?
too
Phil,
well
are you
if
going to
we
do this
start to
DLC?
punch
Phil,
up
are you
in the
going to do
middle of
this
the
and this and
colony.
this?
How about
And
we
I can't even
relocate?
answer because I don't even know this stuff exists because I
May
haven't done a
propose the
calendar
area
update.
behind the colony.
I've just been too busy. All right. And
Oracle ruins,
you know, this vlog that people have been waiting for
Sounds
regarding
fitting.
my experiences with
Let's do
Machinima
it. No
over the
objections from
years
you,
and
sir.
what happened with this
Not
falling
for
out with
me.
Machinima and everything. Now that I've been out of the
Suits me
Machinima
just
partnership
fine.
for
Go on,
2
Nicole,
weeks now,
Glimmer.
actually. It's been a little
Really
under.
stick it
Hold
to
on. It was actually the 3rd, I think. So a little under 2 weeks, about a week and a half.
The Gotrok
You know, some people were
ruins
under
are
the
just
impression I was going to
outside
drop
Colony
everything and do the
Nobody's gonna
thing
bother us
immediately,
there.
and I just haven't had a
Perfect place
chance,
for
you
what we
know.
have in mind.
Poorly Made just did a 10-bit cheer. He says, really excited for the
Poorly Made.
Machinima vlog because they screwed me over too. I just don't have the platform to tell my story, so I'm going to be happy to have them taken down a pay.
Yes!
Listen, I want everyone, I
Dude,
don't want
we
everyone
love
to
that
get the wrong
guy.
impression.
Big ups Poorly Made.
Okay. The vlog about Machinima is going to be very fair, and what I mean by that is I'm going to tell you about all the good stuff they've done for me over the years, because they did do a tremendous amount of good things for me. In a lot of ways, they're the only reason why I was ever able to start doing YouTube as a job when otherwise I had no avenue to do it because
Poorly Made
I
is
had
red,
lost
by the
my
way.
job
Not today's
in
Poorly
real
Made,
life,
but different account name.
been laid off, and you know,
still
I've
shout
tried
out
other
Poorly
avenues
Made.
like just using Google AdSense or Blitz.
He's a
nothing
real
worked
one.
out.
Good.
So in a way, they're really one of the reasons why I was ever able.
Yeah, I
to do
know,
YouTube
I
as a
know
job and
what
why
you
I
mean when you
exist
reference
today
Fred in the
any
context
capacity
of
with
anything
what I'm
but
doing.
this year.
But on the flip side, that company, whew, let me tell you, and you'll find out when you watch the vlog. I don't want to spoil too much, but talk about a ton of missed opportunities. Talk about a disorganized company. Talk about a company that, if it had better leadership, would have been something much greater and could have been incredibly successful. And solely because of terrible leadership, ended up basically running themselves into the ground multiple times. That's the one thing. It'd be one thing if it was like a one-time screw-up. No, they did it multiple times. And I'll talk about this in the vlog, okay?
It's insane, these snort combos.
Yes, it should
Just
be
sneak
an
up on me like an
interesting
assassin.
evening, because this evening, not only will I be filming a gaming schedule update, I will be filming my Machinima vlog, okay? And I will also be updating my Teespring store, which has been stagnant for about 2 weeks. I do want to give a shout out to anyone who has bought stuff from the store. Okay.
Yeah, thank you for giving Phil your address.
Because the bottom line is,
unless that's not how
you
it
guys
works.
are helping me incredibly.
Thank you
know,
for giving
I get a
Teespring
lot of
your
profit,
address.
a decent amount of profit from anything bought from the Teespring store, and that merch ends up, you know, helping to finance, you know, my ability to keep doing this as a job. In fact, you know what I'm going to do right now on the fly? I'm going to add the Teespring card to the intro here. Running. Hold on.
The perfect place for what we have in mind.
There we go. I just did. So the Teespring advertisement, you know, picture will pop up here now in the pre-stream fan art and stuff. But, you know, I have it.
Wow,
oh
Phil,
my God,
you worked so
that?
hard for us.
Ooh, there it is. There was a burp coming up, and it didn't come up, and it made me
Hey, it's
my
almost
voice
June.
crack like crazy.
For some of you, it is June.
Ugh.
Yeah, June the King, more like
All right,
June
so
the
anyway,
month.
yeah, the Teespring's great, but I haven't had a chance. I've been so busy with gameplay. that I haven't had a chance to even update the store. You know, it takes a little bit of work. I have to try to get logos and stuff uploaded to the site, and then I have to try to position them on different products and then set them up. Here's the Teespring plug, by the way. Here it is. There's the store. There have been a few people who bought stuff in the past week, and I hope. First of all, I want to say thank you, and I hope that you enjoy your products. I didn't know this was a debut of a legendary slide. I've been wearing the 2 T-shirts, and I use the mug every single day here, so it's great quality stuff.
Weekend preview April 9th. Engage, ukulele, and more.
All right, but anyway, yeah, tonight I should be hopefully.
Engage less than a week before this.
I should be hopefully updating. It
says guest star Leanna, but she's not on camera
tonight, as well as doing some
unless
vlogging.
He turns on the camera.
So be on the lookout for that tonight. Finally, something different rather than just raw gameplay every single day. All right. Ah. 4chan Gamer House has been asking about 4 million questions in the stream chat. And this was a guy who was also trolling earlier this week.
Oh yeah, I know he doesn't.
So I don't even know if I should respond to him.
You know, Phil on camera for the whole
guy who's
podcast for a couple of
insulting
years.
Things.
But he still has
week,
the face cam by this point, doesn't he?
I don't know.
If we switch to a scene where Leanna's there sitting next to him and make it bigger.
All right, so folks, today
4chan Gamer House is king
is the return to Mass Effect Andromeda. The bottom line is, I am in the end game of the game. If you're not aware, okay?
Brian just can't stay away, man.
We are in the final segment where if I were just to do the story of Mass Effect Andromeda, I could apparently beat the game in 2 hours or so.
Alright. I'm sure the algorithm doesn't auto-ban for it. So
Poorly
I will
made
make sure to
another 10
disavow
here and said, any estimate on when we can expect the vlogs tonight? Well, yeah. Well, I'm putting out the gaming schedule update tonight for sure, because I want that out right away. That's more important than anything, honestly. I think that people definitely want to know what I'm going to be doing in regards to my gameplay and what game coverage is coming up. So that's coming out tonight. Maybe tomorrow, I'll put out the Machinima vlog, and then this weekend there will be a new DSP Tries It. Yeah, there's officially going to be a new DSP Tries It this week, which is awesome. I've been waiting to do one for a while, and now I actually have a few things to do for DSP Tries It. So
all fast food.
You might actually see several episodes, one a week for the next several weeks, which I know is different because I haven't done them in a long time. Okay, so that is the deal.
Now DSP Tries It every week.
Tonight I'll be filming everything, but I'll probably be releasing
literally
the schedule update tonight, probably the Machinima vlog tomorrow, and a new DSP Tries It this weekend. How does that sound?
Look at how much content you were getting back then. Now you don't get anything.
So anyway, yes, back to the subject. This is the end game of Mass Effect Andromeda. If I were to just focus on the story itself,
movie reviews of movies that
it
came
would be
out
about
2
2 hours,
ago.
supposedly.
And even that, because he doesn't even want to do those anymore.
Which is surprising to me because honestly, I feel like I barely played this game. I know that release week, which I know was a while ago.
There were a couple pre-streams where he had the PS5 as the background
Release
music,
week.
but he took it away. And now he just makes fun of people who have any kind of background music. Oh, you need music to carry the stream for you.
If you're not aware,
I carry the stream
I
with
played
my
the game
charm.
like 3-4 days in a row, and
you're not confident
it
enough
was
to
fun,
do the whole stream by
but
yourself.
it was glitchy and it was also kind of just wonky. You know, it certainly didn't feel like the original trilogy of Mass Effect games at all. Okay, it didn't. And in that regard, I definitely enjoyed playing it, but a lot of people were like, Phil, why are you playing this when there's other great games like Zelda and other stuff you could be playing?
Like less than
and some
a
people
year.
were pretty disappointed that I had taken away, that's what I meant to say, from my other ongoing playthroughs. Okay. And I agree there. I definitely think that Zelda
Say
Breath of the
lingering.
Wild is a far better game than Mass Effect Andromeda. And I know there were some people who were disappointed, so after playing this game for like 3-4 days in a row, after doing that, I went back to Zelda, and I went back to other new stuff. Remember, there was the Dark Souls 3 DLC, and then Persona 5, so I basically just kept up playing the newer stuff that everyone wanted to see.
Shit.
And what ended up happening was the Mass Effect Andromeda
Imagine if
playthrough
you're a
just kinda
variety
sat on the
gamer. You
back
had so much
burner.
to play.
And now that we finally come back in the past few days, I've actually played this 6+ hours. It honestly feels kind of like, what the hell? Like it's over so quickly, you know?
He's actually
And, I
upset
don't
that
know.
a game
I
is
don't-
over, like in a
It's
short
gonna be
amount
hard
of
to review
time.
this game. It really is, because it doesn't feel like
That's
Mass
insane.
Effect. It starts out feeling like Mass Effect, and then I don't know, man. With the incredible amount of bugs, the incredible amount of grinding, pointless side content gameplay, the wonky combat.
Wonky. There's that word again.
Oof.
How about meaningful?
Oof.
Can we
Let's
get
put it that
meaningful?
way.
Robust? Lack of robust?
Darth Vader Vikings did a 200-bit cheer showing that guy who had trolled what he had said earlier in the week. We must secure the existence of our people and a future for white children. Yeah, I know. And then he said something about my girlfriend, too.
I
He's like, "Oh,
disavow,
I've been doing stuff
obviously.
with your
I'm
girlfriend."
only
like,
watching
"What
this
the
video for the
fuck,
purposes
man?"
of ridicule and
And this
critique.
guy comes in here this morning and he expects like he's going to get honest answers to his questions when he's been
It's,
saying
I know where
insulting
that
stuff
soundbite
to me all
comes from
week.
now.
Pretty annoying. Poorly Made did a 15-bit cheer and he says, "Can you release both vlogs tonight?" The honest answer to that is no. Okay. The honest answer to that
I like how
is
we go
no,
from those words
because,
right into, yeah, I know, right into another snort.
if I put 2 vlogs
Got
out
the
in one
trick
night, I
going.
know exactly what happens. No one watches the first vlog. That's what happened every time I ever put out 2 videos on the King of Hate vlogs in one night. The first vlog gets literally no views, and then the second vlog gets all of them. So I am going to spread it out, okay? Codename 1 says, "Yeah, but the guy who gave bits and he wanted to sub." I don't care. Dude, listen. Yes, I appreciate the support, but support comes in many ways. And yeah, you could just throw money at a person, but if you throw money at a person and you act like an asshole, or you insult them, or you do stupid shit, then you're not supporting that person. The bottom line is you're just paying to troll. It's a paid troll. And that's fucked up. I want people who are positive, who are fun, who want to come here and hang out and feel like this is a cool interactive room where you can, you know, interact with me and others, right, in the stream chat.
I don't
How
want to be in
different is
any room
this
with you, man.
from the old environment where it used to kind of be very isolated? Now we all interact together and we have fun together, right? You know, it's not about that. It's not about paying your way into my good graces.
Pretty strong
That's
diagnosis
fucked
about
up,
the
in my
interactive shit
opinion.
this early on. Yeah, everything's interactive here, right? You guys love this.
really
You know,
is.
we've been
It's
doing it
fucked
for a
up.
month. You guys telling me you love it.
Yeah, here it is. Here's his other. So Viking just reposted the guy's other message from earlier in the week, claiming that he and my fiance Leanna have been going out for drinks together. I can tell you for sure that hasn't happened because
No, that's wrong.
She works during the day, and you know I know where she is. She tells me where she's going if she's hanging out with friends or whatever, and she doesn't drink out by herself. Maybe she'll go get a coffee or something, but she doesn't go out drinking. She only goes out drinking with me. She barely ever drinks.
Look at the flex,
So
the boast.
this guy is a grade A troll, and no, you cannot pay your way to the top and think that you can troll me and do stupid, annoying shit. You know, just because you're cheering and stuff in the stream chat. Get out of here. The bottom line is we're here to have fun, right? We don't want to deal with this stupid shit. It's childish stuff, so get the fuck out. All right, it also looks like Nuka-Cola King did a 50-bit cheer. He says, "In case you didn't know, there's a Danganronpa PSVR tech demo on PlayStation Network. I did not know that. I don't know if the game would be a good game for VR. I mean, everything's 2D, besides walking through the hallways, right? I can understand why that would work because you could walk through the hallways, but for the most part, I don't know how would that really translate into the full playthrough. Especially a game like Danganronpa, you know how long that game is? Wearing the fucking PSVR headset that long? Ugh. I don't think so. Also, Golden Colts did a 30-bit cheer. He says, "Pay the troll toll." I guess that's what that guy thought. He thought that just because he was cheering, that he could just say, like, really trollish, annoying stuff, and that we were all gonna put up with it. Nope.
What the hell, man?
We were all gonna put up with it. Nope.
That sounds like it was edited in. Like, it sounds like I'm watching a Snort Burnell and he says nope, and then it cuts to a slide of Snort Burnell playing a recorded snort. But it's real!
annoying stuff, and that we were all gonna put up with it. Nope.
It's like he's got his own stream deck, which he does. He just doesn't use it.
So anyway, let's get back on track. We keep getting derailed here. All right, so Mass Effect Andromeda. It's a playthrough I started 3 weeks ago. It went on hold to play other new stuff. The bottom line is I kept doing polls to say, what do you want to see me play? And literally, Andromeda always lost. Everyone always wanted to see me do something different. So that's why it's been on hold for such an extended amount of time. Maybe don't do polls then? Now that it's back, we're near the end game, and I kind of feel like I barely played it. Seriously, like, I do remember release week, I played it like 3 or 4 days straight for, you know, good 4-hour sessions. So at this point, I'm over 20 hours into the game, but it just feels to me like it just came up really short. You know? So, I don't know. I don't know. We'll see. You know, like I said, today what I'm going to do, I'm going to focus on the final end game, or side content before we hit the end game up. And what I mean by that is I want to definitely do PB's loyalty mission. And I want to maybe do 1 or 2 other side mission arcs that I've been focusing on during the game, and kind of I've kind of kept them to the side. I might want to do those today, so that maybe the next time I play this game, I finish it up. Because people are saying I'm 2 hours away from the end of the story, so obviously that means I should wrap up the side content before we rush into the finish.
We love the PS4 Dash. Kind of upset the Switch doesn't have any kind of similar music.
So we'll see what happens today. We'll see how far we get. Maybe we'll get some ridiculous sex scenes. Maybe we'll get some hilarious bugs.
Had some nice ambience
we'll see how today goes.
Checking your memory card.
Tonight I'll be filming all those vlogs. I'll be releasing the schedule update vlog tonight. I'll probably be releasing the Machinima vlog tomorrow, and then probably this weekend I'll be releasing DSP Tries It. All right, and then tomorrow I think I will be returning to Persona 5 again. We'll probably do another Persona 5 stream, and then maybe tomorrow night I will be doing more ukulele. And then I'll belch.
Well, for the side scrollers interview, he told us whenever he had to make a snort or something, he reached for the mute button that was on the Zoom call. That was easy. Because in reality, when he does a stream, he doesn't have a similar mute button, even though literally I can move my mouse over to here, and if I click here, and then I can click it again and unmute myself.
But anyway, then this weekend,
like,
you
don't
know,
need a
Saturday,
hot
Sunday,
key, man. You don't need a stream deck.
And everything.
Just
Maybe
move your mouse over here and give it one click, and you're muted.
You know, I'll probably do, hopefully, maybe I'll do a major stream of ukulele this weekend to get a little bit further. Because I am liking the game a lot.
It's Thursday for most people. It's Throwback Thursday.
I can play it all day Tuesday, and that's why I'm taking a couple days away from it. But I did really enjoy it, and it's definitely a throwback to classic 3D platformers from the 90s. And sadly, a lot of modern reviewers don't get that, because they weren't around in the 90s. They didn't play these classic games. So you play a game that's a direct reference to the games from the 90s, and they say, oh, this game sucks. Instead of understanding that the game was supposed to be a direct reference to those classic games and play like them. And in that regard, it actually succeeds massively. It is a direct reference and throwback to those games. But if you don't have the correct frame of reference, then you can't actually review the fucking game
I don't know if
properly.
reference is the right word for
Which is exactly what happened with other games
It's
like
a direct
Double Dragon
reference.
Neon, Duke Nukem Forever, and a bunch of other games that were meant to be direct throwback references. These people just don't get it.
Wouldn't you say callback, or it
I'm
harkens
35
back
years
to the
old.
era of Rare?
I know I'm
and
older than most people who do
platformers?
gaming for a living. I get that, but that doesn't excuse them from not doing the research in order to fucking review a game properly. And the other thing that's inexcusable is that they get these early release copies that have bugs and issues. Like, for example, Ukulele, apparently, all the pre-release copies on console ran like shit. The frame rate apparently was god-awful, choppy as fuck, and really bad. And this final version that's out for the consoles runs fine. Because the bottom line is that it had a patch that fixed all those issues. So basically, pre-release copies are
Did he need to
worthless.
say bottom line right
Which
there?
is what I've been saying for years.
No,
I've been saying there should not be pre-release reviews and copies. Everyone should get the game on day one, the same fucking version. We should all play it for ourselves. And people should learn self-restraint that you don't have to run out and buy a game on release day just because it's a hyped new release. Wait a couple days for other people to play it and review it, and then decide. Not listen to these idiots who play the fucking early versions and then rate it terribly. Then the final version comes out and it's much better. Because literally everyone who reviewed the game and said the frame rate's bad on console, their review is completely and utterly worthless. Every person who made that review is wrong because they reviewed an inferior and unfinished version of the game. So anyway, I digress. Yooka-Laylee is a good game so far, in my opinion. All right. And we'll see what happens. You know, I'm going to play it more this weekend. Like I said, I'll squeeze that in.
Hate it, Yooka-Laylee
So this weekend's going to be very busy. You know, I'm going to be doing all the game playthroughs. And the bottom line is, if I do start to wrap stuff up, like for example, if I do wrap up Mass Effect Andromeda, I'm going to review it for KO Gaming. If I get to 7-7 in game with Persona 5,
it's
and I can't
more
progress
DK64
further anymore because of Atlas's
than
restrictions,
Banjo-Kazooie.
then I'll probably go back to Danganronpa for a bit, which probably is going to end up happening. Because it looks like probably another 1 to 2 more sessions.
Yeah,
of
where is
Persona,
Leanna anyway? What the fuck? I'm only watching this because she's in it.
To go further on, okay? I may be limited to with what I can
Got
do.
tricked by the sales pitch.
But that's fine because I know people are waiting for Danganronpa to return. So, Fluttershy 1970 did a 10-bit cheer and he says, "I am the gamer that is chill, the man they call Darkside Phil. By the way, Phil, would you play Def Jam Fight for You New York?"
No.
I don't know anything about it. And the bottom line is,
Classic
it sounds like a game that has a lot of
response.
licensed
Fucking
music in
bottom
it. So right now the
No.
answer is probably no. Okay. So anything else to talk about? Not really. Like I said, tonight I'll also be updating my Teespring, so I hope that you'll check that
Where's
out
the
tonight after it's been
gaming news?
updated. I'll throw this out here. The patron stuff. A lot of patron stuff going on right now.
My bad. That segment
So the
didn't
voting
exist
has
yet.
actually ended for the Worst Games Ever Marathon, but again, I've been so busy, I completely forgot to post up the results. Maybe tonight I'll get a chance and I'll post those up on
Nothing
Twitter.
to
so
talk
you'll know
about,
what's
and then he
coming
talks
up.
about this.
And it looks like
So
I'll be
is that
trying
just
to do that
is
marathon.
that just how he transitions between topics?
Probably either the end of the last
Sorry,
week
guys, I
of
don't have
April
anything
or
to talk
early May,
about.
but more than likely
Anyway,
it'll be the end
I've
of the
looked at
last
these
week
poll
of April.
results,
All right.
and-
So that's going to be a fun event, a day-long event where I play terrible games. All right, that's coming up. And right now, I'm getting information from patrons for the upcoming Twitch and Chill exclusive event for patrons. That's going to take place sometime in early May, I believe. And that'll be me playing Jackbox Party Pack with patrons. So that's going to be
I'm
fun.
good
too.
at
That's gonna be
lying.
coming up. Now, if you pledge $5 or more,
Why can't we
to
do
my
Twitch and
Patreon
Chill streams today?
this month, all right, you're going to be participating in the next Patron's Choice playthrough, which means you'll be nominating and then voting for the next game that I will be doing a full playthrough of as part of Patron's Choice, okay? Right now I'm doing Danganronpa. I'm in chapter 5 of 6, and fairly shortly, you know, it looks like in the next few days to week, I'll be getting back to it and wrapping it up at the end of this month. So that'll be fun.
I recall,
And I'm
he
looking
went
forward
right
to
into
that.
Danganronpa
But once
2
that's done,
after
that's it, you know,
Danganronpa 1,
we're on
and
to the
then
next Patron's
complained
Choice,
about it because
right?
it was too much Danganronpa, and he was
And the bottom line is doing the Patron's
Danganronpa it
Choice
out.
event takes a while because I need to have people, first of all, get all their information updated so they can get
And then
the
he
premium
played
access
3
to
and
my
lost his
forums.
partnership.
Then they have to nominate, then they have to vote. So it takes weeks. It takes almost a month to get this process done. And, you know, it looks like probably this next playthrough will begin sometime in June. So that being said, that's why I want to do it
Podcast.
as this month's goal, so that we can get all that stuff done early and we can get this playthrough going in the next couple of months. All right, so hopefully you will consider pledging if you have not. Not only do you participate in these monthly events, but also you get personal perks like text and verbal thank yous in my videos, including right now in the weekend preview, you get your name scrolled at the end of the show, and that airs 3 to 4 times a month. You also get
Resetting growth. You can do this,
possibly get your
anytime
question
you want,
answered on my
and will not be
bi-monthly
extended.
Q&A show, Ask the King. And by the way, Ask the King is coming up next week. It's actually a week from today. It's going to be next Thursday. I'll be taking
1 and 2
time out to
close
do
chat
Ask the
didn't
King
read cheers
for the
and
first
tips
time in
because he wanted to
months.
avoid spoilers.
So that's going to be fun, and a lot of questions have been asked. I'm sure people are going to have tons of good questions now that it's been a while. So post up your questions
I
if you
think
haven't
with
on
3
my
people
forums.
did spoil
But
him on a
those who
lot of
pledged,
shit
I believe,
whenever he
20
read
bucks or
chat,
more in
but
the
he
last few months are
pretended
all
like he
gonna get the
didn't
questions
see
answered
it.
guaranteed. So that'll be a good show.
I guess he didn't want to make any drama
If you
about
didn't get
people
private
spoiling
Q&A
him.
videos made, in fact, I think I owe someone a private Q&A video coming
Remember
up.
when someone did that for WrestleMania?
So all that and more coming up soon.
And BWW is now banned.
As a result of Patreon.
Don't bother
all right?
sending me an email
So please
either.
consider pledging if you haven't. Patreon is incredibly important. It in the 2 years that I've been doing it, it's the
important
reason
he
why I'm still
barely
here.
brings
The
it up today.
supplementary income has allowed me to keep doing this as a job. All right. Okay. Anything else? I'm trying to think. Besides, well, my fiance has her own
See,
business,
look,
the Black
it's the-
Current, where she
look,
sells handmade
anything else,
Christian
I'm trying to
soaps and
think.
wax tar
That's how we
melts. For any of you
transition
know this,
topics.
It's been in operation for 2 years now. Very successful. She's actually currently working on the next slew of products for this. And, yeah, she's, I believe she just remade, Kentish Rain, right?
Yeah, I haven't.
Whoa. Whoa, buddy.
Yeah, and are you working on any other?
I got a bunch of stuff.
And
let's lower this.
Yeah, she's I believe she just remade Kentish Rain, right?
Yeah, I haven't listed it yet though, but it will be listed within like the next 48 hours.
We didn't even introduce her. She's already there, and there's like no hype. What the hell is this? You can barely hear her. This sucks.
Yeah, and are you working on any other?
I got a bunch of stuff that's sold out. I think a bunch of new things just sold out today.
Mhm.
Like Lavender's completely gone. Even the wax tarts are now completely gone.
Ah.
Yeah, so Lavender is
Missing
probably
the whole
gonna be
menu.
remade soon. I know Peach Smoothie. I'm gonna focus on things that are more spring before
Right.
the summer stuff.
Makes
so
sense.
The panda
within the next
perspective.
week or so, I should hopefully have a lot of it taken care of. It's mostly the just time waiting. To
Yeah, was she there the whole time?
Take,
The
like,
whole
2
time?
days to really get everything, and then if I do design changes, then I gotta take pictures, and that's the most annoying part, honestly.
All right. Well, yeah. So
Panda
give it a
playtime
look.
just means
you can see the link here.
her
It's been
sitting
scrolling
there
here in
and
the
listening to
pre-stream.
the
Give it a
whole
look.
pre-stream.
She's been very
Right here with
successful.
us.
Hundreds and hundreds of items shipped all around the world. That's the other thing a lot of people don't realize is that she doesn't only ship domestically to the United States, but she shipped to places like Canada, Europe.
Is that it? Is that the
Australia.
cameo?
I got an order to Canada
Okay.
this morning. Woke me up and everything.
Cool.
Yeah. Vancouver.
Nice. So yeah, she definitely, she ships all over the place. Now, obviously, if you want details on pricing and everything, go to the website there, etsy.com/shop/the Black Current.
Creator code
And don't take our
DarkSidePhil.
word for it that the stuff is good. What you should do is check it out for yourself because there are tons of customer testimonials from many, many customers worldwide who've tried the stuff and love it. And I think you'll like it too. I love it. I love the soap. It's the only soap I've used.
And it sounds
for
like
now.
she's on the other
Jeez.
side of the couch away from the mic,
Since
just
we
like
moved
Rambo.
here, and even a year before that, you were making me
So like
soap.
about 4 years.
4 freaking years. The only soap I've ever used is Leannis. So there you have it.
Good stuff. And I'm probably going to be making some new limited editions soon because some of them are starting to sell out. I'm going to start making some new ones that are more fruity and
But they're
summery
engaged, guys,
themed.
believe
There's
me.
one in particular I'm excited to make.
Mm.
It's going to smell really good. I'm like addicted to the scent. I've had it for months.
All right, everyone. Let's jump
And
back.
she won't be
into
sitting
Mass
on any
Effect,
couch
shall
of
we? Let's
his
try to see how
soon enough.
far we can get here and finish it up.
Let's talk about some soap.
Let's talk about more soap. All right. Let's do it.
Well, Blueberry Jam is the one that sold out just a few days ago.
Blueberry jam. That sounds good. Did I ever smell that one? I must have,
Yeah,
right?
you did.
That sounds really good.
Yeah, Blueberry Jam. Yeah,
This
that's
was
it.
so
Yeah,
hyped. This
remember I
was
told
the
you my
most
mom was on
hyped
my case
part
forever
about the
about why I didn't
pre-stream.
know Blueberry, and I
This particular
finally found
pre-stream.
one
It,
that
it made it into the title.
Wow, that sounds great. But it's
And it had no fanfare.
Out, so that's got to be remade. But I'll probably focus on stuff that's been sold out longer. Like I know Peach Smoothie. Everyone's on my case. Like, where's the peach?
Yeah.
Where's the damn peach? There's a lot of stuff that I got to remake because everyone just keeps. It's like they see someone sold something out and they get mad. So then they buy something else and then that gets sold out and then I got to prioritize stuff based on what's seasonally around. Because Lavender I got to redo. Moroccan Mint I believe I got to do. Peach Smoothie I got to do.
Moroccan mint. Why didn't you make me Moroccan mint? I like Moroccan mint.
Well, I made you Kentish Rain. You take what I made.
I like
for you.
Kentish Rain too, but I want Moroccan mint too.
Yeah,
I want it all.
Well, yeah, I gotta do lavender. Raspberry lemonade sold out.
I'm serious. You make me some Moroccan mint.
Okay, I'll make you.
It's refreshing. Mint is refreshing in the shower.
When I make Moroccan mint for the shop, which will probably be, I think the next ones I'm gonna make are probably gonna be peach smoothie, Moroccan mint, and lavender. Pending
Hashtag
any
ad.
sort of
Hashtag ad.
someone
Hashtag
immediately
ad.
demands from me. Those are probably gonna be the next.
The
ones.
fuck is that?
Be, starting next week, getting that stuff going.
Yep.
That smells good. I wonder how many orders my shop has had so far. Now that I'm thinking about it. Now that we're. Oh dang! I got a lot.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Oh,
The door's closing itself because there's wind outside. That was funny.
The ghosts are upset. They want the soap.
Yeah, we had a lot of wind here
even
in
they can't
Washington
stand
State
a free
recently, and it's been whipping. Like, you can hear the door, like, even though it's closed, it moves. The door just closed itself.
Oh, that's gonna be great because when I make soap, then the fragrance is just gonna whip around the entire neighborhood. People will be thinking that some freaking lavender field just popped up. It's gonna be great. Oh, the lavender's gonna give me a headache though. That's gonna be awesome.
Oh, this just in, we have sold 400 bars of soap during this plug. People were so inspired.
My shop is entirely empty.
They headed straight to the Etsy
Can
shop.
we play
They
a
sold
fucking
out. The
game? What are we
entire
doing?
Inventory is sold out. All
I
right,
just
that's not
received a
true.
massive $100,000 tip. Yeah, some things never change, right?
Let's see.
Right.
Hold on. Let me actually just do a double check just to see if there's anything that people should prioritize if they really want something. Only one chocolate soap left.
Chocolate soap.
Only one bonsai left, and bonsai's really friggin' popular.
I like bonsai. Bonsai is also one of my favorite scents of the stuff that she makes. It's a male-oriented scent. It doesn't necessarily smell like cologne, but it is like a pleasant scent.
If you're looking for more spring stuff, the limited edition.
I'm surprised there are any pleasant scents in that household.
Only one left of each of those, and only one lilac wax tart. Black raspberry vanilla soap sold out, but there's one wax tart left. Only one cucumber melon, and only one alpine frost. I really gotta make that again as a soap, but that is so not a priority right now because it is nowhere near season for anything.
Oh, alpine
frosty.
frost. Yeah, I mean, now we're starting to warm up here.
Yeah.
So it's probably the last thing on anyone's mind.
Those are the priorities. If you want those, there is literally one left, and who knows when they get made again. If they're out of season, they're not getting made till September. But sorry, Alpine Frost. I know a lot of people loved you, but it just makes no sense to make that now. Maybe I will, like, once I get everything done, and I feel like there is literally nothing to do, but probably not till September. So, but then
Need that clip of Hank yelling, why is she still talking?
Shop probably next week. A new mail scent.
Damn, you give her an inch and she takes a mile. She's not even supposed to be here.
A while back. Should I tell him what it is, or
It's
should
gonna
I wait?
be Scotch whiskey, right?
There actually, I think, is
Obviously, it's because he took Kit more seriously, Rubby. Come on.
Coffee and flannel, whatever the fuck that smells like. I bet it smells musty because of the vinyl.
Ugh. Liquor does not smell good. I would never want any soap that smells like liquor.
You do know I have spiced amber ale.
I know, and I hated it.
Well, but you don't like
I
the
smelled
spicy
it. I was
one.
like, ugh.
You don't like the spicy. Some people like the spicy. Actually, the shop really doesn't prefer the spicy so much, so I might not.
Hey, you were hyping this up, Eddie.
Oh, you smelled that cologne scent, that sample I got with my one order. Remember the cologne?
Yeah, I
one?
hate the cologne.
Instead, I got the longest stretch of Leanna dialogue I've probably ever heard. Outside of that one This Is How You Don't Play she has.
Spice or apple cinnamon, that kind of delicious spice.
All right. Well, I think we've given.
Like, think about it. Have you ever heard her talk for this long? I mean, I know she's got some vlogs, but those are like far in.
We'll go through every item,
like scattered all over the place.
One by one.
You gotta really do some archaeological
Alright.
digging to find those
I
videos.
guess I'll let you play games because apparently that's what people want. I mean, games aren't gonna make you
It
smell
is called
good.
DSP Gaming. I'm surprised people would want gameplay.
Like cats to catnip, but you guys are okay with being alone forever.
Oh, curry scented soap. Haptic Baby Man said make a curry scented soap. Ugh.
That sounds like something that probably already does exist.
It probably does, but
There's bacon
the
soap,
last thing
so
I
why
want to
not?
think about is rubbing like spicy curry all over my body.
It's called curry. That's how you scent yourself like curry.
Yuck. All right.
Yeah, I'm getting out of here. That's disgusting. I'm gonna go look at scents. I'm already looking at Essence of Jesus.
Yuck.
Which sounds delightful.
Essence of Jesus.
Yes,
there you
it's
go.
got myrrh and lavender.
It's got myrrh.
You thought I was joking? It's
It's
real.
got myrrh in it. Oh my
Essence
god.
of Jesus. Come
It's got the
sit.
three kings carved into the fucking bar. Oh my god. Alright, this has gone off the rails. What the hell? What is going on? I don't even know anymore. That actually exists too. That's the funny part. Alright, everybody. I think it's time to start with Mass Effect. What's hilarious is that half the stream chat are like, just start with the game, and the other half are like, no, keep going, because this game sucks. That's hilarious. Half the people are like, just keep going. We don't care. This game's fucking terrible. Keep talking about soap. It's better. I don't know. I don't hate on this game that much, but I definitely agree this game's not very
Probably
good.
does if you ask him about it
What
today.
can you do? Pretty disappointing, right? All right, everyone. time to end the pre-stream and get started with Mass Effect. Here we go.
Nice to get a Throwback Thursday every now and then. Didn't you bring up another one earlier, Eddie? Oh, fuck. But we got this video redeem from Benjamin, and I think I got one more. Had to bring my redeems back up.
Warning.
DSP's fan voted top 10 funniest racist remarks of 2010, parts 10 and 9.
The following video series should not be viewed by anyone who is racially sensitive or does not have a strong and large sense of humor.
Monk-ass?
This is for comedic purposes only, and no harm is meant by the following. Alright, well that being said, obviously real racism shouldn't be, taken lightly, but being that this is such a serious subject, it's funny to kind of joke around sometimes and say things that might, in a serious setting, be racially insensitive, but they're not really meant, and therefore, they can be pretty comedic. Over the course of 2010, whether if it was in my real life or, on vacation, or maybe possibly modifying joysticks or working on Howard Super Turbo cabinets, or even in some of my playthroughs on DSP Gaming, we found that from time to time some racially funny things happened, and therefore we decided to accumulate them. So, without further ado...
I think I watched this earlier this year, and maybe it was just the version I watched. The version I saw cut off that first minute of him talking to himself. It just starts out with the black guy dancing.
It's DSP's Top 10 Fan-Voted Racist Remarks of 2010. Here we go. It's number 10. Number 10. Number 10. All right, you got me, okay? You got me. I've been so busy working on these videos that I haven't been able to just pinpoint one number 10 most racist moment of the year. I've only got 9, all right? Jeez, I swear to God, you Jews, you Mexicans, you Asians are so demanding. You drive me nuts.
Oy vey.
Wait a minute. All right, here we go with the hilarious, funny number 9. Okay, so we've all been through this. We're sitting in a match of Call of Duty, waiting for it to start, and some annoying person
I'm not
just
gonna do it.
starts
I've just put the
yapping
idea
about
out
whether
there
it's some
so
person
someone
with
else
an
could.
obnoxious accent, it's some underage kid who shouldn't own the game. But in this one particular case, this guy just really got on my nerves. I just don't understand why some people want to sit in matchmaking and talk as loud as they can publicly in a foreign accent. I could see if they were like in private chat with their friends, but why on earth do they need to do this?
Yeah, at least he didn't stretch that joke out. That could have been, it could have turned the shit if he kept it going.
Shut the fuck up, loser. This is my last game for the set, and I have some stuff to do, so... What the fuck kind of gibberish is that? Where you from, Yemen? What the fuck kind of language is that shit? That's right. I'm hardcore like that. When was the last time that you had the balls to insult an entire country? Yip, 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 yip. Stay tuned. More hilarious racist remarks of 2010 are coming up soon.
Thank you, Benjamin, for the video redeem. You know, I don't have the balls to go after Yemen. In fact, I love all countries, but none more than the country of Israel. I love Israel very, very, very much. And I love Yemen even more. A big ups to Yemen. The bit with number 10 was all right. I mean, he didn't stretch it out. He could have, but he didn't. Big ups, Casper. Hello, sir. It's a detox, a day off. I'm just looking at random shit by this point. Did he ever make a tweet? It's midnight. It's officially June Rune for me. Rue. This fucking guy. This absolute piece of shit. time flies when you're having fun on the purple platform, I guess. Happy June, everyone. Can you believe it is June of this year already? Oh, that's actually all the video redeems. Whoa, I'm caught up. Pretty cool, huh? Did I watch the Synthetic Man Tears video? I actually did last stream, along with Emp Lemon's review of the Mario movie. Alright, if I can't find anything, we're just gonna have to do Christian. I'm caught up on the sub box. Oh well. Yeah, let's just do Christian. Don't watch it again, please. Yeah, you'll have to seek it out on your own time. Rewind the stream. Alright, what part were we on? Oh, part 56. Yeah, we were no life in the documentary the last time we caught it. Alright, we'll put on like a part or two. I think everyone that watches me doesn't like Synthetic Man.
What made her this
But
way?
we love this documentary!
What is the attraction?
We don't really like Chris
What keeps us
himself,
fascinated? This is the story of Christian.
Ah, yes, part 56.
On July 13th, 2017, in response to Planet Dolan creator Ladybot writing on Twitter of her want to spend
We
all
need
her
a
time
shroom
with her
reaction
friends,
to the Synthetic
Christine
Man
replied
video.
that she sent lots of love back at her. Twitter user James R. Landau then replied to them, linking to the YouTube video of Chris pepper spraying the GameStop employee in 2014. Chris left a reply. "You can go fuck off. Quit trolling people with past, outdated BS."
Big ups to
The
Son of
next
Juan.
day,
Has this stream
she
been
uploaded
another
a video on
dingus stinger?
YouTube in which she reviews
Fucking
sour
know it,
candy.
man.
Hello everybody, this is Christine Chandler coming to you live from home once again with
Caught up with Boogie,
something
caught up with
really
some classic DSP
completely
shit, caught up with some
different.
modern DSP shit,
I present
and now
to you,
we're on the
if you're ever
Christian
gonna
bit.
try this or a similar candy, Butcherball soda with fizzy outer type coating that makes it
Oh, and I'm
fizz
playing a
like
fucking
soda in
game
your
too. I'm
mouth.
somehow making
Look at the
progress in
image.
it, so I guess that's a good thing too.
Camera. Fizzy. It's good, but for a while, it's quite sour. I warn you. This is a live reaction. All right.
I'm in the cave right now. Unless they're talking about a different cave.
Don't throw, or it makes me put my fist up at impulse. I'm not gonna hit anybody. Oh, damn, that's sour. I'll talk to you later.
This was soon followed by a new captain's log.
And yes, we'll call this a captain's log. Captain's log, start date 0714-2017. 747.
How many videos is that cricket in?
Flying overhead.
I thought smoke detectors were bad.
Now I will remember, my recent
Filler
post
chapter?
where
Yeah, it feels like that so far.
Roberta does the Sonic Rainbow. Kaboom! Big boom!
All really doing is making the ether lift
But
and
pretty much now is the only
justifying
page, well,
Glimmer and Nico's
that
presence in the
and a
party.
few ahead where I actually added the rainbow. So I'm catching up on all the remaining pages, and about 5 pages to go, and I have to do all the rainbow work first. Do you know how hard that is? Because I'm doing it one marker at a time. I've not separated, and that's kind of the additional colors. Gray for the soles of the shoes, black for the ears and whatnot, skin tone. For everything else, that's about Roberta Sideshoe. So I am doing quite a bit of dedicated work coloring rainbows. Okay, so anyway, let's just let y'all know what I'm doing right now. And I thank y'all for your patience, and hopefully I'll have these pages uploaded onto my Patreon Sunday or Monday. Y'all have a good, safe day. Thank you.
On July 15th, Christine wrote a reply to a tweet from My Little Pony voice actress Tara Strong that she believed that there existed a dimension of Equestria, such as was depicted in the TV show, and thought that there could come a day when people and the ponies could meet. On the 19th, Chris commissioned voice actress and illustrator Doopy Doover $25 to make her a new profile picture of herself. Doopy provided 2 versions, one of Christine with glasses and one without. Chris expressed her adoration for the illustration and used it as the profile avatar for Twitter, Facebook, and Patreon.
Imagine not
She
having
also printed it out and hung it on the wall in her room. On July 22nd, Chris went to Twitter to encourage donations of around $50 as her family was in need of financial help. The next day, Chris became Facebook friends with Doopy Doover. It was soon uncovered that the account was likely the creation of a troll pretending to be Doopy, as the account was deactivated shortly after. On August 1st, Doopy wrote that she kept experiencing panic attacks. Chris suggested some medication which had personally helped her. Also on that day, Christine became a patron for 2 more pages, Planet Dolan, which Doopy was a part of, and Kitten Bell, the account Doopy used to create pornographic illustrations. In response to a collage of nude drawings on the page, Chris left her a suggestion. I enjoy your drawing style, despite the content. I have an idea for the next one, or future one, for your Kitten Bell. Vinyl Scratch and Octavia, humans, being on each other. Maybe they're both sitting up, making out, and fondling/fingering. Put on a jammin' boombox, playing some dubba/cello mix.
Played any this weekend? Oh, alright.
Later again, Christine wrote a tweet to celebrate National Girlfriend Day and tagged several voice actresses and creators,
but
mostly
honestly,
those involved with My Little Pony or Planet Dolan, which included Doopy. She replied to Chris, simply writing, "You don't know me, Christine." Chris then replied, "Yes, I don't totally know you, but you are a good person, like all I've listed here. Y'all are girls, and at least acquaintances up to, friends, and that, to me, counts as much, because I'm thankful to have you all in my life and communication circle. Also, another VI detail, I care, and I wear my heart on my sleeve." Doopy advised her against doing so, to which Chris wrote that she likes to care for others as well as herself, and quoted her favorite pin, which stated, "Caring people make a difference." Doopy told Chris that if she wore her heart on her sleeve, she would set herself up for disappointment. Doopy added further that Chris had made that mistake many times in the past, and that it was unhealthy and worrisome, so she should instead focus on herself. Chris replied that if she focused on herself all the time, then she would not be able to share her kindness and make many friends. Doopy responded by writing that she did not appreciate Chris's use of emojis and pet names, and did not agree with Chris supporting her on Patreon when her mother, Barbara, was sick and needed money. She further wrote that she did not appreciate receiving personal emails on her business account, finding it extremely creepy. She added that she wanted to refund the money as Barbara deserved it. Chris urged her to keep the pledges, as the Chandlers would be financially stable after receiving the payments from her own Patreon page. She wrote that the previous month, her biggest spend was buying a complete printed set of Sonichu comics for her friend from the Pokemon League as a birthday present. Another Twitter user told Doopy Doover that Christine would not listen to her reasoning and said that Chris might let her mother die because she prioritized toys and emotional validation. Chris rejected those claims and blocked and reported the user. A different commenter told the artist that Chris would not give 1 cent to her mother. Chris rebutted, saying she had just bought her mother a lot of groceries. She went to Doopy's business email and sent her a message privately to discuss the matter.
Imagine if Chris won a
Please,
Pokemon
keep the
tournament.
$50. I want to
They'd
help you
probably
a little
focus on
better.
the-
Plus, I did
If
want
it was
to
a
get
video
a shirt.
game tournament,
I did
they'd
not
focus
realize
on
that was a
whoever won
business
the
part,
trading card
and I did not
tournament more,
intend
and
to
vice
come
versa.
off as creepy. Believe me, I know that feeling from a crazy fan, and what else. Plus, I'd learned years ago about what from me came off as creepy, and I tried to avoid those things. Second, this morning, after I awoke more from waking up after 2 a.m., I found Vim's tweet about hashtag National Girlfriend's Day. I realized that while I still have yet to find my sweetheart, I did count y'all on Twitter as up to friends who are girls/women. I also counted my closet friends from Pokemon League, a couple of other gal pals, and one who likes me, but while I like her too, I still have not met her yet. She lives not far from me, so the feeling is not yet totally fulfilled. I was showing my appreciation for my blessing of my growing circle of friends, local and far. I did not mean for it to go crazy like I did. Anyhow, I'm guessing this email is not your business email, but if it is, please correct me. I like talking with you from time to time, but not in anything beyond simple acquaintances to friendship. I'm still learning what is okay and what is not okay to do, and
Gal
taking
pal
notes for
sounds like
future
something
and
you'd
present
say,
references. Keep a happy
you'd say
thought,
growing
darling.
up, but you stopped
Sent from my
saying by the
iPhone.
time you got into
Stay
middle
safe.
school.
Christine W. Chandler.
Yeah, that's my gal pal,
Didi
man.
wrote back that while she appreciated Christine's kindness, it had caused her a lot of problems. She intended to refund the pledges and let Chris use the money to buy a shirt from her online store. She added that she could not accept her patronage anymore and would appreciate if Chris did not tweet publicly at her for both of their sakes. On August 2nd, Christine made a video addressing the harassment the two have been receiving on Twitter ever since their public
Something my mom
falling
would
out.
say. I've never heard anyone say that, Benny.
Crap for a moment. Okay?
From an old southern dude. It's
Because
definitely
You're
southern-esque.
harassing other people. And it's at my expense. I do not.
Maybe you got it from
appreciate
Bob.
that. If you want to harass somebody,
Yeah, I had a couple of gal
about
pals
me,
growing up, Chris.
talk bad about me.
What is he wearing?
You send
Let's
that
see.
harassment directly to me. No one else. I will
Hey, he got rid
not
of the Playroom
have
music
my
that never
friends
fit in any of his
and
videos.
allies be disturbed so abruptly
I got the drip going, dude.
every time. So, don't
Yeah, it looks like
harass
something
this
from
person.
Sailor Moon
Don't harass
when we
that
make it small,
person.
but
You
make it
wanna-
big, and
you
you
wanna
see.
talk
As you can see
smack
clearly, it is
about
Fluttershy
You
from
talk
My Little Pony.
directly
Ah,
to
yes.
me. Do you understand? And don't ever
You
let
telling
me
me you couldn't
catch
tell?
you talking about me to anyone else on anyone else's timelines, comment sections, Twitter, or
Why'd he
wherever.
go for sewage green
That's
for the hair?
outside of your own goddamn
I don't think
forum,
his
you
hair is even
trolls.
accustomed to dying.
Don't ever let me catch
It's
you.
just so
bad-mouthing me
thin
to
and noodly.
anyone, harassing them at my
perpetually
expense.
greasy.
Do you understand me? You better damn well understand me.
Monkus?
She simultaneously went to Twitter to launch and promote the hashtag #HarassQuickDirectly, hoping to draw the ire of trolls to herself instead of Doopy Do-Over. She also reiterated the proper use of feminine pronouns when trolls referred to her. She accompanied her posts with drawings of Planet Dolan characters, all angrily declaring #Don'tHarassMe, with only Christine and 2 iconographs of eyes within hearts, stating #HarassQuickDirectly. Chris's drawn avatar had the hearted eye planted on her forehead, while all the Planet Dolan characters wore armbands displaying the eye symbol. She encouraged people who did not like seeing other people harassed at their expense to use the illustration of the purple eye and heart as their Twitter profile picture. Soon after, Chris explained the meaning behind the symbol in a Patreon post. The icon is a combination of wearing one's heart on their sleeve and the ability to see the injustice of those who harass other people at one person's expense. And because we are linked together by having seen
hello,
such
Sarah.
injustice done to
Hello,
someone or
hello,
another
welcome to
we
the
care
stream.
about, we will not
As a
let the
Xenoblade and
trolls,
chill as I catch
bullies,
up
and
with
haters
Christian.
get away with harassing
Watched a lot
others at
today.
our expense.
Boogie stuff.
It was also at around that time that users
Now
of the
we are in
QB Farms
the
noticed
cool-down
that Chris was no longer a patron of any of the Patreon accounts run by or associated with Doopy
very no longer
Kristen
cold,
changed back all the
very
profile pictures of the
tepid,
social media
lukewarm
accounts
kinda
which had used Doopy's illustration, reverting back to the previous pictures used. On August 3rd, My Little Pony voice actress Tabitha St. Germain, who was one of the people Chris had tagged in her National Girlfriend's Day tweet, replied to it, stating that she did not read the other replies she was tagged in and would block anyone participating in group slagging off. Christine apologized to her, taking the blame for causing everyone being harassed because of her. She made a string of tweets explaining the reasoning why she made the initial tweet and hoped that people did not think of her less because of her mistake. Tabitha added that if Chris was having a fight on Twitter with someone, she should untag those parties not involved. Chris replied that she would, calling the voice actress darling. Her reply drew the ire of several Christian followers on Twitter, writing to her that she still failed to learn her lesson about calling strangers by endearing pet names and getting too close to them. Chris replied to each one of them with insults, using the slurs uncouth and cad several times, likely inspired by the manner of speaking of St. Germain's My Little Pony character, Rarity. Kristen moved on to a tweet from voice actress Tara Strong, making reference to actress Melissa Joan Hart, with whom she would be working. Chris expressed her surprise at the two working together, commenting that she liked Melissa. Meanwhile, Chris continued to reply to tweets insulting or making fun of her with quips and insults directed back at the trolls. On August 4th,
It wouldn't be
Kristen wrote an
locals if they didn't
update on
think they were the center
Patreon
of the
regarding
fucking attention.
uploads of new Sonichu
No matter where
pages.
they go.
My most sincere apologies, everyone, but with the recent stresses of some people harassing people I liked, not harassing them, just a few thoughtful tweets now and then, towards a genuine friendship. I was never expecting sex, you uncouth twats who ruined nearly everything. I got distracted drawing the icon set for the friends/family of one who was most affected with the trolls' harassment at my expense. Again, you got something to say against me, you tell it only to me and nobody else outside of your private forums. Definitely nowhere else on Twitter other than directly to me, Miss Christine Weston Chandler. I am she, and I like men as I like heavy metal music. I do not like heavy metal music. Hardly a real beat or tune, and the lyrics are incoherent. Sigh. One of her patrons wrote that she had a pattern of violating the personal space of women, and that she should admit that the way Doopy acted towards her was not solely caused by troll actions. Christine replied that she knew that, adding that she had learned from her past errors and mistakes, and that she did not violate women's personal space. She felt that Doopy liked her kindness while she was recovering from the harassment from all the trolls and bullies, who, according to her, ruined nearly everything. On the 5th, Karen Riley, notable member of the QB Farms, who had interacted with Chris in the past, wrote on Twitter that Doopy was not her friend as she had specifically said. Chris disagreed, stating that they were not close yet, and that the phrase, "I am not your friend," was never written by Doopy. Doopy Do-Over herself then came to reply to Chris. I can't believe I had to unblock you to tell you this. I'm not your friend. I'm not ever interested in being your friend. Leave me alone. You were specifically a customer to me, and you took it too far. You creeped me out. Now please don't talk to or about me ever again. Afterwards, Chris sent a direct message to Karen Riley, telling her that Karen was no angel herself, and that she should go back to the forums. Chris then blocked her on Twitter. At around that time, Christine shared a profile picture that someone on Twitter allegedly made of her custom My Little Pony persona, Nightstar. This new user, who also used the handle @Nightstar2891, then proceeded to follow many accounts of My Little Pony voice actors and Planet Dolan creators, including Doopy Do-Over. The user would also defend Chris in Twitter replies.
I mean, if you think about it, it's kind of, good on them, right? Drawing that line in the sand, even if it did come a little too late. You need that separation, or else you get people like Chris, and they don't fucking go away.
Doopy created an account on QB Farms and began leaking private emails she received from Christine regarding sending her character descriptions as reference for her commission and her apology for tagging Doopy in the original National Girlfriend's Day tweet. Doopy also revealed an email Chris wrote in response to watching her video about things she didn't understand, writing that she
That's why
believed
people
in
like Derek
alternate
versus-
dimensions,
they were
where the
never
characters
told
they
to know.
created continued to live their lives after their published stories are concluded. She added that she was also developing psychic powers through the listening of binaural beats and could bend paper with her mind waves, hoping to only strengthen her powers through daily practice so that she could use them for good, such as levitating herself to fly. Also on that day, Chris switched back to using Doopy's illustration as her
Whoa,
profile picture.
Look at the loot.
Suspecting that the Nightstar Twitter account belonged to Chris, Kiwi Farms moderator and Quickie administrator, Marvin, direct messaged Nightstar on Twitter, pretending to be an observer of Chris Chan, stating that since they shared so many distinct writing quirks with Chris, that it was statistically impossible that they were different people. Nightstar confided that she was not Chris, and was in fact a Miss ES, and could possibly explain the similarities of writing style because both she and Christine were well-read and eloquent. Miss ES further wrote that she grew up in Richmond, Virginia, and graduated with a degree in psychological arts from the University of Virginia, and currently worked at several McDonald's in the area. On occasion, she conversed with Christine at McDonald's and found her
like
to
when
be a
people
very
write
kind
how they
and
speak.
understanding
Like,
person.
read any article
Nightstar
from
was
Ralph.
so hurt that so many people misunderstood her intentions after
It's
the
like
National
you got
Girlfriend's
his
Day
voice
tweet.
right in your
Miss
head
ES
as you read
wrote
something
that she
he
was
writes.
into examining the mental state of others from what they drew, created, and the media they consumed. She felt that Marvin's
this
persona
smoke.
was
I've
racially
read it.
conscious and a little
Read it on
religious
stream?
based on the
Maybe one
media
day.
he shared on Twitter, and that he was as old-fashioned as Donald Trump. Marvin felt that if it were Chris
I don't know
behind
if
the
I feel like
account,
giving Ralph
they
my
could have
IP
been
tonight.
receiving help on the count of Nightstar using unusual terminology, like racially conscious. On August 7th, the Nightstar account messaged back Marvin's account with screen caps of Nightstar's messages with Christine's account. Chris told the alleged Miss ES to not talk with the trolls,
I forgot
but
to
did
mention
not
this, but
control
Ralph
her
wrote an
and did
article,
not judge her on her bad
900
actions,
words,
but her good deeds,
and he
like
didn't
she
publish
did
it.
with Doopy.
But he
Chris
bragged about
elaborated to
writing a
Nightstar on
900
why
word
Doopy
article.
felt
Like,
uncomfortable with
was
Chris,
proof of
sharing
him
screen
doing
caps
work.
of the posts Doopy wrote on Kiwi Forums.
I still write
As an
blog
aside,
posts all the
on
time,
August
baby.
1st at 3 a.m., Chris wanted to pledge $50 per month to her half-brother Cole Smithy's Patreon account,
doesn't have a
only to
VPN.
find that he
I
had
actually
blocked
did
her from
download the
contributing.
Brave browser,
Then she went to Doopy
as a
Duover's
result of all the
Patreon to
stuff
try
that
and
happened
raise her
with
pledge
the
amount from
farms.
$25 to $50 for the month, but saw that her $25 pledge for August had already been collected and was unable to raise it. She then sent an extra $25 directly to Doopy, writing that by doing so, she could receive the benefits of the $50 tier. In reference to Doopy discussing the backlash she would be getting, Chris wrote that the artist found the backlash of being friends with Christine worse than being associated with the so-called damn uncouth trolling stupids. She wrote that she would have continued to be
Those
kind to
damn
Doopy
uncouth
as a
trolling
friend since she knew
stupids.
that Doopy had a boyfriend because she had matured
hate
mentally
those
and
stupids.
emotionally, and unlike the trolls claimed, Chris never expected sex. Upon researching the Twitter account's claims, members of the Kiwi Farms saw that the top bars of the mobile screenshots provided by both Christine and Nightstar contained mobile carrier information and other active utilities that matched, and that both Twitter accounts were registered to phone numbers with matching final 2 digits. Also, when attempting to change the password of the Nightstar account, a confirmation email would be sent to an email address that was for the most part censored to those attempting to hack it. However, from the few characters that were shown, it was almost certainly confirmed to match a little-known email address found in a leaked email Chris had written to a gal pal in 2014, volcanoinsuranceidiot@yahoo.com. Furthermore, the handle Nightstar2891 contains Chris's year of birth backwards. Publicly, when asked, the Nightstar account denied that it was Christine. After persistent pestering, Chris herself then chimed in to state publicly that she was not Nightstar2891. On August 8th, Chris posted a photo of her cat Lucy to commemorate International
I'm not
Cat
Nightstar,
Day.
you guys.
To
The
dispel
proof is
rumors,
me saying
she then
so.
added that her other cat, Sorbet, was still alive and well. Soon after, she posted a photo of Sorbet sitting on her bed. The next day, Chris claimed that an Emily, who was allegedly responsible for the Nightstar Twitter account, saw her at McDonald's that morning and came a run-in because she was scared off from all the trollsome allegations that her Twitter account was run by Christine. Chris blamed the trolls for ruining nearly everything. In the meantime, Chris watched YouTube videos in an attempt to learn how to communicate with the dead, predict the future, and levitate. On August 11th, Chris wrote, "I'm sleepy as fuck, but falling asleep. I'm out of luck. Root de doot de doot." On that same day, in response to a Patreon comment criticizing Christian Sonichu for having two quote-unquote tumors on his
sleepy
chest,
as fuck doesn't
Chris
sound like
tweeted,
something he would
"Take
say.
that batch of hay and put them in some apples. Eat your candles, dumbasses. My breasts are real. I am woman. Never tell me otherwise, haters."
Too hard that night.
Here's a good thought. Cyberbullies are the tumors of humanity and the world. They should cut themselves out. I do not have tumors, dummies. Also on August 11th, Chris arrived at the Baltimore Convention Center in Baltimore, Maryland for her 3-day stay at BronyCon, a convention focused on the My Little Pony franchise.
I wonder if
According
Dave
to
tries
Kiwi
to
Farms user,
levitate.
Love You Long Time,
Nah, I think he's
the troll behind
comfortable
the
just
Kim
kinda
Wilson persona,
melting into his couch
notified
there.
forum readers that Christine drove herself to Baltimore and was staying at a hotel with supposed lady friends.
Baltimore,
A Facebook
you
friend
better
wrote
watch out,
that
man.
she would be ready to assist Chris's mother Barbara if need be. Among the possessions which she brought with her
I mean,
were original
enjoy the
copies
trip.
of the Sonichu comics, snacks, and My Little Pony figurines. Many photographs of her were posted on Twitter and Facebook, mingling with other attendees, while prominently wearing pink feline ears and a strap-on unicorn horn. On the first day, Chris met Kathy Wesseluk, a voice actress from the TV show, and posed for an autograph with her, with Kathy holding up a copy of Sonichu Issue 0, which she had autographed. According to Claire Porter, a follower of Christian whom she met at the convention, Chris talked to Kathy for close to 25 minutes, discussing topics involving Sonichu and Quickville. Claire added that the voice actress showed Chris friendship and support, albeit treating her like a child. On the second day, she attended a panel discussion titled "Keeping Friendship Magic, the Odd Pony Out." Afterwards, when asked for an autograph, Chris signed a piece of paper which purportedly stated that she relinquished her soul to the individual who asked for an autograph. The person who got it also covertly recorded audio of Christine's conversation with himself and another attendee, discussing some recent pages from her comics.
But all these people posing Chris properly. I mean, he can't really predict the future, what he would have done.
The rainbow.
Feel the same way if he probably
Sonic
jumped to school or
rainbow.
something.
Yeah, thank you very much. It was nice to meet you. I hope you have a
Believe in everybody and believe in you and believe in yourself. You'll be able to make your own Sonic rainbow.
Yeah. All right. Okay, well, let's go with Miss Dana, okay?
Christine? Yes.
Oh, it's lovely to meet you. I heard you'd be here, but I didn't know I'd meet anyone. I was wondering.
Some people don't care. Josh from Kiwi Farms was doing kind of like a sale where he was selling silver coins with Chris's face on it, and this was after
Another convention goer
the
reported
mom
on
thing.
their encounter with her on the
Or,
My
well,
Little
it was
Pony forum
before,
on the
and he was still
image board
selling
site
them when the mom
4chan.
thing happened.
I played
And
poker against her in the tournament,
he
and she
remarked
got
that he
really,
felt
really
it was kind
fucking
of weird
mad
now
when I
to sell the
accidentally called
coins
her
with all that
him.
stuff going on.
I never cared
But
to call
that kind
someone
of
by their
meant
shitty
that
preferred
kind of
gender,
made people
but
want the
fuck you
coins
got to give me
more.
some time to figure out what you fucking want to be called. It was a paired tournament, so we didn't have a choice who we played. And she can't play worth a
Wow,
shit,
guys, I
but
have
she
a
did
coin
manage
of a
to
guy
build
who
off of
raped his
idiots.
mom. Pretty cool,
She lost
right?
it all chasing though. I met her again at the gala, and she's been glaring at me. Lol. Another person more knowledgeable of her recounted their experience with meeting Chris. I found Christian at a panel and gained his trust. I asked him if his Sonichu medallion was authentic, and he said, "I am the she that used to be that he that," and then quickly showed me the first edition of Sonichu. Then he shook my hand for some reason. Kristen met Kelly Sheridan, voice actress for the character Starlight Glimmer, who signed one of Chris's illustrations and took a photo with her, holding up a figure of the character she voiced, while Chris held up her customized figurine made to look like herself. Chris was then spotted at Bronypalooza, a My Little Pony themed concert. She then made her way to the Grand Galloping Gala, a formal dance party. She was filmed conversing with some of the other convention attendees and posing for photos. After failing to find a dance partner, Kristen began seemingly dancing with an imaginary person, later claiming that she was dancing with her original character, Magi-chan Sonichu. She was also photographed sitting by herself,
How
supposedly
romantic.
talking and reaching out to Magi-chan next to her. After the event concluded,
That's kinda
Chris
sad,
went
yeah,
back to
even
her
the-
car
even
to
the
drive back to
fucking
the
first
hotel
two
for the
people had
night.
dance parties.
However, the parking lot where she
The
parked
hell?
had closed at midnight, and she was unable to enter. She resorted to using the ride-hailing service, Uber, to help her get back to her hotel. On the third and final day, Christine apparently shared a ride with other convention goers from the hotel to make their way back to BronyCon. She then attended a fan comic panel. A 4chan user posted a selfie he took with her and wrote of Chris's behavior. He's in the fan project panel now. He spent 3 minutes complaining about his trolls and how autistic he is, and he turned away the microphone so no one can hear what he's saying. Another unknown user elaborated on Chris's time at the panel. It was at the fan project panel, and he even asked a question and rambled on about how he had comics and a fandom, though never explicitly stating it was Sonichu. He even said the high-functioning autistic line. He also mentioned being trolled, not
Yeah, I
having
guess you
many
got a point there.
friends, and all that, and honestly felt kinda bad for him, though most of the shit he has gotten over the years was his own self-inflicted stupidity, so can't feel too bad for him. But yeah, that's been the weirdest thing at this convention by a long shot. Like at most 5 to 10% of the thousands people I've seen and heard were weird or cringy, but nearly everyone here is either normal or just standard nerds. But seeing and hearing Chris Chan, dear God, that was hard to deal with. Afterwards, she went to another panel featuring voice actors from the cartoon series and managed to ask them a question.
But yeah, let me talk. Y'all did answer part of my question. Start with, I like kites from that episode of My Little Pony. I did see ad-lib and impulsive, so obviously you do get opportunities to play. What ideal ad-lib would you like to contribute eventually in any show, including My Little Pony? And which ones have you done so far are your personal favorite? Not sure, I like kites.
Is that a question for all of us?
At the end of the day, she made a short tweet writing that she was on her way back home,
that a question for all
allegedly
of us?
riding alongside Magi-chan. When she got
I don't know,
back,
Chris, is
she
it?
wrote a Facebook post thanking everyone who attended the convention for all the love and kindness they showed for her, making it possible for her to shine as the actual kind and open-hearted person that she was. She stated that her time in BronyCon was the most love she had ever felt in her life. On August 14th, she made a captain's log for YouTube, addressing the convention while still wearing her cat ears and unicorn horn.
Captain's log. Start date 0814-2017.
Oh my god, are we back to the shitty music? Fuck.
Last weekend, BronyCon. Awesome.
We lost.
Totally awesome. I had an awesome time. I met so many kind people. I've found so much positivity and love. I made new friends and acquaintances in higher places. I've attended some panels and I've learned a lot too. I have so many new lovely memories and ideas. I am so inspired. So, here's a little Twilight from the future that does a little bit about the future for Sonichu and me and everything. First off, book 13, or as I'm going to call it, book 12-9, which will round up to 13 because I don't like using 13. It's an unlucky number, at least to me. And yes, superstitious. Oh, future character reference says, I came back from the future in number 10. Came back from the future. She comes back from the future. It works. Anyway, so first off, book 12-9. I never wanted the 13th book, the book 13 to have newer character new, and that happened. Oh well. Zoop. Neat.
Come on, Chris,
It's
don't
all
drop
right.
your shit. This is supposed to be a
Put the
professional
iPad back
operation.
on
What are you
and
doing?
fix it up. And originally the idea would have been the plan on doing crossover. Wow, actually, in the Quickville universe, this has actually happened. But because due to difficulties with a most heartfelt tweet that I did recently that backfired on me, my heart was really into that. My heart has always been in the right place. Try to understand that, everybody. Okay? My brain's a little slow right now. I have so many ideas and everything. So much good news, positivity. Flappa-pupsy! Boop, boop. Don't follow me. Whoop. Up. There you go. That is an awesome pill by itself in that size, by the way. It's so fluffy and cuddly. You don't need a jumbo floppo. You got this one. The right size. Okay, that's another big announcement. I'll do a panel. Maybe at next year's BronyCon. Maybe another certain Charlottesville convention that's coming up. And then I'll lose my train of thought again. Just bear with me. I'll find it. I'll get back on the rails. What do you think is the next announcement, Flufflepuff? Really? Come on. You know better than that. You know better than that. Main event knows better than that.
Yeah, was this 2016? So if he's talking about next year in Charlottesville,
I
don't know about this, you guys.
No script. This is good. There you go. I'm not gonna make Smarty. Go ahead and laugh. And go ahead and laugh at that. My dogs are barking at something that's outside. Possibly, likely, nothing. I have to put up with it. It's my family. And here comes my mother with a thought that she's interrupting this live streaming video. So she's going to have
Maybe you should go to the park, Chris, and rant about people who can't shut their dogs up.
I think that's all the announcements.
And make sure your rant goes on for a half hour.
Everything and my thoughts and it's all good. I love everybody. I do. From the bottom of my heart. A lot of you have been able to see that I finally was able to present that
You got the necessary
personally
materials for the ether lift.
to
It's
a
time to hand the
lot
rest over to Panacea and Linka
of
while you
friends
attend
and
to
people that
while
I
you
was
attend to
able
other
to
pressing
make
matters.
it
Yes.
awesome.
Thank you, Chris. My progress is awesome.
It felt so good. I'm gonna carry this with me forever. And
I can't
I'm
watch the
not
parts
gonna
of the
just be
documentary where you
like,
hear animal background noises from those poor creatures.
yes,
They're
you're
all
gonna be
howling
kind to
of the
me. I'm
damned
thankful
and
for your
neglected.
kindness. Now go get me some
It
coffee.
is pretty rough to listen
That's
to.
not me. That's
And then you get to the parts where like cats died in this house and shit.
I
The
have
dogs were
emotionally and
overfed or
mentally,
underfed. It's like,
heartfelt,
fuck,
soul-felt, matured and grown. I'm thankful and blessed
they're in a better place
to
now,
have
at
been
least.
able to show that over the past weekend to a whole lot of people. Touch me. I get to touch them and make them smile. We made each other smile. It was a great thing.
Those are just
Anyway,
the hellhounds
that's it
coming
this
for
live
Chris.
stream. Look
Yeah,
forward to
they're in the house. They
next
can't
one,
find
which
them through the
hopefully will
horde.
be Q&A laptop.
They're howling, trying to listen for
Christine
them.
Chandler, Sanchin Rochu, City of Quickville. Had a fantastic BronyCon weekend. I look forward to seeing y'all again or talk to y'all sooner. See y'all next year. Love it. Have a great, safe, blessed day. And stay well. Stay good.
I'm staying well, Chris.
Stay
Thank you for
heartfelt
asking.
positive.
I'm very positive. Very cool.
On August 15th, the Twitter account Nightstar2891 posted a handwritten letter from Chris. Dearest people, confession time. Originally intended for laying low and to keep a distant bond, still on a few hurt individuals I like and cared about after that one tweet wonder mess. This Twitter account @Nightstar2891 is me, Christine Chandler. Again, that mentioned tweet was truly with my heart in the right place to share appreciation for and of the women I've been able to make contact and acquaintance with. Then some other people took wrongful attack upon them at my expense. I felt terrible about that. 2 of them blocked me, but Hater informed in that. I pray they will unblock and open up to me again soon. This also is reflected in MLP
Imagine
Season
all the
7,
toys Chris could have bought
episode
about all
Fame
the
and
pet stuff.
Misfortune.
I mean,
the main 6.
I would
5 of
argue
them
he has
were not
too many
used to being
toys already.
criticized overly by fan ponies, as well as misread and misunderstood. I,
Wait,
too, felt all this as early 2007. I'm popular, and I don't like it, said Applejack, and how Rarity overreacted. Fluttershy having to explain herself repeatedly. All that was me, and it took a long time to adjust and become resistant to the hate. I am in control of how these various reactions to my Sonichu and self content make me feel and react. I try to not let the critics get to me anymore, and everyone affected by the misunderstood tweet of mine. You all have control to not let the haters and trolls affect you at all. 2. This Nightstar Twitter was a Lalo alternative for me after that fiasco. I was not originally going to tweet from it.
Technically,
then
the
one
Horde
of
is
the
in his
trolls
closet.
contacted me.
So
I was
it's
tempted to
contained,
troll the trolls now.
sorta?
Dumb me.
And there is that spare room
But the
that
trolls,
has all
on
that
their
stuff
forum,
in
have
there.
admitted to being well confused with my character's creation of this
Forgot where in
Richmond
the house
gal
is it?
with a UVA
But I've seen
degree,
videos
looking
of it
around
before, and
and
it's just
around.
filled with
I can be
stuff
quite
he's
the
never
actress, even in simulating other fonts from other people.
Come on, it's still like less
Regardless,
rooms than
lying
Chris.
all that was wrong of me.
It ain't
and
the
I am
whole
sorry for
house.
lying in this. And as I was finally
Yeah, the
able to
Nook.
share at BronyCon with a lot of people, I am, by default, a kind, understanding, compassionate, heart in the right place person and individual. And I enjoy sharing genuine, pleasant smiles, moments, and memories with others, and my heart is open. I would delight in all of us putting this Twitter mishap set behind us and moving on towards being better people. Thank you, sincerely, and with all my heart, with love. I'm sorry, Miss Christine W. Chandler.
If this is the
BronyCon made
appetizer,
Christine feel
I don't
loved
see
and
how we'll have
accepted
room for the
due to the
entree.
nature of the attendees generally maintaining an air of acceptance and kindness, though often it was a merely face value courtesy. Riding high on waves of happiness, Christine would soon be met with dark clouds once again.
Alright, that'll be the one part we do for tonight. I kind of want to end it around now, maybe after this quest, because I gotta get stuff set up. As you guys know, it's a new month, so I gotta do certain things. Ah, yes. And then that stuff that I teased at the start of the stream, I want to get that ready too. Which means I probably won't get to it tonight. But what if I did? Yeah, new month, new dingus. I got a lot of stuff planned, you guys. I got big stuff coming. Oh, we got the summer upon us. Other stuff too. Tune in tomorrow. I will elaborate on this tomorrow, surely. Oh yeah, tune in tomorrow in general. I forgot. I didn't even bring this up. New Splatoon season tomorrow. Dude, they're gonna make the Super Scope a weapon. I can't wait to try it out and be bad with it. I just got here 2 to 3 hours ago. How long have I been streaming? 5 hours? Yeah, that's pretty short for Dingus standards. I mean, that means you got 2 more hours of VOD you can rewind and enjoy. Joy did a stream earlier. He went back to Rainbow Six Siege. He's on the PC version now because he wasn't able to recover his account info for the PSN. It looks like a depression stream though because he only went for 2 hours. He was tweeting about how was asking if anyone had experience with Ubisoft customer support, because apparently, and this is fucking ridiculous, I must agree, Ubisoft customer support only takes phone calls for 2 hours on any given day. What? Ugh, that's ridiculous. What the fuck? This is so dumb. I sadly have, and it's fucking dog shit. What did you need to call him for? That's ridiculous. 2 hours? 2 hours I can call him. No wonder Jordy's pissed. Doing his face to a market research where ads have tripled. Dinger changed. No, we talked about the market research results earlier when I started up. I think the results speak for themselves. We're gonna keep the ads where they are currently. People seem to prefer it that way. We got the pre-roll out here for good. Thank you for everyone's feedback on that. Obviously, I did not realize how bad it was, you guys. But now I did. And we're making strides to improve the stream. Or something. And it's chill and interactive and meaningful to me. The next step is obviously, what is this? I called this phase 2.5. We were on phase 2. Year 1 was phase 1, and then we did the charity stream. And then that was officially the start of phase 2. And phase 2.5 was market research me. Phase 3 will be sponsorship. Yeah, sponsorship. That'll be phase 3. Then 3.5 can be the first IRL stream. And then phase 4 will be the my downfall. And then phase 5 will be partner dingus. Phase 2.75 is getting on that beast. Oh, what would I even talk to him about? Hi Meerkat, you have fun songs. Ah yes, thank you dingus. What do you think of Phil? He's a beggar. Ah yes, interesting then. Here's grow your audience. I get that, but it's like there's a fine line, I feel. 'Cause I feel like everyone they've had on for a reason. Like there was a reason to talk to them. I don't think they have guest hosts just to have guest hosts.
Okay, good job, team.
I do appreciate that you think I'd be an interesting guest anyway.
Shall we get to it?
Dude, it means a lot.
Let's.
Oh, I don't get to actually fight this fight?
Do you think we stand a chance?
Hey, you cut that out right now.
They only had 2 hosts this week instead of 4 or 5. Yeah, I'll notice. I'll catch an odd episode every now and again. I haven't seen everyone. I'll notice like oftentimes Steve has to take off or something. I guess their time zones don't align. That's why I told you to level them. I did. I literally went to the campfire right before I went here. What are you talking about?
Sorry.
They're level 42.
And anyway, the point here isn't winning or losing, right?
Right.
Right. It's also we can send data to the Ouroboros stone. Still, if we're doing this anyway, might as well put in a winning performance, no?
Obviously.
Pretty audacious wager. Especially for you, Shulk.
I thought it would be the best way to get everyone on the same page.
It probably was at that. Either way, it's time to put an end to this pipe dream of theirs. Of fighting against Alpha.
It's still crazy to me that Glimmer isn't voiced by Pyra. Sounds legit the same. But does she have the same voice actor in Japanese? Because if that's the case, why didn't they bring back the original English voice?
They've got the potential, sure, but they're far from ready. That goes for Glimmer and Nicole both. If someone needs to burst their bubble, let it be us.
Obviously, Rex isn't the same actor.
Yes, absolutely. We owe it to them, as the adult.
I'll take the vanguard. Glimmer, support me from the rear.
Roger that, Nicole. Let's do this.
Shulk is the same. Oh, level 38, that's not that bad. Yeah, Shulk having the same actor makes sense. Whereas you kind of had to change Rex's voice actor. You kind of had to change Rex's voice actor. Rex is the real problem here. Good thing I'm fucking gunning for him first. And actually, I'm not level 42, I'm level 43. 5 levels over. But on that point, Rummy, since we're talking about it, I'm kind of the mentality that if someone wants to talk to me, they would reach out to me. I don't really, for the most part, I don't feel comfortable just inserting myself in this stuff. Especially since there's I've talked about it before, there's a disconnect between Twitch and YouTube, where, you know, people know Dingus on Twitch, obviously, in this side, but YouTube, it's not the same. There's like a line between the people that use Twitch and YouTube, the people that only use Twitch, and the people that only use YouTube. And the people that only use YouTube on YouTube overwhelmingly dominate the people who use both. I think it would actually be interesting to be, on that being said, you're going to interact with who has Phil's ears somewhat, and you played with him too. I guess I could talk about that stuff. I mean, Dongus has been fucking in his ear for a couple of years now. I haven't talked to him recently, so if they ask me about what stupid questions I've talked to him recently, all I have is that segment where I asked him about Wingo, being a misery broker, and he got really, really, really heated. I've actually had a sub-idea of something I wanted to do regarding segments in which I talk to him. I just haven't had the time to put it together. And what I mean by that is just collecting all the instances in which I had something to say to him that resulted in a good segment. By the way, I'm dying. Yeah, but so you see, in that case, I kind of feel like I would have to collect those segments that are worth discussing before attempting a program like that. Because they're not going to do the legwork for me, obviously. I got to come to the table prepared with all my ducks in a row. And we have Pick Go for that, but there are a lot of segments between that point in time where you have to take down all the podcast episodes because the Eminem shit. There are some Dingus segments, at least a couple from that era, that are just gone. And then there are some segments that I actually tried to look for that were unrecorded, so I can't find them on Pick Go. There was a real good segment from a Street Fighter Friday night stream, and I vividly remember it. I made him really pissed off by bringing up the sandwich analogy to his face. And I know what exact date this was because I tried to look for it, and I cross-referenced it because I know multiple people talked about it in the thread when it happened. So I got the date down, and I looked up the VOD for it, so I know exactly when he talked about it. But I watched through all his VODs from that night, and it never came up. I did get him reacting to something else I said in reference to him getting upset. So I think that was an unrecorded segment. The unrecorded segment happened. I did whatever I said to get him mad. He started recording again, and then I referenced whatever I said in the unrecording segment. He was like, "Okay, stand up, whatever." That would be the only issue. And welcome back, Frederick. Big ups, Benjamin. Need some binaural beats? I should start collecting expand clips. Yeah, I'll be honest, I've been thinking about it. Just for quick reference, and I was trying to think of a good name to give him to. Like, I don't know, Dinger Classics? Can I not switch to Glimmer? Okay, I can. Donger Classics? The Expand Archive? I was thinking of putting them on YouTube. So if anyone comes in and they don't really know who Expand Dong is, be like, oh yeah, just click on one of these. Watch me play golf with him or get him to marry a Frank-style character. I'll tell you what, Rummy, because this is Street Fighter week, and I think people are gonna want to see Street Fighter shit, and I'm not picking it up day one. I might see if I can get some clips. So literally, thank Rummy for giving me the stern talking to. But I'm not an editor, so keep in mind, I'm not an editor. I'm gonna be lazy as fuck with this. I'm gonna record the clips in OBS or something. Maybe do some hard cuts if I need to, but I'm no hate army. I'm no Aqua Teal. I don't have shout out for hate. It's gonna be real scuff. But if I cope about it, I could say people care more about raw clips anyway, right? Yeah, as long as I start, because if I'm down on myself already, I won't even get off the fucking ground. I gotta start somewhere. Make an intro with that Mario combo earlier. I do like Mario though. Oh, you guys are just filled with ideas tonight. Ah yes, helping me expand the Dingus brand. Yeah, I'll see if I can record that Mario Odyssey bit. That'll be like the scuffed intro, and then what clip should I start with? I really wanted to start with that Street Fighter clip. Maybe the wings thing, because that's still kind of recent. But I might have to go to Raw DSP for that. Because that podcast said it doesn't exist anymore. Oh, but Raw DSP was banned during that time. Where the fuck do I get that clip then? Just think Dingus is on the Reddit. Well, thank you. That means a lot to me, you guys.
I'm sorry.
Dongminated.
Let's make this the decider.
Yeah.
Brace. Just a little more. We need to ride it out.
That's it.
Oh shit, are they gonna merge? Oh.
Did we win?
Glimmer, look! Our terminals!
We did it?
way! Did you see that?
Yes. The Ouroboros power levels spiked to unprecedented heights.
Not too shabby, are they?
And it's not as if we went easy on them either.
Yeah. Feels like they whooped us, fair and square.
See, Golem, all you had to do was do literally every quest in the DLC and then use all the bonus EXP. If Peaches were awake, he'd be saying, "Oh, you shouldn't be using all the bonus EXP. Try doing this without bonus EXP, I dare you."
A fortuitous
on hard
miscalculation
mode.
on our part, shall we say.
So much for us playing the big folks authority card.
Now see you later, Benjamin. Thanks for stopping by.
You guys are okay, right?
He's like, I'm not trying to be here that much longer.
I think I heard a rib crack earlier.
No way. Let me see. I can splint it until we can get you proper care. Ugh, asshole. You
Whoa!
scared me.
You can't say that
Don't
in a
even joke
Nintendo
about
game.
things like that.
Good effort, team. Well impressed by what I saw out here today.
Yes. The fight should have been more than enough of a trigger for the Ouroboros stone.
Let's go back to Riku's place and make sure of that. I wonder how the Ouroboros stone is doing.
We did all we could do. I'm sure it'll be fine.
Yeah, this affinity scene was locked until now. Oh, I guess it's still locked. Alright, let's get back to camp. Now welcome back, Wiggle Battle. Here at the end of the stream, I'm gonna save it, and we're gonna leave you a little bit earlier than I normally would. That stuff. They got some stuff to work on. We got big things on the horizon. Solon underscore. I should hope.
Phew. The tension just melts away.
Hey, speaking of bonus EXP. No, I'm out. I fully upgraded the X reader though, so that's something.
Time to freshen up.
Saved. In the clear.
Whoa, 27 hours? Say it ain't so. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, that'll be it. We're gonna leave you on that note. Big ups to everyone who stopped by. Big ups to everyone who's positive. And we're gonna read off that positivity. And it's gonna be cool. And it's gonna be interactive and meaningful. We'll probably go to Tevin's place, because I don't think anybody else is up. Looks like he's off BRB. What great timing, right? We'll see you on the next one for Splatoon. I'll see if who wants to boot up with me on that. I'm sure at least one person might care enough to. Otherwise, it'll be a single dingle. Can we make that a thing? A single dingle? A single dingle experience. We'll check out the new content. Alright, let's fuck off.
It's nice to rest.
Yes! You made it! You made it to the end of the stream! You, Rue! Thanks to the power invested in me, Free, I'm releasing you from your torture chamber. You can go home now. Take it easy, guys. Big ups to the swollen ones who made it to the end, like Rydrake, Grizzly, Rummy, Mr. Pun, Algernup, Golem, Grizzly, Benjamin, Wigglebottom, Rummy, DJ Filthy Rich, Eddie B. That was barely a stream by Dingus standards. Look, I woke up. Well, let me be honest. I didn't sleep last night. I stayed up till 7? And then I caught the Marked One GPM stream. And then I kind of fell asleep. And I won't tell you when I woke up, but I promise I'll go to sleep at a good time tonight. Big ups to Catsper, Sarah, Mr. Milkshakes, and the super positive, ultra cool lurkers like Fraga, Tevin, Antly, Alpha Leap, Shalupa, DJ Bruno, Ghost MC, Juzzy51, Natalcog, Peaches, and Keem, Peter Fanley, Marked One, Soft P, Mr. Pun, Shroom, Duke Dem, Rexham _ Market research data is pointing to shorter streams. Maybe. I gotta check the data on that specifically. Scott, Stan, Chardy. Chardy was here. Chardy loves Xenoblade. What the fuck? They were lurking. They were right. P5ono, D-Scythe, Green Lobster, Heavy Metal Gamer, JD Jono, Kian Goon, Mad Adder, Perezga, Ragnarok Aftershock, Redhead, Scrumbles, Kojima Rolled Order, and everyone else. Jesse, I don't even know what this shit is from. Like, well, I know it's from Arthur. I don't know what the fuck the episode is and what the context is. Maybe one day we'll watch it, and one day we'll read the smoke. We'll read the smoke one night. I promise. I didn't forget. It's fucking late now. Everyone's asleep. They wouldn't be here to hear it. Thank you to Grizzly, the re-up tier 1 for 3 months in a row. Saw P, massive raid with a party 13. Drake, massive raid, party 6. Mr. Milkshakes, resub tier 1 for 2 months. Mr. Milkshakes with the follow. Brian MK, resub tier 1 for 2 months. And yeah, we're good. Alright guys, we're gonna go to Tevin's place. He is off BRB. I'm sure he's got overnight content for you. That sound good? He's 61 days live. Alright, wipe your shoes at the door, be on your best behavior, don't do anything I wouldn't do. Ack. Alright, let's get the raid message up. Shit. I gotta do this quick. Okay, copy that, put that. Hey, we'll see you, Mr. Milkshakes. Thanks for stopping by. Thank you for the re-up and the super cool follow. Alright, this is the raid message. 61 days and thriving. It is June the month. We'll see you for Splatoon tomorrow. Adios. And take it easy. Have a good night.